Oh God, these are the puns, man. This is Don Bosco School or whatever. Pun, all Calcutta pun competition. Coming up later.
Tanya. Wonderful, wonderful. We did a sound check with her last night,
Yeah.
and yeah, so
Coming
that
up
went
later.
quite well. Yes, fantastic.
Got to learn how to use the camera. This was the first book.
Okay, friends who are watching us live, I should just let you know that we haven't yet gone live, in the sense that this is just, to provide you some entertainment when you come in. We haven't yet started the event. We'll start the event whenever our technical team gives us the go-ahead. It is 1:30 now, according to my watch. So, Comrade Praveen, whenever you tell us, we are ready to go live.
Yeah, ready to go live. Yeah, I'll just
Okay. Good luck. See you later.
Okay, we've got the go-ahead from Comrade Praveen. Um, Hello and welcome to this online celebration of May Day, May Day 2020, and welcome to the May Day bookstore, wherever you are, uh, whether you're at home or in the office or somewhere else, wherever in the world you are. Right now, you are in and part of the May Day bookstore. If you ever visit Delhi, do come to us. We are in a small neighborhood called Shadipur, and we hold a on ground event every year on the 1st of May. We opened our bookstore in 2012, so this is the ninth time that we are doing it, and of course we can't do it at the bookstore. So we decided, why don't we go live and do it online? And we are delighted that we have this absolutely fantastic lineup of friends and comrades from across the world who are joining us today to make this event a very special event. The first amongst them is Amir Aziz. Hi, Amir.
Hi, hi everyone. Hi, Dhanwa.
So now, we are live, Amir. We have a good audience already, and it's growing every second. There are dozens of people who are joining like every few seconds. That's fantastic. Um, I'm very delighted, personally. I had never met you. We had never spoken on the phone till we connected a few weeks ago, a few days ago, actually, not even weeks. And I'd like to ask you a little bit about yourself before you get to your performances. You're from Patna, aren't you?
Exactly 45 kilometers from Patna city.
Okay. And what is the place called? Can you hold your mic a little bit closer to your mouth?
Yeah. This will. So this is a small village called Dulhin Bazar. Fantastic name it
Sorry,
has.
what did you say?
Yeah,
What's
the
the
village
name?
is called Dulhan Bazar.
Oh, Dulhan Bazaar.
Dulhan Bazar.
Arey
And
wah.
the story behind it that uh, there. So it is basically a village which has born out of a market. There is it is market for almost surrounding more than 30 villages. तो ऐसे कहानियों में ये है कि जो राजा थे वहाँ उनकी कोई नई बहू जो आई होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि यार यहाँ तुम्हारे यहाँ तो कोई बाजार कोई मार्केट ही नहीं है, लोग जो है बहुत दूर जाते हैं मार्केट के लिए. So she has created a marketplace. That's how it has come to be known as Dulhan Bazaar. Cause दुल्हन बोलते हैं नई बहुओं को हमारे में. तो इस तरह से दुल्हन बाजार उसका नाम पड़ा, ऐसा कहते हैं, मुझे पता नहीं कहानी क्या है.
Gee,
But
it's a very charming name, I have to say.
yeah, it's charming name, very charming story. So
Yeah. You will have to speak a little louder, Amir, and try and hold the mic as close as you can to your mouth. But try and speak a little bit louder because we are getting responses from our tech team saying that if you're a little bit louder, that will help.
I should be good now, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're much better now.
Yeah.
And so then you studied in Dulhan Bazar, or you studied in Patna, or what?
I studied at various places actually, because my family had been moving from one place to another, because my father was in a government employment, so we were moving from one place to another place. So I have been educated in almost 5-6 places in Bihar, and after 10th, actually after matriculation, I moved to Patna, which is the only nearby city for further
Right.
education. So there we all were so crazy about IIT back then. Everyone wanted to become an engineer. It was the first wave of people willing to become an engineer. Till then
Right.
we were not having much engineers. So
Right.
this was the beginning when people had just started to boost about become an engineer. So I was unfortunately or fortunately among the first line of people who were willing to become an engineer. Before that, we heard that there is a nearby village and someone's son has done engineering from somewhere. So this engineering was almost a very distant course back then. So now you can you go you knock 3 homes, you will find 4 engineers in your house. So yeah. So we started to study there, and um, I liked mathematics a lot. I liked mathematics. I liked physics a lot back then. I never liked chemistry. So for competition, you need to be good in everything, I guess. I couldn't manage to do. But then I got admission in Jamia Islamia, moved to Delhi, and then things have changed forever.
And what course did you get admitted to in Jamia?
I took admission in diploma engineering. Diploma engineering. It was a 3-year diploma course, diploma engineering course. First I did that, then I worked for some time for 1 year. Then I took admission in bachelor's. Then I did Bachelor of Engineering. Worked for 3-4 years, and coincidentally, everything happened so coincidentally in my life that started to be.
So the people who have joined us on the live stream, let me just say welcome to all of you. There are lots of people who've joined us in the last few minutes. My name is Sudhanva. I'm an actor and publisher. I work at Leftward Books and the Mayday Bookstore. I'm also an activist with the Jannat Dimension Studio Sabda, which is right next to the Mayday Bookstore. And I'm talking to Amir Aziz, the young radical revolutionary poet who's taken the world by storm. It's I was quite struck by one of the things that you said, Amir, in one of your online interviews, where you said that growing up in Bihar, you experience a lot. In particular, you experience feudalism, but you don't have the vocabulary to articulate what you experience and what you're learning. It's when you get the vocabulary that it all kind of makes sense and comes out. Could you briefly speak about that, and then maybe we can segue into your first thing that you'll perform for us?
The meaning was that um, the cultural heritage that Bihar had was quite. It had to be, and it was very anti-feudal in its nature. Folk songs. They were talking about migration. Birha, we all know. It talks all about migration. It talks about the oppression from upper caste. But at the time when we were growing, uh, this this tradition has been, I will not say quite vanished, but uh, you know it was not there. It was not there. So people, this new Bhojpuri culture had just taken over, and So, and we being, we being belonging to uh, backward caste and from a very lower middle class family, we never had any exposure towards anything which could have made sense of operation. So we had no other option but to think that this is how it works, this is how it is. So you see a lot of violence. I saw a lot of violence. I saw a lot of caste-based discrimination with myself, with my friends. A lot of class-based discrimination, obviously. A lot of feudalism. A lot of beating people, living at homes. A lot of you know, honor killings. So we were seeing all of that, and even in marketplaces, very small incidents. You go to Sabzi market, where you can sense the very partition of society based on caste. So we were just living, and we didn't know that how to take it. We just felt bad about it. We cried. We even had nothing to support each other because it needs understanding. And the whatever needs for understanding is not available there. Your cultural heritage, which has the very understanding of casteism, it is not present there. It is wiped out completely by this new era of coming the coming of urbanization and coming of new capitalism. So we had no means to understand back then. When I came to Delhi, I read poetries, I read documents, I read few books. Then I understood that what was going on all my life. So yeah, so suddenly everything started to make sense. I read every day one poetry, a simple poetry, a simple line of poetry which I don't know कितना किसी के लिए वो मतलब करता है, उसका मतलब बनता है. But back then, what used to happen with me that I used to read one poetry in one day, and almost 5-10 years of my life started to make sense. This was this. Yeah, it was quite phenomenally good and bad both. I could make understanding.
And so when did you start writing poetry yourself? Was it after you came to Delhi, or were you doing that from earlier?
No. I have never been introduced to poetry before I came to Delhi. We had my brother, my elder brother, had a Diwan Ghalib in his bookshelves. But I never saw him reading also. I never opened that book also. So I never have read actually a poetry. I had listened to the lines which cause in 10th and 12th is the major time of falling in love. So we used to quote poets from I don't know nowhere. Yeah, I have never read a poetry like how you read. You take a book and you read a poetry. I've never read it before I have come to Delhi. I was 17 years old. 17 years old.
And so when did you start writing poetry?
I don't really remember. I mean, the first complete poetry I can remember, but the date is quite mixed. It was we were having a examination and we had a power cut, and I was studying in a candle. We all used to do that. We all used to have candles in time of examination because there was a power cut in Batlao's area. I have lived in the ghetto for all of my life. So, and after a time, I finished, but I couldn't sleep. I started seeing the candle, and those were the first lines that I consciously wrote. Maybe I have written before, but that was the first thing that I remember. Then Facebook poetry was done. सभी लोग Facebook poetry कर रहे थे उस दौर में, तो हम भी करते होते.
Sahi hai. So can we then now segue into your first thing that you'll perform for us? I don't know what you have in mind. We all know, we all know you by at least your well-known work, and it's quite extraordinary to me to think that you have at least 4 very well-known poems that came out within a span of a year. That's extraordinary. I'm sure you wrote more, but these four pieces really became very well known, and they're extraordinarily powerful. So I hope that we'll get to hear some of that. But also, if you'd like to, do something else for us, something that may not be as well known, that would also be nice. So, yeah. So whatever you feel like.
So I'll
And just
begin with.
one second before you start, just one little piece of information I should give to the viewers, which is that if you're watching on live.leftward.com, it should work fine on most browsers, but if you have Chrome or Firefox, it'll work the best on those two browsers. So we would encourage you to shift to Chrome or Firefox. Safari works the worst, but everything else should work fairly okay. And since Amir's audio is a little low, if you're able to use headphones, that might be a little bit better for you. So,
Yeah,
okay, Amir.
sorry for my voice. As I said before, my viewers, that it is the consequence of being poor. So I'm sorry for that.
A
I'll
poor,
begin with,
struggling actor, poet.
yeah. Poor struggling actor and whatever else. So yeah, मैं कुछ छोटी छोटी नज़में हैं कुछ, तो वो मैं जरा सुना देता हूँ. Because the first I'll begin with is not my own work. It is work of a very renowned poet called Pandit. And the day is right. The poem is the best, I guess, for this time. So I'll read that. Before reading that, I'll read some of my Facebook poetry. So don't mind. Yeah. So this is the first poetry. There is no title. Um, this is called Peace. You can call it Peace. Please maintain peace, the writer said. Please maintain peace, the writer said. The price of justice I have already paid. Please maintain peace, the writer said. The price of justice I have already paid. I don't have no more blood to spill. Take all of this land, the sea, the hill. Even if I forsake, forget, forgive, can you promise you will let me live? Even if I forsake, forget, forgive, can you promise you'll let me live? Ah, you can't. Just make sure when you kill me, you have a lot of fun. Your justice is a snake. Your peace is a shy, silent machine gun. So this is the there is another one more which I think doesn't appear like a revolutionary poetry, but for me it is one of the most revolutionary poems that I have written. It's very brief. I'll read it before going to Pandey. And I'll try मैं तस्दीक भी करने की कोशिश करूंगा. I'll try to elaborate a bit because I'm not able to talk to you. So it says जोश जोश संग दिल है, संग दिल पत्थर दिल. जोश संग दिल है, होश तंग दिल है. होश होश तंग दिल है, छोटा. नफरत गम नरम दिल है, गम नरम दिल है, पोलाइट. नफरत बुज़दिल है. जोश संगदिल है, होश तंगदिल है, गम नरम दिल है, नफरत बुज़दिल है. इश्क खुश दिल है, बस इश्क ही खुश दिल है. इश्क करो ए लोगों इश्क करो कि इश्क ही तुम्हारा मंजिल मकसूद है. इश्क ही इंसान होने का वाहिद सबूत है. इश्क ही इंसान होने का वाहिद सबूत है. इश्क ही इंसानियत का वजूद है. This is the only proof that there is no grief, no pain. I mean, people have been saying we all struggle to know that what is, because we think that it is a collection of things that makes us human being. But why we are human being, you cannot define it without love. If you don't know love, then this doesn't make a sense. It can be a proof, but it doesn't make a sense. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is this poem is called Utto Mere Desh. It is a long poetry, so I need you to be a bit prepared. थोड़ी लंबी कविता है लेकिन बहुत जरूरी कविता है. So you might get a bit lost because I also get lost a bit. Yes, but yeah, I request you to listen to this. उठो मेरे देश. सुबह चौराहे पर खड़े, सुबह चौराहे पर खड़े और बिकने का इंतजार करते हुए मैं सुबह चौराहे पर खड़े और बिकने का इंतजार करते हुए मैंने उसे देखा. बिक जाने के बाद उसे कहीं पुल बनाते हुए, पात के खंभे ढालते, धाराएं मोड़ कर रेगिस्तान को हरे भरे खेतों में बदलते, गढ़ते आलिशान इमारतें फूलों के पौधों को उगाते, खून पसीना एक कर हर किस्म के कपड़े अनाज तैयार करने के बाद की तरह चुपचाप कंधों पर लाद कर बाजार की ओर बढ़ते हुए देखा. खामखा उसके बारे में बढ़ती गई मेरी दिलचस्पी. शाम को पाया कि जोर जोर से कराहने लगा है. एक अंधेरी गंदी गली में पड़ा बेघर अधनंगा थक कर चूर बड़बड़ा रहा है. भूख और अपमान से आकुल उसके चेहरे पर मोटे हरफों में लिखा है, मैं तुम्हारा गुलाम देश. विश्वास नहीं हुआ आंखों पर, विश्वास नहीं हुआ आंखों पर जैसे कोई अद्भुत दुर्घटना हो रही हो. मैं तुम्हारा गुलाम देश हूँ. पढ़ा उन स्याह चमकते हरफों को बार बार. नहीं, इतना भूखा नंगा, इस कदर बीमार, अपमानित, बेकार मेरा देश नहीं हो सकता. क्या इनकार मैंने साफ साफ उसे मानने से. सुनता रहा हूँ मेरा देश तो हवाई जहाज पर उड़ता है, बटन में गुलाब डाले दुनिया के अमन चैन के लिए उड़ाता है कबूतर. कैनेडी और क्रुश्चेव के बीचों बीच होकर किताबों में, अखबारों और पत्रिकाओं में टाटा बिरला सा अमीर है. बदला उसने गोरे लुटेरों का हृदय. अखबारों में, किताबों और पत्रिकाओं में टाटा बिरला सा अमीर है. रेडियो पर प्रेम और विरह की धुनों में मस्त, समाजवाद और लोकतंत्र मजबूत करने में व्यस्त है, अधीर है. बदला उसने गोरे लुटेरों का हृदय. स्वतंत्रता मांगी जो मिली भी. अब वो स्वाधीन है, सर्वोदय है. बिजली है, टेलीविजन है, वायुयान है, शांति और तटस्थता है, संसद और संविधान है. कुछ ऐसा ही सुनता रहा हूं उसके बारे में, लेकिन मुझे गलतफहमी हो गई थी. उसी तरह जैसे काफका की कहानी का युवक जब बीमार और बेकार हुआ, पिता ने, माँ ने, बहन ने इनकार किया पहचानने से उसे. नहीं, ये हमारा बेटा नहीं, भाई नहीं मेरा, ये तो घृणित तिलचट्टा है. और सौंप दिया था उसे अकेली दारुण मृत्यु को. भूल चुका था कुछ उसी तरह अपने देश को नहीं पहचान सका. मगर टूटता ही है आखिरकार भ्रमों का जाल, अफवाहों का सिलसिला, जेठ की दोपहर सा कठोर सच. अब वो मेरे सामने था. अथक मेहनत और सूझबूझ से दिन रात मिट्टी के टुकड़ों को कलाकार की जादुई प्रतिभा से इमारतों, कपड़ों, फूलों और अनाज के भारी गोदामों में तब्दील करता हुआ यही मेरा देश है. उसके हाथों बने महंगे और खूबसूरत कपड़े जाल और कफन है उसके. ऊंची इमारतों में चमक आती है उसके जलते झोपड़ों से. फूल जो पत्थरों पर चढ़ते हैं उसके खून से पाते हैं रंग और खुशबू. गोदामों में भरकर अनाज, दाने दाने को मोहताज, ताला बंद गोदामों के बाहर चक्कर काटता यही मेरा देश है. एक घबराए बेचैन इंतजार सा, वो जिसे धोखा दिया गया तमाम सालों से, सांस रोक कर आने जाने वालों से पूछता है, भाई कहीं आपने मसीहा को इधर आते देखा? वायदा किया था उसने पिछले चुनाव में, आएगा जल्दी ही, मिटाएगा गरीबी, दुख दर्द. सर्दी में अकड़े शरीर पर मोटे कंबल सी गर्मी और खुशी लाएगा. होंगे सब समान, किसी का दमन नहीं हो पाएगा. जब कभी मिलती भी है झलक मसीहा की या उसकी गरीबी घट रही होती है, तनी होती है तब लाठियां, बेड़ियां, हथकड़ियां, दीवारें आंसू गैस की, उसके और रोटी के बीच फासला और बढ़ जाता है। दिल्ली से जुड़ी सड़कें ठंडी असहाय लाशों से पट रही होती हैं, फिर भी वो इंतजार करता है, गुस्से में, कभी कभी गालियां देते हुए, अंग्रेजों की गुलामी वाले दिनों पर तरसता है, खास खास कर, लो ये रही तुम्हारी आजादी, उल्टी कर देता है खून की, ठठाकर हंसता है गोया किसी का मजाक उड़ा रहा हो। भौचक रह गया मैं उसे देखकर, बंधक उम्र सूदखोर के द्वार पर गिड़गिड़ाते, आदमी सवार को ढो ढो कर थके, ताड़ी पीकर गिरे बेहोश। माँ, माँ लोती नहीं दोगी? माँ लोती हो? क्या खाऊं माँ, तुम बहुत हलामी हो, लोती हो, मालती हो मुझे, लोती नहीं दोगी? भूखे तुतलाते सवालों को हवा में उछाल, गली के दाहिने मोड़ पर कुत्ते से जूठी पत्थर छीनते उस काले नंगे बच्चे को भिखमंगे नपुंसक जानवर घृणा और गुस्से में पूरी ताकत से तमाचा जड़ दिया। भौचक रह गया मैं उसे देखकर, भौचक रह गया मैं रात को, उभर आए थे मेरी उंगलियों के पांचों निशान मेरे शरीर पर, तपते बुखार में महसूस किया वो मेरी धमनियों में बह रहा है, आंसुओं से ढलकर, लावे सा पिघल कर जलते अमर्ष में देश होता जा रहा है। मानो देखा हो पहली बार अपने आप को, अरबों हाथों के बावजूद लूला, लंगड़ा हूं अरबों पैरों के बावजूद, करोड़ों आंखें मगर देख नहीं पाता, कंठ करोड़ों मगर कभी कभी महज भूकने जैसी आवाज करके रह गया। हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी और कच्छ से ब्रह्मपुत्र की लहरों तक फैला हुआ विराट शरीर कटा हुआ, वर्ग, संप्रदाय और जाति के टुकड़ों में बटा हुआ, एक अंग से नष्ट करता हुआ दूसरे अंग को आत्मघाती बौना। विराट बौने ने मानो पहली बार देखा हो स्वयं को, और देखा एक युगों पुरानी लोहू पीने वाली मशीन को। जितना भी कहा जाए या कहा जा सकेगा उससे ज्यादा ही क्रूर, ज्यादा ही बर्बक वो लोहू पीने वाली मशीन। बाहर से देखने में एकदम मोहक है, एकदम चकाचौंध कर देती है। याद है, इसी के आगे झुका है मेरा सिर कई बार, अज्ञान में, भय में, सम्मान में, लोकतंत्र और समाजवाद के नाम से मशहूर इसी दानवी मशीन को मैं देश मानता रहा। भीतर से जब देखा, तहखानों में छिपे बैठे अपराधी कानून की किताबों से ढक रहे हैं हत्या के विविध औजार, देश के अंग प्रत्यंग को जकड़कर प्रचंड वेग से ये मशीन खेतों में, खलिहानों में, अफसरों ऑफिसों से खींचकर सारा का सारा खून बोतलों में भरती है और जहाजों के जरिए अमेरिका, रूस, जर्मनी, जापान, पोलैंड, ब्रिटेन के बाजारों में सस्ते दामों पर बिक्री करती है। देखा मैंने एक तरफ दलाल रंग बिरंगे झंडों और नारों का नाटक खेलते, तलवा चाटते लंगड़े देश का लूले देश के हाथों में शब्दों की रोटियां, शब्दों के मकान, शब्दों के कपड़े बांटते। दलाल दलाल कागजों की चिंदियां थमा अंधे देश से अपना चुनाव करवाते, कुर्सियों के लिए एक दूसरे को खून सने दांतों से काटते। दलाल दलों के दल बदल के दलदल में धंसाते बेशुमार कर्ज के धार से दबे देश को। 5 साल, 5 साल, फिर 5 साल, फिर 5 साल, दलाल हर काम देश के हित में करते, पर्दे के पीछे छिपे अपराधी जमीन और पूंजी हड़पने की खाता बही भरते, लिख रहे हैं अंतरराष्ट्रीय मालिकों के नाम सब कुछ, सही सलामत जारी रखने का संदेश। हिंसा और फरेब के मजबूत कंधों पर ठीक टिकी ये लोहू पीने वाली मशीन इतनी सफाई से निपटा रही है मामले को कि दुश्मन दोस्त लगता है। मूर्छा की हालत में देश खुद रख देता है गर्दन उसकी तलवार के नीचे। हैजे से शहर की हिफाजत और सफाई कर वो घृणित है, अछूत है, मेहतर है, और प्रेम में पलते हैं वो बेहतर है। विष्ठा और संभोग की खुली प्रदर्शनी में लगे विदेशी नस्ल के कुत्ते जैसे गरीब किसान की ममता को, प्राण को, आत्मा को, बिटिया को सरेआम नंगा कर जमींदार कोड़े लगाता है। देखा मैंने देखा मैंने किसान मजदूर देश की असीम ममता को, उज्जवल प्राण को, विराट आत्मा को, सुंदर बिटिया को वाशिंगटन, मॉस्को, लंदन की सड़कों पर पिटते, डॉलर के कोड़ों से, रूबल के कोड़ों से पिटते, निर्वासित और वियतनाम के कातिलों की पैशाचिक वासना के पंजों में जकड़ी, घर्षित और घायल एक वैश्या की शक्ल। वियतनाम, धीरे धीरे मेरा देश वियतनाम, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, गिनी, मोजाम्बिक तक फैल गया। भौचक रह गया मैं फिर उसे इस बार देखकर, गोरे साम्राज्य की काली ताकत से लड़ते चंपारण में, नौसैनिकों की बगावत में, पुलों खंभों को तोड़ते, बम फेंकते असेंबली में, फांसी के तख्तों पर गाते हुए सरफरोशी के तमन्ना में, तेभागा में, तेलंगाना में, नक्सलबाड़ी में भेड़ियों को खदेड़ते हुए, किसान छापामार में बदलते देश को। अभी सुनता हूँ वो गुजरात में थालियां बजा बजा कर सूचना दे रहा है आने वाले भूकंप की। योद्धा बलिदानी अपराजय देश को देख मैं खुशी और सम्मान से चिल्ला उठा, मेरे देश का सही नाम वियतनाम है। अमेरिकी जंगबाजों से लोहा लेता हुआ वियतनाम, रूसी षड्यंत्र को बेनकाब करता हुआ कंबोडिया, मेरे देश का नाम, मेरे देश का नाम है, मेरे देश का नाम। ये लाइन मैं खुद जोड़ रहा हूँ। मेरे देश का नाम शाहीन बाग है, मेरे देश का नाम शाहीन बाग है। एक बर्बर फांसीवादी से लड़ता हुआ शाहीन बाग, शोषण और दमन के विरुद्ध विश्वव्यापी मशीन के विरुद्ध अविराम युद्ध ही मेरे देश का सही परिचय है। देशद्रोही करार दिया गया उसे अंग्रेजों के जमाने में, निर्वासित किया गया अपने घर से, लोहू पीने वाली मशीन ने उसे भूना मशीन गन से जलियांवाला बाग में। आज दूसरे देश में यही मशीन देशद्रोही उसे घोषित कर गोली मारती है, गिरफ्तार करती है। उसकी जवान उम्मीदों को, अपराजय विद्रोही देश को मैंने सतर्क रहने की चेतावनी दी। हरी क्रांति और हिंसक शांति के गहरे रिश्ते को ध्यान। तुमसे भी अधिक कुशल है गद्दार तुम्हारी भाषा बोलने में। दुश्मन ने झंडे का रंग बदलकर लाल भी कर लिया है। संगठित करो, संगठित करो, करोड़ों करोड़ आग्नेय हाथों को संगठित करो, तोड़ो सामंतों, दलाल, पूंजीखोरों को, हिंसक लोहू पीने वाली मशीन को तोड़ो, हिंसक हो उठो। मेरे गरीब किसान मजदूर देश, मेरी वंचित ममता, मेरे लुटे हुए प्राण, मेरी निर्वासित आत्मा, मेरी अपमानित कविता, हिंसक हो उठो। माना कि निक्सन और ब्रेजनेव, मोदी और शाह शतरंज की गहरी चाल चलते हैं, प्रत्येक दाव पर उनके जलते हैं वियतनाम, कंबोडिया, चिली, फिलिस्तीन। दलाल उनकी शह पर तुम्हें कुचलते हैं। माना कि पुख्ता है, खौफनाक है लोहू पीने वाली मशीन, मगर अब चीन पिंग पोंग की गेंद से बदल देता है शतरंज के मोर्चे। वियतनाम में मात खा चुका है, घेर लिया गया है दुश्मन, नाक की बढ़ती लपटों से घिरे नोमते हैं। थाईलैंड में भगदड़ मच चुकी है, और अगर तुम रोक भर भी दो अपने तमाम हाथ, ये मशीन ठप पड़ सकती है। कितना भारी व्यंग है, कितना भारी व्यंग है कि तुम्हारा लोहू पीने वाली मशीन खुद को तुम्हारे हाथों चलाती है, चल पाती है। याद रखो, कभी नहीं टूटती हथकड़ियां खुद ब खुद। हरगिज हरगिज बेड़ियां नहीं कहती कि जाओ तुम्हें आजाद किया। उन्हें चाहिए धारदार अस्त्र की भरपूर चोट। मुक्त होने के लिए बंदूकों का मुंह मोड़ना पड़ता है। याद रखो, जहां कानून का मतलब भूख, अपमान और खून है, वहां भूख, अपमान और खून का हमलावर होना ही सही कानून है। समय फैसला कर चुका है तुम्हारे पक्ष में, पूरब लाल हो उठा है। उठो मेरे देश, मैं तुम्हें आवाज देता हूँ, करोड़ों कंठों से, अरबों पैरों में बांध कर तूफान उठो। धधको बगावत की लोहू सी लाल अदम में लपटों में। उठो मेरे देश, मैं तुम्हें आवाज देता हूँ, करोड़ों कंठों से, अरबों पैरों में बांध कर तूफान उठो। धधको बगावत की लोहू सी लाल।
बहुत खूब, बहुत 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 खूब, क्या बात है। ये कविता, इसका क्या गजब का स्वीप है यार। मतलब इट्स रियली, हाँ, इट्स ह्यूज। आई मीन इट कवर्स सो मेनी थिंग्स। इट्स एन एक्सपीरियंस। इट्स क्वाइट एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी।
जी, हालांकि कुछ जो एग्जाम्पल्स हैं वो समसामयिक थे उस वक्त के। अभी थोड़ा कंटेम्पररी करने की इसकी जरूरत है इसको। लेकिन हाँ, मतलब एक साफ बात ये कहती है, जो बड़ी बात ये कहती है कि operation, the means of the machine of operation runs itself with, you know, art. So thank you so much for. So this poem I have been performing, you know, when I used to do theater, I used to perform this as a solo piece. तो मैंने
Okay.
इसको हाँ एक लंबे समय तक मैंने परफॉर्म किया, हालांकि काफी वक्तों से नहीं किया, तुम भूल गया हूँ।
तो अब तुम्हें स्टूडियो सफदर आना पड़ेगा दिल्ली।
हाँ मैं इसको तो मतलब दोबारा परफॉर्म करना चाहता हूँ, सुनने।
हाँ, क्योंकि ये तो स्टूडियो सफदर के लिए ही बनी है ये कविता और ये परफॉर्मेंस, है ना? You have to perform this. Okay. So do we have something else you'd like to perform?
Yeah, I was thinking to sing few, but I don't know it will, मतलब जरा मुश्किल होगी वो आवाज, क्योंकि वैसे ही
आवाज का
कमजोर
इशू
है।
होगा क्योंकि हाँ, you have to keep holding the mic क्योंकि आवाज कम आ रही है।
तो मैं यूं करता हूँ कि मैं देखिए बैलेड ऑफ पहलू खान तो गा मतलब पढ़ पाना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि वो
हाँ, करेक्ट,
गीत उसका बहुत सोल है, ट्यून उसका बहुत सोल है, तो
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
लेकिन मैं अच्छे दिन
इनफैक्ट
blues
अच्छे दिन ब्लूज भी गाने वाली चीज ही है ना, बट कैन यू डू अच्छे दिन ब्लूज?
मैं कोशिश करता हूँ बिना गिटार के करने की, लेकिन पता नहीं कैसा होगा ये।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं एक बात बता दूं, हमें बहुत रिक्वेस्ट आ रहे हैं कि सब याद रखा जाएगा तो करना ही करना है, तो दैट हैज टू बी योर लास्ट थिंग, ओके?
मैं जल्दी लास्ट में पहुंच जाऊंगा। तो ठीक है, मैं फिर यूं करता हूँ कि जो दो नज़में हैं और मैं जामिया की लड़कियां सुना देता हूँ आप लोगों को, इनकार करता हूँ सुना देता हूँ, और अच्छे दिन अगर गा पाया तो ठीक है, फिर सब याद रखा जाएगा और फिर मैं आपसे
जरूर
तो,
जरूर।
तो अच्छे दिन ब्लूज की कोशिश करता हूँ मैं, लेकिन कल सुबह में निकला मॉर्निंग वॉक, चाय बैठा चौक पे, सूरज उगा नहीं था अब तक, चांद फलक पे अब भी बाकी था, नशे में लड़खड़ा रहे थे सितारे, मेरे संग बैठा चाय पी रहा सा, वक्त फजर गुजर गई न हुई अज़ा, मैंने पूछा क्या बात है, मस्जिद हो गई बंद, साके ने कहा टूट गई मस्जिद, होती नहीं अज़ान, इबादत करने वाले रह गए थे बहुत चंद, हवाएं सर्द थी मौसम खुशनुमा था, पास में बैठी एक छोटी बच्ची थी गमगीन, प्योस पड़ी थी, मैंने उस चख के देखा उस थी नमकीन, और साके ने कहा जाइए आगे आपका मुंतजर एक नजारा है, बोल के जाइएगा आगे एक पागल कुत्ता, आवारा है। पढ़ देता हूँ, गाने में मुझे कंफर्टेबल होने आवारा है। मैं चला आगे, सीधे बस वही चली थी, आगे जाके की दुकान में बहुत भीड़ लगी थी, मैंने पूछा क्या बेच रहे हो, न दाल है न चीनी न नमक, दुकानदार ने कहा पूछा है इस बार न पूछना, दोबारा दे रहा हूँ सबक, मेरे पास बेचने को कुछ नहीं सो बेच रहा हूँ गफलत, दाल बहुत महंगी है सो लोग खरीद रहे हैं नफरत, सब अपनी सहूलियत से खरीदते हैं नफरत, कोई कम कोई ज्यादा, ये दुकानदार मेरे दोस्त है बस नफरत का एक, दुकानदार ने कहा जाइए आगे आपका मुंतजर एक नजारा है, संभल के जाइएगा आगे पागल कुत्ता, आवारा है। सुबह हुई, सूरज की रोशनी चारों तरफ फैल रही थी, मरे तालाब में एक जिंदा मछली तैर रही थी। सड़क के किनारे पड़ी थी हजारों इज्जत व आबरू, मर्दों का भगवान कर रहा था लिखना, औरतों की किस्मत शुरू। एक कतार में लाखों लोग खड़े थे, हाथ में लेके पहचान पत्र, सबकी आंखों में था भय। दूर कहीं से आवाज आ रही थी, भारत जय। अंधेरी गलियों से निकला एक नूर खड़ा था दलदल पे, अपने सर पे अपनी पहचान का बोझ संभाले। मैं जहाँ से गुजर रहा था वहां था एक भव्य विश्वविद्यालय, और कुलपति ने कहा, वाइस चांसलर, और कुलपति ने कहा, जाइए आगे, आपका मुंतजर एक नजारा है। मुंतजर का मतलब अवेटिंग, इंतजार में है आपके, नजारा मतलब विजुअल। और कुलपति ने कहा, जाइए आगे, आपका मुंतजर एक नजारा है, संभल के जाइएगा, आगे पागल कुत्ता आ रहा है। मचलने लगे थे मैं खाने, छलकने लगे थे जाम, सूरज ढलने को हुआ, हो चली थी शाम। मचलने लगे थे मैं खाने, छलकने लगे थे जाम, सूरज ढलने को हुआ, हो चली थी शाम। बादल गरजने लगे थे, चमकने लगी थी बिजलियां, अदालतों के बाहर ज़िबा की जा रही थी तितली। ज़बा दराजों की ज़बान को मार गया था लकवा, ज़बा दराज मतलब ज़बान के बहुत माहिर होते हैं। ज़बा दराजों की ज़बान को मार गया था लकवा, सरे अर्श उग रहा था इंद्रधनुष भगवा। और वो नजारा रूबरू था मेरी नजर से, दो लाशें लटक रही थी एक ही शाखे शजर से। सब चीख चीख के बतला रहे थे कातिल कितना महान, सब चीख चीख के बतला रहे थे कातिल कितना महान। बस एक पागल कुत्ता आवारा था जो भौंक भौंक के कर रहा था ये फसाना बयान। एक जानवर के बहाने कत्ल किए गए इंसान है, एक जानवर के बहाने, बीमारी के बहाने कत्ल किए गए इंसान है, और कहते हैं दिल्ली में ऐसे बहानों की बहुत बड़ी खान है। कहते हैं दिल्ली में ऐसे बहानों की बहुत बड़ी खान है। ये देख कर यूं मेरे लब मुस्कुरा गए, था इंतजार जिसका वो अच्छे दिन आ गए। मैं चला आगे, दिल में लिए उम्मीद सहर, वो पागल कुत्ता आवारा था मेरा हम। So
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब. This is beautiful. It really is. And I love the way how the image of the mad dog gets, turned.
yeah,
There's a twist in the tail in a sense, right? It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite. Absolutely.
this is what actually
जो लोग
happened.
देख रहे जी
हाँ मतलब जो लोग
जी
जो है
सॉरी
वो, जो लोग कह रहे हैं एक्चुअली में, जो लोग आगाह कर रहे हैं लोगों को आने वाले खतरे से, नफरत से, उन्हीं को कहा जा रहा है कि इनसे बच कर रहो तुम। ये बड़ा मतलब है, बहुत खतरनाक चुटकुला है ना, खौफनाक चुटकुला है, चुटकुला है।
जी जी
तो मैं बस
जो लोग हमें देख रहे हैं जी जी एक सेकंड सॉरी सॉरी जो लोग हमें देख रहे हैं उनसे मैं फिर से ये कह दूं कि if you can watch us on Chrome or Firefox, you'll get better results. Amir's audio is not very sharp, but that's how it is, and these are the conditions in which we are working, in which Amir is living his life. So therefore, I will not. I'll not apologize for this. But I will ask you to sort of bear with us and try and use headphones if you can. It's a little bit better with headphones. Over to you, Amir.
जी, तो देखिए मैंने खत लिखा है सरकार को कि मैं कलाकार हूँ, मुझे इस दौर में एक हेडफोन की जरूरत है। देखिए कहाँ तक पहुँचता है। हाँ तो मैं बस, दिस इज द सेकंड लास्ट ऑफ इट। आई रीड जामिया की लड़कियां, देन आई रीड सजावट। जामिया की लड़कियां, आई एम रीडिंग फॉर some very particular reasons also, because now in this time that we are doing this, we are talking, one of the 60 members of Safura Zargar is in jail. She is pregnant, and she's in Tihad in most harsh conditions, we can understand. So today this poetry I'm
थोड़ा जोर से बोलो Amir, please. You're really dropping. Your audio is really dropping.
yeah. So I was saying that today I'm reading this because in the cover of this pandemic, a lot of Jamia students are being sent to jail, have been being slapped with UAPA. and especially Safura Zargar, who is a JCC member also, Jamia or research scholar. अभी रमजान चल रहा है जैसा आप सब लोगों को पता है, और इस वक्त में तिहाड़ में होना एक प्रेग्नेंट औरत के लिए वो कितना हॉरिफिक हो सकता है वो बताने की जरूरत नहीं. So today I'm reading it for her, for Safura. So the poem is called जामिया की लड़कियां. शाहों को बेनकाब करती हैं, शाहों को बेनकाब करती हैं, इशारों से इनकलाब करती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां. शाहों को बेनकाब करती हैं, इशारों से इनकलाब करती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां. और पितृसत्ता के कपड़े फट जाते हैं, पितृसत्ता के कपड़े फट जाते हैं, सब लोग राह से हट जाते हैं जब रास्तों पे डट जाती हैं जामिया. जब रास्तों पे डट जाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां, और जब पुलिस उठाती है लाठी और लोग उठाते हैं पत्थर, जब पुलिस उठाती है लाठी और लोग उठाते हैं पत्थर, मक्तल से चीखें उठती, मक्तल से चीखें उठती हैं, इंसान की सांसें रुकती हैं, जब आहें सब घुटती रहती हैं, निगाहें सब झुकती रहती हैं, झुकने लगते हैं जुल्म के आगे जब दुनिया के सब आदमी, झुकने लगते हैं जुल्म के आगे जब दुनिया के सब आदमी, थकने लगते हैं मालिकों से लड़ लड़ के गुलाम भी, जब इंसानियत के टूटे टुकड़े सड़कों पर गिरने लगते हैं. भींच के मुट्ठी, भींच के मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती है जामिया की, भींच के मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां. और जब भींच के मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां, जालिम की जमीन हिलने लगती है, जालिम की जमीन हिलने लगती है, हकीकत ख्वाब से मिलने लगती है. और जब भींच की मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां, चूल्हों से बांध दी गई चिंगारियां मशाल बन जाती हैं, चूल्हों से बांध दी गई चिंगारियां मशाल बन जाती हैं, गुलाम के बेड़ियों की आवाज आजादी की झनकार बन जाती हैं, तानाशाह के जी का जंजाल बन जाती है. और जब भींच के मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां, जब भींच के मुट्ठी सड़कों से नारे उठाती हैं जामिया की लड़कियां, जालिम की जमीन हिलने लगती है, हकीकत ख्वाब से मिलने लगती है. मैं शायद एक लाइन भूल गया हूँ. किसी की माँ, किसी की बेटी, किसी की बीवी नहीं, यह जामिया की लड़कियां. किसी की माँ, किसी की बेटी, किसी की बीवी, किसी की बहन नहीं, यह जामिया की लड़कियां. किसी की इज्जत, किसी की आबरू, किसी का घर, किसी का सहन नहीं, यह जामिया की लड़कियां. किसी की इज्जत, किसी की आबरू, किसी का घर, किसी का सहन नहीं, यह जामिया की लड़कियां. और इनकलाब में जितनी भी लिखी गई इतिहास के पन्नों पर, इनकलाब में जितनी भी लिखी गई इतिहास के पन्नों पर, किसी की माँ, किसी की बेटी, किसी की बीवी, किसी की बहन नहीं है जामिया की लड़कियां. किसी की इज्जत, किसी की आबरू, किसी का घर, किसी का सहन नहीं, यह जामिया की लड़कियां. और जिंदगी भी जीती हैं, सिगरेट भी पीती, जिंदगी भी जीती हैं, सिगरेट भी पीती हैं, आवारगी की मिसाल भी है जामिया की लड़कियां. जिंदगी भी जीती हैं, सिगरेट भी पीती हैं, आवारगी की मिसाल भी है जामिया की लड़कियां. और राय अपना अपने हाथ में रखिए, राय अपना अपने हाथ में रखिए, जरूरत पड़े तो हिजाब रखिए, निकालती बालों की खाल भी है जामिया की. राय अपना अपने हाथ में रखिए, जरूरत पड़े तो हिजाब रखिए, निकालती बालों की खाल भी है जामिया की लड़कियां. और ये आखिरी लाइन है कि इनकलाब में जितनी भी लिखी गई इतिहास के पन्नों पर, वो सब आयतें भी हैं जामिया की लड़कियां. और मन ही मन में दुनिया की सारी औरतें भी हैं जामिया.
वाह वाह वाह, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब.
मैंने शायद एक लाइन मिस कर दी है.
अरे कोई बात नहीं यार, लाइव परफॉर्मेंस है ये. और तुम याद करके बोल रहे थे, पढ़ के नहीं बोल रहे थे. कुछ लोगों ने ये पूछा है कि वो लंबी कविता का शीर्षक क्या है. मेरे हिसाब से उसका शीर्षक उठो मेरा देश है ना. उठो मेरा देश. तो दर्शकों को बता दें कि उसका शीर्षक है उठो मेरा देश. और ये ऑनलाइन कहीं पे उपलब्ध है क्या?
है, कविता कोश में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन अभी तो मैंने आज खोजा, वो नहीं मिला.
अच्छा.
लेकिन गोरख पांडे की कविताओं की किताब है मौजूद दुकानों में. ऑनलाइन कविता कोश में एक बार देख लें, उनकी कविताएं मिल जाएंगी.
राइट राइट, ठीक है.
बाकी
जी
बस मैं एक डिस्क्लेमर और दे दूं इस कविता के लिए कि ये कविता इस दौर में इसलिए मतलब ये पढ़ना इसलिए भी ज़रूरी था कि इस वक्त सिर्फ जामिया मतलब हालांकि मैंने सिर्फ जामिया कहा जो थोड़ा छोटा हिस्सा है, लेकिन अभी कश्मीर के बहुत सारे जर्नलिस्ट हैं,
जी
महिलाएं पुरुष सब तमाम जिन पे लगातार दमन चल रहा है, तो वो तमाम और ख़ास के देखिए ये कविता बड़ा लोग पूछते हैं, मतलब कई बार लोगों ने पूछा भी है कि क्या मैं एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ इस कविता के ज़रिए। सवाल ये आता है क्योंकि देखिए मेरा पोजीशन नहीं है, मेरा पोजीशन ये नहीं है, लेकिन ये कविता इस कविता में कोई इस कविता में कोई ख्याल नहीं है, मतलब कोई ख्यालीपन नहीं है। ऐसा नहीं है कि ये कविता मैंने किसी ख्याल में लिखी है, किसी एक घटना को बढ़ाने के लिए, छोटा करने के लिए। ये मतलब ये और जो भी लोग जामिया में थे उस वक्त ये उन लोगों ने देखा है, और जामिया में क्या दिल्ली में पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जो लोग थे वो, मैं आपको एक छोटा सा किस्सा बता के आगे बढ़ूंगा कि मैं जब रांची गया था, जब मैं रांची में पढ़ रहा था, मैं तो वहाँ एक 15 साल की लड़की होगी, 15 साल की एक बच्ची थी, हिजाब बंद बच्ची थी, और वो कविता पढ़ रही थी। जब मैं पहुंचा तो वो एक कविता पढ़ रही थी, और देखिए मुझे ज़्यादा समझ तो नहीं है, लेकिन अब तमाम परफॉर्मर्स ये बात समझेंगे, लिखने वाले समझ पाए या ना समझ पाए, कि देखिए परफॉर्मेंस को, किसी भी परफॉर्मेंस को फेक करना इतना आसान नहीं होता। आप अगर परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, अगर उसमें कमिटमेंट दिख रहा है, तो कड़ियाँ चाहिए जो आपको उस पर्टिकुलर टेक्स्ट से, उस पर्टिकुलर डायलॉग से जोड़े। और वो बच्ची जिस तरह से, वो लड़की जिस तरह से पढ़ रही थी, आप यकीन माने जो लेवल ऑफ कमिटमेंट था वो I cannot express. There is no poetry. Even I will not be able to write a poetry who can express the visual. तो कमिटमेंट मैंने देखा, और वो जितनी मोहब्बत थी उस कमिटमेंट में, जितनी मोहब्बत थी, तो these girls, these women have shown a way. मैं इतना प्रेरित हो गया था उसको देख के, मैं इतना इंस्पायर हो गया था उस लड़की को देख के कि मैं, यकीन मानिए, मैं मतलब वो अभी तक मेरे दिमाग में है। एंड she was reading. तो ये ऐसा नहीं है, ये सारी घटनाएं हुई हैं, जो भी मैं बात कहता हूँ इस कविता में, वो सारी घटनाएं हुई हैं, और सबूत मौजूद हैं बिल्कुल ना। अभी आज के दौर में वो लड़कियां, वो औरतें हैं, सबूत आपके सामने है, ऐसा कोई ख्याली बात नहीं। तो खैर, अब तो जनाब मैं अब आखिरी नज़्म पढ़ूंगा आप लोगों के सामने।
जी और मैं ये भी कह दूं कि ये आपने जैसा कहा, ये सिर्फ जामिया की लड़कियों की बात नहीं है, आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लड़कियों की बात है ये, जिनमें से एक छोटी सी लड़की, छोटी सी मतलब कद और काठी में छोटी सी, लेकिन अपनी पर्सनालिटी में बहुत बड़ी, ओयशी घोष, अभी थोड़ी देर बाद हमारे साथ होंगी, 1 घंटे बाद जो है वो 3:30 बजे हमारे साथ होंगी। तो एक तरह से मुझे ये भी ठीक ही लगा कि आपने ये कविता पढ़ी, which is a kind of a welcome for Oishi as well.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मतलब इस वक्त तो देखिए जिस तरह का दौर है, और मतलब जैसा लोगों को लग रहा था या लोग कह रहे थे, वो मतलब सबको मुंह की खानी पड़ी, जिन्होंने भी एक परसेप्शन जो बना के चल रहे थे उनको मुंह की खानी पड़ी, उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है इसको लिया कैसे जाए। तो वो खैर,
जी तो सब याद रखा जाएगा।
मैं आखिरी ये नज्म पढ़ रहा हूँ आप लोगों से, तमाम माफी के साथ ऑडियो के लिए, और पता नहीं, मतलब माफी की जरूरत हमेशा रहती है, इसलिए माफी मांगना बहुत अच्छा होता है। तो जी, तो आप लोग मुझे माफ करें, आप सबसे मोहब्बत की दुआओं की दरख्वास्त है, और कविताओं की दरख्वास्त है, और इसका उन्वान है सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। तुम्हारी लाठियों और गोलियों से जो कत्ल हुए हैं मेरे यार सब, तुम्हारी लाठियों और गोलियों से जो कत्ल हुए हैं मेरे यार सब, उनकी याद में दिलों को बर्बाद रखा जाएगा, याद रखा जाएगा। सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। और तुम स्याहियों से झूठ लिखोगे हमें मालूम है, तुम स्याहियों से झूठ लिखोगे हमें मालूम है, हो हमारे खून से ही हो सही सच जरूर लिखा जाएगा, वो हमारे खून से ही हो सही सच जरूर लिखा जाएगा। मोबाइल टेलीफोन इंटरनेट भरी दोपहर में बंद करके, मोबाइल टेलीफोन इंटरनेट भरी दोपहर में बंद करके, सर्द अंधेरी रात में पूरे शहर को नजर बंद करके, हथौड़ियां लेकर दफतन मेरे घर में घुस आना, हथौड़ियां लेकर दफतन मेरे घर में घुस आना, मेरा सर बदन मेरी मुख्तसर सी जिंदगी को तोड़ जाना, मेरे लखते जिगर को बीच चौराहे पे मारकर, मेरे लखते जिगर को बीच चौराहे पे मारकर, यूं बेअंदाज झुंड में खड़े होकर तुम्हारा मुस्कुराना, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। और दिन में मीठी मीठी बातें करना सामने से, दिन में मीठी मीठी बातें करना सामने से, सब कुछ ठीक है हर जबान में तुतलाना, दिन में मीठी मीठी बातें करना सामने से, सब कुछ ठीक है हर जबान में तुतलाना, रात होते ही हक मांग रहे लोगों पे लाठियां चलाना, गोलियां चलाना, हम ही पे हमला करके हम ही को हमलावर बताना, सब याद रखा जाएगा। हम ही पे हमला करके हम ही को हमलावर बताना, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। और मैं अपनी हड्डियों पे लिख कर रखूंगा ये सारे वारदात, मैं अपनी हड्डियों पे लिख कर रखूंगा ये सारे वारदात, तुम जो मांगते हो मुझसे मेरे होने के कागजात, अपनी हस्ती का तुमको सबूत जरूर दिया जाएगा, ये जंग तुम्हारी आखिरी सांस तक लड़ा जाएगा, ये जंग तुम्हारी आखिरी सांस तक लड़ा जाएगा, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। और ये भी याद रखा जाएगा कि किस किस तरह से तुमने वतन को तोड़ने की साजिशें की, ये भी याद रखा जाएगा कि किस किस तरह से तुमने वतन को तोड़ने की साजिशें की, और ये भी याद रखा जाएगा कि किस किस जतन से हमने वतन को जोड़ने की ख्वाहिशें की, ये भी याद रखा जाएगा कि किस किस जतन से हमने वतन को जोड़ने की ख्वाहिशें की। और जब कभी भी जिक्र आएगा जहां में दौर बुज़दिली का, जब कभी भी जिक्र आएगा जहां में दौर बुज़दिली का, तुम्हारा नाम याद रखा जाएगा। और जब कभी भी जिक्र आएगा जहां में दौर जिंदगी का, वे ऑफ लाइफ, दौर जिंदगी का, हमारा नाम याद रखा जाएगा, हमारा नाम याद रखा जाएगा। कि कुछ लोग थे, कि कुछ लोग थे जो जिनके इरादे टूटे नहीं थे लोहे की हथौड़ियों से, कि कुछ लोग थे जिनके इरादे टूटे नहीं थे लोहे की हथौड़ियों से, कि कुछ लोग थे जिनके जमीर बिके नहीं थे इजारेदारों की कौड़ियों से, कि कुछ लोग थे जो डटे रहे थे तूफान नूह के गुजर जाने के बाद तक, कि कुछ लोग थे जो डटे रहे थे तूफान नूह के गुजर जाने के बाद तक, कि कुछ लोग थे जो जिंदा रहे थे अपनी मौत की खबर आने के बाद तक। और भले भूल जाए, भले भूल जाए, भले भूल जाए पलक आंखों को मूंदना, भले भूल जाए जमी अपनी धूरी पे घूमना, हमारे कटे परों की परवाज को, हमारे फटे गलों की आवाज को याद रखा जाए, हमारे कटे परों की परवाज को, हमारे फटे गलों की आवाज को याद रखा जाएगा। और तुम रात लिखो, तुम रात लिखो हम चांद लिखेंगे, तुम रात लिखो हम चांद लिखेंगे, तुम जेल में डालो हम दीवार फांद लिखेंगे, तुम FIR लिखो हम है तैयार लिखेंगे, तुम रात लिखो हम चांद लिखेंगे, तुम जेल में डालो हम दीवार फांद लिखेंगे, तुम FIR लिखो हम तैयार लिखेंगे। और तुम हमें कत्ल करो, यूं करो, तुम हमें कत्ल कर सकते हो, कर दो, क्या कर सकते हो, नहीं कर सकते, तुम हमें कत्ल कर दो, हम बन के भूत लिखेंगे, तुम्हारे कत्ल के सारे सबूत लिखेंगे, हम बन के भूत लिखेंगे, तुम्हारे कत्ल के सारे सबूत लिखेंगे। और तुम अदालतों से बैठकर चुटकुले लिखो, हम सड़कों दीवारों पे इंसाफ लिखेंगे, बहरे भी सुन ले इतनी जोर से बोलेंगे, अंधे भी पढ़ ले इतना साफ लिखेंगे, बहरे भी सुन ले इतनी जोर से बोलेंगे, अंधे भी पढ़ ले इतना साफ लिखेंगे। तुम काला कमल लिखो हम लाल गुलाब लिखेंगे, और तुम जमीन पे जुल्म लिख दो, तुम रात लिखो हम चांद लिखेंगे, तुम जेल में डालो हम दीवार फान लिखेंगे, तुम FIR लिखो हम हथियार लिखेंगे, तुम हमें कत्ल कर दो हम बन के भूत लिखेंगे, तुम्हारा कत्ल के सारे सबूत लिखेंगे, तुम अदालतों में बैठ के चुटकुले लिखो हम सड़कों दीवारों पर इंसाफ लिखेंगे, बारे में सुन ले इतनी जोर से बोलेंगे अंधेरे पढ़ ले इतना साफ लिखेंगे, तुम काला कमल लिखो हम लाल गुलाब लिखेंगे, तो तुम जमीन पे जुल्म लिख दो आसमान पे इनकलाब लिखा जाएगा, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। तो तुम जमीन पे जुल्म लिख दो आसमान पे इनकलाब लिखा जाएगा, सब याद रखा जाएगा, सब कुछ याद रखा जाएगा। ये आखिरी मिसरा है कि ताकि, और ये सबसे जरूरी मिसरा है मेरे लिए, तो सबसे जरूरी मिसरा है कि ताकि सो दैट, ताकि तुम्हारे नाम पर लानतें भेजी जा सकें ताउम्र, ताकि तुम्हारे नाम पे ताउम्र लानतें भेजी जा सकें, ताकि तुम्हारे मुजस्समों पर कालिखें पोती जा सके, तुम्हारे नाम तुम्हारे मुजस्समों को आबाद रखा जाए। बहुत बहुत
बहुत खूब,
शुक्रिया,
बहुत खूब। आखिरी एक आध सेकंड के लिए आपका ऑडियो चला गया था, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, इट रियली वाज अ टूर द फोर्स। थैंक यू आमिर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। हमारा वक्त अब पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चुका है, तो इसलिए मैं बहुत ज्यादा नहीं बोलने वाला है। अब 2:29 हो रहे हैं और 2:30 बजे MD पल्लवी को आना है। मैं केवल एक बात कह दूं हमारे दर्शकों से, और वो ये है कि अभी हम स्ट्रीम स्विच करने वाले हैं आमिर से पल्लवी पे, तो इसलिए 5-7 सेकंड के लिए बीच में आपका जो स्क्रीन है वो शायद ब्लैंक हो जाएगा और उस पर कुछ कोई कनेक्शन एरर या कुछ इस तरह से आएगा। आप चिंता ना करें, 5-7 सेकंड बाद स्ट्रीमिंग जो है वो दोबारा शुरू हो जाएगी, और आप अगर रिफ्रेश करें अपने पेज को तो सब सही रहेगा। तो इन लफ्जों के साथ आमिर अजीज, आज के दौर के एक बहुत ही जरूरी शायर, एक बहुत ही जोरदार आवाज आपकी है, और आपने एक पूरी जनरेशन को, और मैं कहूंगा कि सिर्फ आपकी जनरेशन को नहीं, आप आपसे सीनियर जनरेशन और जूनियर जनरेशन, आपने सभी को इंस्पिरेशन दिया है, हिम्मत दी है, ताकत दी है, और आपकी लेखनी में इसी तरह से ताकत जो है वो बरकरार रहे। इन शुभकामनाओं के साथ और आपको क्रांतिकारी जो है लाल सलाम हम पेश करते हैं, और मई दिवस जिंदाबाद। आज के इस आयोजन में पहले ऑनलाइन मई दिवस में मे डे बुक स्टोर और लिफ्ट बुक्स के साथ जोड़ने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Thank you for having me, and to all of the people who are watching it, thank you so much for bearing it for so long. It took almost 1 hour. Meant to. Thank you so much, and I'll see you. See you people.
All right, so we'll switch streams now. So just
Bag it for the end.
So what's going to be your third song then?
So the third song that I've chosen to sing, this is a Malayalam song.
Oh.
And again, this is the song that is sung by a woman who is carrying water for the Swami. He's the owner of the fields, and she works in the fields, and she's carrying water, but she also has a child on her waist. And she sings this as she walks. And I'll just possibly translate.
I'm sure we have several friends right now logging in who could, who are from Kerala. I think they'll be really,
I
really
must
happy.
apologize to them because there might be.
No. I think that'll be wonderful.
In the way that I pronounce the Malayalam words, but this is one of my most favorite songs, and we sing it in threshold.
Oh,
And I.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. She says, "Is it not blood if our skin is cut? Is it not blood if you are cut? Is it not blood if I am cut? In front of the Lord, we are all the same, you and I." From north to south is my going. From south to north is your coming. On my waist I hold a child. On my head is a pot of toddy. How am I to give way to you, sir? How am I to give way to you? Did you not break the coconut I gave? Did you not find water in it? Was it not the banana that grew in our yard that was made as an offering to your God? Was it not the flower that bloomed in our land that was garlanded on your God? Why are we then bickering about caste, sir? Why are we then bickering about caste? Nangala kotyalum churalle chumare ningala ಕರಿಯಾಂಡ ಕೊಯಿ ಕಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಾರು ಚೆನ್ನ അവിടേക്ക നിങ്ങളും ഞങ്ങളും പൊലിക 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 May you all prosper. May you all prosper. Poliga, 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 poliga.
वाह, बहुत ही सुंदर. It's a very so is it a this is a folk song, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
As in, it is sung in the Teyyam repertoire.
Okay. Okay.
By somebody who plays the lower caste.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
its format is a very folkish, folksy.
Very folkish. Very folkish. Yeah. I've also always I like wonder, because I've seen Threshold and all these performances that you do, and like how do you kind of I mean, you don't really have to answer it, but I always wonder that what a great collection and what a great selection actually of songs, and how does one end up you find these songs which is there, and suddenly something clicks, and then it becomes part of one's repertoire. Yeah.
We
So
did a lot of research and we keep adding to it. Like the YouTube version that is there now, the full concert, it does not have this song.
Okay.
So we have
Okay.
added this later.
All right. So many people are joining us, Pallavi. Even they keep on joining us online, and yeah, so they are looking forward to hear your next song.
Okay, my next song. This one is again a vachana from the 12th century, and this is written by somebody called Urilinga Peddi. And Urilinga Peddi was a Dalit, and he was a thief. And he, joined the movement, and he wrote, I think, close to about 200 vachanas he has written. So I'm singing one of his vachanas.
Wow.
And in this vachana, that was his profession. He was a thief. But in this vachana, he talks about the need for a good character.
Yeah. Well, after all, what it is.
Yeah. So he says, nature gives you life, and life gives you knowledge, and knowledge leads you towards the Gurulinga, towards the divine, towards the one who can answer all questions. Oh Gurulinga, he calls Urilinga Pedipriya, that is his Ankita, that is his Kavyanama. And he says, please lead me to people, please let me meet people who believe in this, that knowledge is important to be gathered. And please keep me away from people who shun knowledge. He says that in his vachana. So this is Urilinga Peddi for you. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಬಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಪ್ರಾಣ, ಪ್ರಾಣ ಬಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಬಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಪ್ರಾಣ, ಪ್ರಾಣವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಞಾನವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಗುರುಲಿಂಗ ಜಂಗಮ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಪ್ರಾಣ ಪ್ರಾಣವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಞಾನವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಗುರುಲಿಂಗ ಜಂಗಮ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಪ್ರಾಣ ಪ್ರಾಣವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಂತೀವರ ಪ್ರಸಾದ ಸುಗುಣವೆಂದು ಹಿಡಿದು ಇಂತೀವರ ಪ್ರಸಾದ ಸುಗುಣವೆಂದು ಹಿಡಿದು ನಿರ್ಗುಣವೆಂದು ಬಿಡುವ ನಿರ್ಗುಣವೆಂದು ಬಿಡುವ ನಿರ್ಗುಣವೆಂದು ಬಿಡುವ ವ್ರತಗೇಡಿಗಳ ತೋರದಿರು ವ್ರತಗೇಡಿಗಳ ತೋರದಿರು ಗುರುಲಿಂಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ಪ್ರಿಯ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರ
Wow.
ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಪ್ರಾಣ ಪ್ರಾಣ ವಿಡಿದಿಹುದು ಜ್ಞಾನ
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. It's just lovely. It's just lovely. And you can just feel the person who has written it, the way he's thinking. I think it's also, even if you don't understand the language, one can feel how that person coming from a certain social background, must have felt, or it's really coming. It's beautiful,
Yeah.
just amazing. Yeah.
And he says, I mean, the fact that he makes jnana for that really says a lot about what they were looking for, what they were trying to find, what they stepped out of also.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, this, when you are saying that what is a good character, so how also I see myself, what is my own self image, even when I'm a thief, how am I trying to how am I looking myself vis-a-vis the world, the way the way in the context of the world, how they see me. It's just beautiful. It's just amazing. So the next song, Pallavi, people are really appreciating. They're saying it's magnificent, it's brilliant, they're really enjoying it. So let's have another one. We have some more minutes. We have about
I have 3 more songs. Do you have enough time for that? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So the next song I'm going to sing is a Hindi song written by Yash Malviya. I think a lot of people will know this poem. It's a very, very famous poem, and I really like it. So I hope you'll like it. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है. I learned this song from Dhamma. He has sung it online, so you should look out for Galga's Dhamma's rendition of this. I really like it.
Yes, it's a beautiful song.
दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. नाचते हैं भय सियारों से रंगे हैं, जिस तरफ देखो उधर कोहरे टंगे हैं. जो नशे में धुत है उनकी कहे क्या, जो नशे में धुत है उनकी कहे क्या. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. स्थगित है गति समय का रथ रुका है, कह रहा मन बहुत नाटक हो चुका है. प्रश्न का उत्तर कठिन है इसलिए ही, प्रश्न का उत्तर कठिन है इसलिए ही. प्रश्न 100 बार टाला जा रहा है. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. सींध गहरी नींद में भी लग गई है, खींचती सी रात काली जग गई है. सींध गहरी नींद में भी लग गई है, खींचती सी रात काली जग गई है. दृष्टि में है रोशनी की एक चलनी, दृष्टि में है दृष्टि में है रोशनी, रोशनी रोशनी रोशनी. दृष्टि में है रोशनी की एक चलनी, और गाढ़ा धुआं जाला जा रहा. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है. फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. दबे पैरों से उजाला आ रहा है, फिर कथाओं को खंगाला जा रहा है. दबे पैरों से उजाला.
Wow, it's just so goosebumps, and it's just brilliant. I remember hearing this song. अभी जो पल्लवी ने गाया वो बम्बई के अंदर एक कलाकार हैं, गाते हैं, धम्मा रक्षित. उन्होंने ये गाना गाया, और जैसा कि पल्लवी ने कहा कि अंशुम मालविया की ये कविता है जिसको उन्होंने कंपोज करके गाया. And every time one hears this song, whosoever is singing this composition, I think is just takes you to, it's inspirational, but it also just takes you to another world, you know, not that there is another world. This is the world, but it's just beautiful. Yeah. Thank you so much for singing this, Pallavi.
Thank you. I should thank Rama and Malviya ji. I heard this rendition also. He also sings it very well. His brother, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
So it's a beautiful poem.
yeah, yeah. So we have some more minutes, Pallavi. So what are the last two songs that you're going to sing?
So the
I know
last
the last
song.
one. What is the second last?
Yes. So the second last one is again a Vachana. And this is written by a woman called Lingama, who was, a worker. I guess used to work in the fields or something like that. We don't have exact information of what kind of work she did, but she writes about gender, and she says, after a certain point, my gender disappears. Hoguta hoguta. As I climbed the mountain, my stomach began to disappear. I reached the top of the mountain, and there I let go of Arthur. What do you say, Turya? Arthur, like what is the word for speed, or
Okay.
the necessity for a certain kind of motion. I let go of that. I stood amongst nothingness. My karma was erased. My sins were erased. My knowledge and my memory disappeared. My body disappeared. And I crossed the boundary, and I just became one with a shining light. And Lingama and many such poets from the women poets from the 12th century, they addressed gender and they continuously questioned it. Like there's another Vachana which says, if there is mustache, it is man. If there is breast and long hair, it is a woman. But the mind which created these differences, is that male or female?
Quite
So,
right. Quite right.
Yeah, there are so many of these vachanas where they are questioning gender and the understanding of it. So this is Lingama, third poem for you. Oh, Gutta, oh, Gutta. Oh, Gutta, oh, Gutta. Oh, Gutta, oh, Gutta. ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಪಟ್ಟ ಬಯಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ 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 ತುಟ್ಟ ತುದಿಯಲೇರಿ ತುರಿಯಾದೀತನಾಗಿ ತುಟ್ಟ ತುದಿಯಲೇರಿ ತುರಿಯಾದೀತನಾಗಿ ಬಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂದು ನೋಡುತ್ತಿರಲು ಕರ್ಮ ಕಡಿಗೋಡಿತ್ತು ಮರವು ನಷ್ಟವಾಯಿತು ಕರ್ಮ ಕಡಿಗೋಡಿತ್ತು ಮರವು ನಷ್ಟವಾಯಿತು ತೆರನಳಿದು ನಾಟಕವ ದಾಟಿ ತೆರನಳಿದು ನಾಟಕವ ದಾಟಿ ಕೂಡಿ ಬೆರಸಿ ಬೇನಾಗದೆಪ್ಪ ಶರಣ 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 Sharana, 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 oh Buddha, oh Buddha, oh Buddha, oh Buddha, oh Buddha, oh
क्या बात, क्या बात. ये आपने शायद थ्रेशोल्ड में भी गाया है. I have heard this song earlier.
Yeah,
I think it's in, yeah. It's quite nice, very nice. So, people are also asking Pallavi that they at some point they would like to reach out to you, collaborate, and so on and so forth. So, whosoever asks us, we'll put them in touch with you.
Yes.
Yeah. Our collaboration with you through Jannatya Manch has been really, really wonderful, and we hope to collaborate even more. And I think with on that note, probably you can sing the song, the last one maybe in the series. Yeah.
Yes. Like I said, this song is from Tathagat, the one that I'm going to sing. And it was one of the most beautiful experiences of my life to come to Delhi and to work with Jannatya Manch, to work on a street play, which I had done many, many years ago with my grandfather, to work with Abhishek Majumdar, his script, his direction, and to work with all of you. I think you are some of the most nicest people I've ever met. So for people who are willing to collaborate, they should come and work with Jannatya Manch also. And come to Mayday Bookstore, which is like one of my favorite places to visit in Delhi if I ever am in Delhi. It's a treasure trove of books. So thank you. And I'll sing this song, which actually, do you want to translate it, Komita? Just say a couple of words. This is the song that you sing in the play.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm ready with the exact translation, but this song is one of the songs in the play Tathagat, and it talks about the basically the grandness of Tathagat. So it talks about that, and the composition and also the lyrics. Pallavi will sing, and you'll know. It comes together very well because it immediately transfers. I mean, there is, even within the lyrics and the composition, there is a lot of pride. The pride that comes, a Dalit is singing that song. A person from the lower caste is singing that song, and the minute you hear it, when we actors in Janam, we sing the song, there is this, one can feel it in our own bodies, that not so much because we are performing, of course we are, but also the sheer composition is such, which talks about this, the magnificence and the grandness of Tathagat, of Buddha, and how I see him. And it talks about that those who, very broadly translating, those who are, who are just arguing for the sake of it, they won't be able to kind of get there, to be able to see Tathagat. And Tathagat, it's actually comes at the center, middle of the play, and captures what has happened before it. And it says that, Tathagat's, the sense is that Tathagat, you can find Tathagat only on the streets, in the mud, so that's the sense of the whole song. Yeah, it's a beautiful composition, and Pallavi was able to, we were able to sing the song. But today I'm very glad that I'll be hearing it from Pallavi after a very long time. Yeah.
Thank you. And the lyrics are by Abhishek.
So this is the last song. Yeah.
भीतर भीतर भोर भय बाहर विलुप्त अंधियार भीतर भीतर भोर भय बाहर विलुप्त अंधियार श्वेत शाल दुर्लभ विशाल प्रहरी अप्रहरी जल ज्योति जय जयकार जो जय जय में जीवन को दिए वो संवाद से वाद पे ढो दिए जो जय जय में शून्य हो लिए वो राजा वो रंग वो राजा वो रंग वो महान चमार वो विशाल महान वो विराट शूद्र वो प्रचंड अछूत वो करता धरता वो ब्रह्मांड का सत्य धन्य है हे तथागत धन्य हे तथागत धन्य है हे तथागत
Wow, wonderful, wonderful. What a great note to end. पल्लवी जैसा गाती हैं इस गाने को, हम उसका क्षण भर भी जो है वो नहीं गा सकते हैं, छोटा सा भी नहीं गाते हैं. Pallavi, thank you very much for being here. Many people have written comments and they are saying that how Karnataka is so fortunate to have you, an artist like you, to be also singing the songs and, you know, of activism, of workers' rights, and is just also talking about, you know, the everyday work when you know, in this concert. So thank you very much, Pallavi, once again. We are very happy that you could come here. And before we shift to the next session, I just want to make two very quick announcements for our audiences, that when we shift to the next stream, live stream, you might face a little disconnection for a moment. You just need to wait for a minute, and then if you refresh, you'll be able to watch the next session, which is Vijay Prashad will be our comrade will be in conversation with Comrade Aishi Ghosh, who's JNSU president and has been leading so many student struggles for last couple of years. So that is going to be a great conversation. Please do continue to be with us throughout the day. And with this, I'm just so glad that we could hear Pallavi. And
I'm thrilled to be a part of this. This really fantastic curation. My God, I think people should just grab their chai and coffee and just sit in front of this computer the whole day. today.
Yeah, and right now when we finish, there will be a feed for a few seconds before we actually go on to the next session. So please be there, refresh your browsers and all of that, and you will be able to connect to the next conversation that we are going to have. And with this, I just want to say, Lal Salam, Pallavi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Staan op, verworpes van die wêreld. Staan op uit boeie van jou waan. So magtig dreun die stem van rede en 'n nuwe dag breek aan. Ons bosems buig voor geen geloof meer. Ons berg geen slawe vir hul werk. Ons staan enig en berade. Ons gemeenskap maak ons sterk. Skouer aan skouer in die suide. Spel ons die toekoms.
You like? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay. Let me put this down. Nice to be with you. My name is Vijay Prashad. I'm with Leftward Books. Very pleased to have you at our festival, May Day Festival, which we are calling Communism, Not Corona. May Day, of course, is a very important day. It emerged from the struggle over the 8-hour day in Chicago at Haymarket Square. Was a very famous events of 1886 because of the events of Haymarket, where the police shot at workers demonstrating for an 8-hour day. Because of that, the Second Socialist International chose May 1st as a day to honor workers. In India, the first May Day was celebrated in 1923 in Chennai. Our comrade Singravelu and others organized 2 events on May 1st, 1923. This was before the event was celebrated by the trade unions, which first had a trade union celebration in India on May Day in 1927. This is the 100th anniversary. 2020 is the 100th anniversary, both of the Indian trade union movement and of the Indian communist movement. It's a very significant year for us in terms of workers' struggles. The condition of workers these days is appalling. With this great lockdown, about 2.7 billion workers around the world are without any kind of proper livelihood. The International Monetary Fund and the International Labour Organization estimate that workers will lose between $3.5 trillion and $4 trillion in this period of the great lockdown. And this is a minimum estimate. So it's a very difficult time for workers. Typically around the world, May Day is celebrated on the streets with mass demonstrations. This year, because of the great lockdown, things are not able to be conducted on the street. We have not been able to hold our festival at our Shadipur May Day bookstore. Instead, we're holding it, of course, online with you. You're joining us at live.leftward.com. This is not Zoom. This is not Facebook Live. This is not YouTube. This is live.leftward.com, which is a platform that I'm very proud to say has been developed by our comrades in the free software movement of India. This is, let's say, the communist alternative to the capitalist corporate platforms, which we're often forced to use because we have so few choices. So I'm very proud that our day-long event is being held at live.leftward.com, brought to you by the free software movement of India. It's a really great tribute to the work of our comrades to build this platform. So here we are, it's May Day, it's International Workers' Day, and joining us is the Jawaharlal Nehru University Student Union President, Oishi Ghosh. It's a real pleasure to have Oishi join us to talk about, well, we'll see what we talk about, that's to be determined. A student at JNU, a student leader, not just at JNU any longer, but a student leader of the student movement in India. which has been struggling for at least the past decade against a serious attack at studying, what it just means to study. She was very badly beaten up on the 5th of January 2020, survived that, was not intimidated, came back publicly, her head bandaged, her arm in a sling, an iconic image. Aishi, thanks so much for joining us at live.leftward.com.
Thank you so much for having me here, because it's just a great pleasure to share our views on this iconic day, and every day to carry on forward our struggles.
Well, you're in Durgapur today in West
Yeah.
Bengal. This is your hometown, right?
Yes.
You, like so many students, had to leave your dormitories and so on and go home if possible. Some people couldn't, but that was your situation.
Yes.
How did you spend yesterday, Aishi? Yesterday you did something quite special. Could you talk a little bit about what you did yesterday?
So, from the past couple of days, as we know, the organization I belong to, the Students Federation of India, has been voluntarily helping establish, form community kitchens around in different places wherever through we are able to do it. And in my city, comrades here from SFI are trying to reach out to people who really need medical goods or any kind of food during these tough times. So yesterday, comrades from SFI and all of us decided to volunteer in one of those places where women were not able to access medical health, like medical goods, and so we decided to give them sanitary napkins, medicines, essential medicines, and soaps and sanitizers, so that, as we know already in the society, the marginalized sections are already vulnerable, and out of that we know that women, how much women will be vulnerable during these times of lockdown. They wouldn't be able to access, and there have been reports already coming up that so many women are losing their lives due to either domestic violence or not getting access to healthcare facilities during already this time of corona. So we tried our best to reach out to these women out in these areas where they are not getting sufficient and basic minimum healthcare facilities.
Talk a little bit about this, Aishi, because in much of the coverage about corona and the lockdown and so on, less, I think, discussion has taken place on the special impact this has had on women's lives, particularly on the lives of working class women. Talk a little bit more about that, because I think it's very little talked about.
Yeah, I think so. As rightly you have pointed out, that the issue that what COVID is impacting on especially the marginalized section, and that too on women, is something that is not talked about in the general mainstream media or any kind of general talks, because people are thinking that corona as a virus is spreading and we should just force a lockdown, and lockdown would just completely stop the virus, and also just is a solution to all the problems. But when we go deeper into the ground reality is something very different. It is not what the actual media is trying to cover. So women have a lot of issues, and especially if you are a working woman, you are having to go out to job to make sure that your family sustains from your basic livelihood. So as the reports are saying, that this lockdown has impacted hugely on the working class people and women who maybe don't have any support in their family or are the bread earners of their family. Many of the household people I know around my society, a lot of working women who used to work in different house, generally during normal times, they have been kept out of work, and they are not being even paid their wages. But suddenly people have said them that from tomorrow don't come for work, from tomorrow don't come to clean our utensils or work in our home, because we think that this is contagious, the diseases, and it might spread from anywhere, so we'll just see what to do. So in one way, the lockdown is for the whom, it's for the ones who can have that privilege to sustain the lockdown. But that news of that you don't come to work from tomorrow has exploited so many workers down in the ground, we can't even imagine of. And now they don't know where to go, from where do they get immediate financial help. They can't rise against the people who used to hire them maybe before or something. They don't know what to do. They don't have healthcare facilities. There is no hospital
hospital facility for them in case even if they're falling sick due to COVID, they don't know. And moreover, the problem has happened that in all these families there are children, which is also not talked about, how it has badly impacted the children, the younger generation in our country. Now the parents who are worrying about feeding their child, usually they used to send their children to school to get fed some midday meal or something like this. All the system that was still there, I'm not saying that it was perfect, but whatever little was there, now they don't have anything. Now if we go deeply, we see that lockdown was something that was a government decision which came from top down. Nobody wanted lockdown, but it was told to us that lockdown is the preferable solution at this moment to stop coronavirus from spreading and having a community transmission. So now there wasn't any fault of this working class that they themselves told that we voluntarily want to do this. If they would have been on the streets now, but it will be gradually understood. If the government wants to take it as a serious risk, it's a high time that we should be acting upon. Because I was just going through the reports, what happened in 2014 when Ebola broke out in Africa and what was the impact. I was just trying to go through, and that is what made me write an article in Student Struggle. I tried to just put on my views, what I feel that the student community is going through. Uh, Even in the Ebola, United Nations said that it was a very big mistake for those countries to not take the student community and the children as an important factor, and that led to lose a lot of younger generations in Africa towards this towards that pandemic that time, and they lost a whole lot of generation from schools and everything dismantled and got destroyed. The progressive years of education, everything got destroyed. Now, in a country like India, in 70 years, I'm not saying that nothing has happened. Yeah, we have able to reach where we have been able to bring certain amount of women into education sector. We have been able to bring the marginalized into education sector. A lot of first generation learners trying to cope up with this education sector and everything. We know that. But a sudden decision of lockdown, suddenly somebody comes and says you that your schools, colleges close. You don't know where to go. You don't know what is the next help that you're going to give. And the government officials go, mom, it is left onto you to decide whether you want to go back to your hometown, you want to stay. If you had money, you could go back, you could purchase a flight ticket. Those who didn't have money, they somehow just jumped into the body of train with other thousands of passengers, maintaining no physical distancing, because they couldn't afford to maintain a physical distance in a train where there is already 1,000 people in the compartment. So they made their bodies more vulnerable to this virus when there was already risk. WHO was continuously saying from the mid of March that there are risk of community transition. So students were left clueless. Second, the problem happened without any financial support. Students were left to say, take a decision that they have to go back home. Flight tickets were like 10,000, more than 10,000. That was the average I'm speaking about. So how do you expect that a student would be able to afford that? A general mass of students, they couldn't. Secondly, the major problem was, I would, because I want to tell it with an example, I wrote it in Student Struggle also, that Paras, who I have taken the example from Maharashtra, who was a class 4 student, and he was very much happy in the first initial days of lockdown because he thought that it's a holiday period and it's very joyful for any child that it's holiday from school, we don't have to study for some time. But within 5-6 days, he understood what the actual condition is. His father, who was a driver, had to lose his job. His mother, who was used to work in other people's home, had lost her job. So now Paras and his sister is going to sell vegetables in the nearest societies to make sure that they are earning a bread. And Paras is explaining how difficult it is for Paras because by the end of the evening, his back aches, his head aches because of this all kind of course that is having to do. So this is exactly where the student community is left to. And the sudden decision and this now the UGC guidelines and every kind of guidelines saying that we want to reform, sudden radical reform in the education sector by moving into digitalization. It's very good if technology is being used for the upliftment of a society, scientific measures used for the betterment to help the society. But science and technology used to ensure that the gaps and the class divisions within the society get formalized is something going to harm the society, and that is going to stay with us for the longer run. And where we are going to go to push the marginalized more into marginalized spaces and vulnerable thing. And that is exactly where my fear lies, that this lockdown is somewhere formalizing the ways of privatization and commercialization in education sector. It is making education sector more of a commodity than as a right. It is not coming up to me looking as that government is ever feeling that education is a matter of right and it should reach as a fundamental right to every student, or else the government would have declared internet as a fundamental right. It should have stated that even for the very first day, that we stand with each and every student in this country and we understand the vulnerable situations that they're going through. They're having to miss academic sessions, but as a government we stand responsibly going to give every student financial support. We are going to ensure that every student would come back to the education sector after the lockdown, and we stand right there with the internet as a fundamental right. But this didn't happen. Contrary, what happened, it was left to the students to decide that whether they're going to choose online education or whether they're going to not like just get into an echo chamber and feel mentally chaotic that they're not able to join online education. And these will also lead to further I'm just getting a bit long, but I just want to explain that this is going to lead to more problems, chaos in the families, in smaller families, where students would have an argument within the family, where the family members won't have enough economy to support their children with such kind of online education. Because online education as internet is not going to only give you online education. You need a laptop, you need basic infrastructure, which are not yet there. We have seen a country where the hinterlands and villages and even towns don't even for schools. How can we expect that we can actually immediately transform it to an online education? For that, the GDP spending on education need to increase, which has not has happened in the last few years. And with the National Education Policy of 2019, which is formalizing privatization and commercialization in education, I don't see in a near future that education is going to reach to every citizen of this country as a fundamental right.
That's very well said. I appreciate very much what you said about it's quite easy to look at the headlines, digital education. But when you go underneath that, digital education is a class struggle itself. And I think these details are very important. Just to be clear, the place where your article was published is Student Struggle, the Journal of the Student Federation of India, and that's available at studentstruggle.in. And I think, what's the name of the article?
It's like education amidst the health crisis. Okay,
so I think people should go and read your article. I think that's a very important intervention. I mean, it's very hard to even, one feels overwhelmed emotionally. There is the complete, really cruel policy or non-policy towards migrant workers, non-policy towards women, non-policy towards students. I mean, there is a kind of inflation of cruelty from the government. And I think that you can't not speak about this in sharp terms. So I'm very glad that, the way you're speaking, Aishi, it's not just what you're saying. It's very hard to be sober, don't you feel sometimes?
Yeah, it's totally. And one more point that I would like to add: the student activists at this moment getting booked under UAP and everything is more tough. I think so. It's getting really tough, and I as a student activist have to speak this about and let the people know that it is getting more tough. The government is curbing every form of dissent during these times when the lockdown and the pandemic is something that evil we need to fight in the society against the pandemic. What they're trying to find out is more they're trying to create enemies in front of this society, which is actually not an enemy for this society. And that pains us as a student community, that where should we go, where should we speak about our agonies, who will hear us? If not the government, then where should we go? Because you are immediately tagged as anti-national, you are immediately told over social media about speaking. And as you know, as student activists, we know these are hard times when we can't campaign in on the streets. We are having to resort to social media campaigns, Twitter campaigns, for to let the world know, or our people know what we are actually facing. But the kind of the trolls and the kind of backlash that we are getting is also quite disheartening from an elected government.
Well, and the government continues to arrest people. Despite the call for lockdown, physical distancing, it had no compunction in arresting our leftward author Anand Teltunde. Gautam Navlakha was arrested in the middle of this. And I gather this week, student activists have also been picked up. Would you like to talk a little about that?
Yeah, surely. Like this is a very important thing that we should be talking about. As we all know that before this pandemic actually broke into, and several things, the anti-CA protests were keeping quite like growing somewhere, or people were seen on the streets, irrespective of their religion. People who felt that this is something a fight to save our constitution. Every one of us came down on the streets to tell the government that this is not what we want to see in our country, or this is not what the younger generation want. The younger generation wants good education. We want employment. The unemployment rate is increasing like anything, and because of such things, we know the division in the society is going to increase like anything. There will be more kind of riot-like situation where there wouldn't be food reaching to people, there wouldn't be education reaching to people, there wouldn't be jobs left. And because of this kind of polarization, we were speaking up that this is not the time that the government can spend crores of rupees on a useless Citizenship Amendment Act that has no place in this country, and trying to divide citizens on the basis of religion. And in all those things, it went, and the pandemic broke in. Protests were taken off. Everybody knew that physical distancing is something according to the guidelines. And when this started happening, student activists from Jamia Millia Islamia, as Comrade Vijay already told, Tel Tumle, Navlakha, all were just booked. And students, Safura Zargar, whom I want to mention, a woman who is in her second trimester, like even in war zones, you don't keep women who are pregnant into like, you just don't put them behind the bars, and you just don't lock them up. And this is the country in a democracy that we are facing today, that Safura is just in today, she has just been given a permission to talk to her family. Throughout these 1 month, she was not even allowed to talk to any of her family members. It's really disheartening. Not only booking them, it's booking them under UAPA, and putting sedition laws against them, and just announcing that they are terrorists is something really something we need to reflect, that what are we actually wanting in this democracy. Do we actually want even people to come out with better policies? Because what we as students want to reflect the government, that as a student community we want to see these things in our society. We want these, if this happens, we can improve as a society, and the government can come with a talk with the student community to ask and negotiate what can happen and what not. But rather than doing that, they are just declaring students as terrorists, and that is something very crucial and frightening for the basic ethos of our democracy, where the constitution gives us rights to have our dissent, the constitution gives us rights to have all our rights to express our opinions, to have organizations, to have associations. The kind of reports that are already coming, because it's a international working day, like I would Labor's Day, I want to mention this, that how the 8 hours work schedule has been increased to 12 hours, and now the Gujarat Chambers Charter Association is saying suddenly that you can't have any trade union for a year and all, and they're trying to ban that. It is really coming as a shock, where everywhere it is seen that unionization is somewhere is something coming under the purview of this government, and the government somewhere wants to just finish off unionization, because they fear that, because once unionization happens, they know that that particular community union will ask for their right, whether it's the laborers, whether it's the peasants, whether it's the students, teachers, anything. And that is exactly what is one of the basic crux of a democracy, and that is something is under like what to say is under threat in our democracy at this moment.
It's a funny kind of democracy, Oshi, and where you can have, in fact, you celebrate the unions of the capitalist class. In other words, the federation of capitalists, they can gather. They have big, big, huge programs. The prime minister will address them. You have all these sort of unions. They're totally acceptable. But unions of working people, unions of students are unacceptable. It's not like unions or associations across the board are told don't gather. They celebrate the unions of the capitalist class. I mean, Mr. Modi, in fact, had his resume or his CV, validated by the Tatas and so on at that big festival that they held for him. That's acceptable. So it's not a principled attack on associations. You're quite right. It's a class attack on associations. And so you would think students, right? You form a student organization. That should be a classless organization. But in fact, that's not exactly how it works. Could you talk a little bit about what one sees as the class attack against student struggle? What has been this class resentment or anger against student organizing?
Obviously, student struggle, as I have been part in these many years, have been a lot of class struggle, and also along with it a struggle of major identities which are vulnerable, which are marginalized, and women, the identity of women, identity of transgenders, all comes inside, because there are a lot of trajectories within our society, that a lot of marginalization that has to be picked in within the class struggle. That is important with the changing times and the rights that we are asking. And in all those things, what we are fighting is a class which can afford education. And I want to mention it's an afford, because in this time, affordable education is something which is misinterpreted by these capitalist forces. They are saying Amity is affordable, or certain private institutes, just not naming one, I'm just saying any of the private institutes are affordable. So what is affordable? Affordable for whom? Because I just want to delete that word called affordable in our dictionary, because affordable is not the right word anymore, because that has been exploited in our country. What we should be saying is accessible education, accessible education, accessible for all, a fundamental right to education. Because in the last few months and years, we have seen how we are on the streets fighting for accessible education, because we feel if education is made available only for the rich, it will automatically will become non-accessible for the ones who won't be able to afford education of that high range. So that is why we are saying that it's a class struggle where we need to unite the students. Obviously, student struggle should be classless, as you were saying, but it is not anymore. You are having to bring in and organize students within an university where there are different students coming from different class backgrounds, but to make that consciousness and to tell them that it's not about if you can pay, you pay it. And exactly that is what the vice chancellors or the government at this moment, MHRD, is trying to say, that those who can pay, let them pay and afford, and let them take the benefits, and those who can't pay, let them be satisfied with whatever it is. So those who can't pay, let them have a school with no roof, and those who can pay, let them have a school with AC. So this is exactly what we are against of, because education can't be treated as a commodity that you get it if you can pay. Because in our country, this is the exact problem of the neoliberal idea itself, that treating everything as a commodity. And it's just like a simple interest sum that we do. We invest a sum, it's a stock marketing. We invest a sum, we invest a time. We just try to calculate that what we are getting from it. So if the 5 years degree we are doing of masters, bachelors and masters included, we will immediately calculate that what we are getting out of it. And that is why in our country we have seen, if people are doing research or social sciences, there is no worth. It is been seen as something that you are doing uselessly and you don't need to do. Exactly where is the problem, that this continuous idea of education, that it is about improving your class interest, it's about improving your class. If you are coming from a particular class, you have to improve and get hop into the next class to get better facilities. So this is the monetary and the commodification of education is very problematic, I feel, and that is exactly where our struggle lies, to make students conscious and tell them that education can't be treated as that. It is a basic fundamental right, and each and every citizen till the last end should be receiving. And I will say one thing, it's not that in our country certain states are not doing that. Like Kerala has been brilliantly doing that. Yesterday the Kerala government declared scholarships for students. The Delhi government is trying a bit and piece to ensure that Delhi school governments are changing their ways and trying to be better. I'm not saying that whole of Delhi has changed a lot, but a lot of students from private schools have been shifting towards government schools, we have seen. So it's not an utopian idea that we are thinking that we can't have. A common school structure is something that we are demanding, so that there is no exploitation on the basis of caste, gender, and any kind of other discrimination that happens in our country and has been happening in our country in the last 70 years.
As you speak, we've had an arc. There's first we're talking about the fundamental right to food and fundamental right to medical care. You were on the streets of Durgapur yesterday distributing supplies. A fundamental right to gender equity, fundamental right to education, fundamental right to communication. You talked about the right to the internet. the erosion of the idea of fundamental rights. For instance, the UN Declaration of Human Rights 1948, people should go and read this. It's widely available on the internet. It's almost a constitution for the planet Earth, the 1948 Declaration. I very much hope people will read it. Article 25 of the Declaration talks about things like right to housing, things that we don't take as a right anymore, but as a privilege. Which is why the organization you belong to, Student Federation of India, has as its motto, study and struggle. Students have been attacked in the last several years, not just the last 10 years, Vashi, but for a long period, saying don't struggle, just study. Your job is to study. Why are you wasting time here? And not attacked only by the right-wing forces, I must say, but also by some so-called well-meaning professors who say, don't struggle, study. Could you talk a little bit about what struggle has done for you as a person?
See, one thing that when we speak about this politics and student being into politics is something we need to remember Bhagat Singh, who wrote when he was in his jail, and he wrote an important piece addressing to the students of that time that why students should be political and why it is important for us to be political as youth. If we don't see what we want in the society, nobody is going to see it for us, or nobody is going to think for us. And exactly that is where we lie today. When you read, just open the National Education Policy of 2019. When you see the document, draft document, the minister then, MHRD minister then, Prakash, is writing how beautiful. If you read it, it's how beautiful to see, go through the lines that we have a young population. That is why India is called a young democracy. But that is the problem. When the young democracy has an opinion, that is where the people in power start having problem. When you say that yes, we want to have an opinion how women should be at particular places. Why are not women entering schools or colleges? What is the problem? Why are they not been given better infrastructure so that they can continue? And I think so. I have always the institute that I belong from Jawaharlal Nehru University is something a lot talked about its students movement or the kind of attack that it faces or many of the things that it has been debated about. But I have always felt that if not JNU as an institute or the students movement there, like many of the other universities are really fighting hard at this moment with their movements to make it sure that they're more inclusive. If not students of JNU would have thought an inclusive educational institution. I'm still not saying that it is one of the best or it gives all the facilities or it is inclusive to the end and the best. But I still feel that if the students there wouldn't have thought of having a education system or structure like that within the institute, I hope many of the women like me wouldn't have been ever encouraged to come into an institute like JNU because it is difficult to struggle from your family, within your family, and to tell them why higher education is needed. Because like many people have come into personal conversations with me and have thought that I belong to a family where my family has always supported me to do what I wanted, or I had an opinion because my parents always wanted me to be opinionated. It's not that easy. We also come from families like coming from very small towns. People have that pressure within the society, and we also had to learn and relearn. And that is exactly what our university spaces taught us: to be tough, to fight, to have our opinions. And that has made a lot of difference in me, in a way that I started reading a lot. I started knowing. I didn't know many of the things when I was there back in my hometown. I didn't even have an iota of example was what these things are. What would study and struggle mean? Like even I used to think that students are meant to be study, but then I reflected that exactly our politics is everything that is changing the society. Politics is everything that is deciding everything for us. And exactly if we don't choose our politics, then we wouldn't be able to choose what our studies would look like or education sector would look like. And that is where I have shaped my understanding of coming into student activism or being political as a student in the very first way.
It's very interesting that you spoke of struggle in this way. 100 years ago, Lenin was writing that trade unions are the school of the workers. Today is, after all, International Workers' Day, May Day, when you have to understand that for people working in factories 100 years ago or on the fields 100 years ago, education was not available to the working class in the way that there has been some expansion now. So when they talked in those days about the trade unions as a school of the workers, what they meant is that it was through trade unions that workers could come in, they could understand, talk about with each other their own lives, create therefore a theory of their lives, so that they don't personalize suffering. You know, I am in a bad situation because I am bad, fate, God, and so on. You have a scientific understanding of your social condition. Seems to me for students, student associations, student unions are the same. I mean, the suicide, or let's call it the institutional murder of Rohit Vemula, for instance, is a very good example of this. You know, here's a young man studying, feeling the immense weight of pressure on himself, and, you know, in a sense, murdered by the system. But of course, associations and trade unions allow you to politicize oppression and exploitation and understand that you're not alone and so on. I would like you to talk a little bit about the impact that Rohit's institutional murder had on you and has had on the student movement across India.
I remember I was in my final year when that happened in January, and in February, obviously the JNU incident took place, and it was just consequent things happening in the students movement, a lot of students movement happening, and I was in my graduation final year, and I was just about to apply to JNU and to go to JNU, and obviously because of that I was trying to read a lot about what is happening in students movement those times, and I remember, I still remember, I want to just share my views, like from my personal experiences. When we were discussing about Rohit Vemula, why did this happen? You know, what is the general idea in a society about suicides? That people are coward, that's why they suicide, or like, what was not, I think so, like people, I remember when I said that there's a student in Hyderabad Central University who took away his life, and then I remember my friend saying, he might be depressed with something, he might be something, like, it's just as along. And then I started reading their versions, and then I started reading more about it, and then I realized this is not the first time there has been happening, and then I started seeing the surveys and percentages of students coming from marginalized section, how many people are able to come to the marginalized section, and that is exactly when it struck me that exactly we don't realize. And Rohit's I think so institutional murder opened the eye for the students across the spectrum along our country, that institutional murders this time came maybe in the media as a horrific picture in front of us, but this was happening. This was long due, which was taken as a normal suicide happening, whether in IITs, like institutes. We never tried to find out what students are going through, and that is exactly Vijay, my fear is during these lockdown time that many students might be going through that mental chaos. We are not able to reach out to them with the mental chaos. They might be seeing their parents burdened with feeling helpless, that then maybe not able to help their families because their families have lost their jobs. They don't know. They may be wanting to continue education, but maybe lacks of loans their parents have taken, and now they know that there is a huge economic crisis and they won't be able to give up. And that is exactly where my fear is, that I don't know how we as an institution are able to somewhere support our students even after a case like Rohit's, and millions of like that maybe has happened across the globe, where students have taken away their lives because of the systemic help or structural help that they have not got. They have been not heard. Their depression or their reasons of depression or mental health has been taken as an usual thing of a kind of heartbreak in a love story or something like that, and been casually left out. So I feel that Rohit's death and institutional murder had shook not only the nation and the students of our country, but it opened an eye for all student movements across the globe, that what is wrong, why is our education system failing, and what is wrong with our education system, that a student of this age who should be going to do a job maybe next couple of years, or would be wanting to contribute into research of this society, what went wrong that Rohit had to take away his life? What was so unhappy in his life that he just thought of taking that extreme step? What we couldn't do as a system, or how as a system we failed, that we couldn't make him accommodative in our own systems? Why was the system so exclusion that we couldn't make Rohit inclusive in our system? That is exactly where all this question starts from, that Our structures, our frameworks are so exclusive in nature that it doesn't give space to the vulnerable and the marginalized community. And that, I think, so has a lot of impact on me as well, and a lot of students who are part of students movement or not part of students movement have been hearing about Rohit.
You know, one of the things that we know from our history of struggle is that terrible inherited social hierarchies, you know, such as the wretchedness of caste, the wretchedness of patriarchy, these get exacerbated. They get the pressures of caste hierarchy, gender hierarchies get exacerbated in a crisis. And I think it's therefore so important, you know, the work that Student Federation of India, other student organizations are doing in this time to raise awareness. You know, it's lonely to be young. You know, when you're young, you're coming to understand yourself, your place in the world. There's a loneliness to that. And, you know, I mean, it's so important for people to understand that student unions, student organizations are an antidote to loneliness. And, you know, we politicize what is otherwise seen as a personal trauma. You know, the indignities of caste and patriarchy are not, they're personally felt, but it's not a personal issue, it's a political issue. And I think that's what unions and organizations do. And I think I'm very glad that you speak so forcefully about things like this, because I don't think this should be a casual, you know, just a, well, you know, it's a terrible thing. No, we are all in this together. We want to crush these indignities.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, exactly.
let's switch gears. We have about, you know, I think 15 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go. I want to ask you about your own studies, Aishi, because people don't think about you as a student.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
only
that's
think of
more
you as a
important, I
student
think.
leader. So you joined JNU, I remember, because you and I talked about this some time ago, to study international affairs, right? International relations. What is your project? Tell us about your project and where it is now.
So I did my bachelor's in political science just to cut short, and did my master's in international relations and in area studies. That was a new course in 2016. And I was very much into that. I wanted to get through JNU, and I really wanted to do IR because I felt that IR is something that keeps on changing and something I love. Like I really like that global order changing, how things can change, and something that I really liked while studying political science. And then when I wanted to work after my master's, I wanted to do research in somewhere I can contribute. I felt was I wanted to work in water, areas of water on something, and climate change. So presently I'm enrolled in MPhil, doing my MPhil in Center for Innovation Studies and in the Department of International Relations. And my work is how like there has been continuously climate change, and because of that we are seeing that there has been repeatedly problems happening, like water resources and the politics behind the water resources, majorly in the plateau area of the Himalayan plateau areas and China and Tibetan areas.
Well, I mean, I don't, you obviously go there, but I want to let people know that they should visit the People's Archive of Rural India, PARI. People's Archive of Rural India is so important because there have been such rich stories about the water struggles. Up in Ladakh, there was a couple of stories up on the Himalayan high plateau and so on. So I really recommend people go and visit People's Archive of Rural India. This is a very important and, let's say, not just timely, but it's a very much a humane subject of study. You know, what have you been reading during the great lockdown? I mean, I know you're on the streets and I know you're non-stop doing lectures and talks and presentations and so on. But in the space between all that, what have you been reading?
So I have been completing my dissertation because my dissertation is due by June 30th. Up till now, if the UGC doesn't increase the deadline or something, and like because I have to finish my chapters. So I've been reading a lot about obviously water issues and all these days because I'm concentrating on that. But along that, I'm trying to read more on student issues also, because that is something that has struck me during the lockdown also, how the students are getting impacted. And I read a lot of reports, and we have been having some women committee meetings. We have been looking into Clara Zetkin, what she thought about fascism and everything. So just trying to read a lot, not lot of theories, but trying to just make my way, because a lot of live sessions. So I think so I'm doing more on student issues. I'm trying to read around what is happening in different countries. The other day I was trying to read how is China coping up after this lockdown. How are they sending the students back to school? What are the precautions they are to make my mind that what impacts can be there in our country, being a student activist, what things we can be giving as an alternative, as a constructive framework, because I always believe that criticism without constructive alternatives is something I don't believe in, because I feel a lot of criticisms happen around, critical analysis happen around, but many of the students many times just lose their path because they don't get an alternative, they don't know where to go. So if we just take out examples from other countries or other places that they're doing well, I'm just trying to note down those things and trying to read about them this time.
It's interesting, Aishi. Yesterday, April 30th every year is celebrated around the world as the day that the Vietnamese were able to eject the United States military, which really destroyed that country. Used chemical weapons, bombed agriculture for 2 or 3 generations. Vietnam's agricultural sector is going to be very difficult to revive. There are people who have casual attitudes, Oishi, about Vietnam. They say, oh, it's now capitalist. You know how people talk. It's sold out, this, that. It's a very unfeeling judgment about a country that, had to face the brunt of the imperialist war machine. I think it's a good idea for people to go and see what Vietnam 1975, the internal struggles and so on. There's been no deaths from COVID-19 in Vietnam.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. It was a science-based approach to the disease, and I think they are also getting ready to restart schools. They stopped schools in, I think, January. They just closed it down. They said the lives of our children are much more important than anything else. And they did it in a very planned and proper way. It's the advantages of socialism, I'd say.
Yeah, no, I had been reading a couple of articles regarding Vietnam, because it was quite interesting for me also when I came through about reading Vietnam, and I'm just trying to see also what is happening in COVID, because that's usual current affairs. We are trying to see which country is dealing with what. Obviously in media, too much of news is there about US, or because China, now much of antagonism going on between these two countries. But people don't generally talk about how countries like Vietnam, or countries like, many people talked about how South Korea had built that booth kind of thing within their countries, and then when Kerala replicated it within few days, and people were going really saying that how such models are replicated when state governments are taking responsibility so that physical distancing is maintained and all these things. So just I was coming through Vietnam and did a phase-wise lockdown. Like we did a lockdown, sudden 4 hours news, and you are being told lockdown from tomorrow, no vegetables. We don't know whether you will get food, and everything was through media. We didn't even see the briefing of the Prime Minister every day at a particular time and telling people that these many hospitals are built, these many testing centers are coming up. These are the. It was trying to be it was like the central government left everything to the hands of the people and you decide. But what we saw in Vietnam, as we read through, it was more of a state government controlled, more people centric, taking people into understanding and taking people into confidence and doing it. And what Vietnam is saying their secret has been to contain, like, stop this coronavirus from spreading and the deaths to be till zero, has been the maintaining public confidence. That is something I take from Vietnam's learning of positive stories about COVID, is the kind of public confidence they could build in people. They could give the confidence to each and every person in their country that yes, we are there with you and we are all together in this. But in a country like India, it looks like the people who have money, they're all in it. The people who don't have anything, they are all in it together in a different space. So that makes the vulnerability more, that tomorrow if I am affected by COVID, maybe nobody will come to look after me. So let's just accumulate resources. If I have money, I'll just accumulate potatoes and onions because tomorrow food might not be there. This is the psyche that comes when the government is itself clueless at what has to be given on the plate of people.
Aishi, we've run out of time. I want to first thank you very much for joining us. You're in Durgapur, West Bengal. Yesterday, you were out distributing relief. I'm sure you'll be doing more presentations today. The day is still young. It's International Workers' Day, May Day, a very important day for our movement. I'm sure you'll be back on the street with the Student Federation of India delivering relief. People should go and read your article at studentstruggle.in. It's called Education Amidst Health Crisis. It's a very important article. I'm glad you've written it. I think I encourage people to go to studentstruggle.in and read other articles there. It's the magazine of the Student Federation of India. I think it's an important way for students to understand that they're not alone. It helps theorize what appears sometimes to be personal trauma. So, we really appreciate everything you do. And it's very hard to think of you, Aishi, without that bandage on your head. They thought when they beat you on the 5th of January 2020 that that's the last they'll hear from you. But little did they know that this has made your voice louder. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
For people on the live stream, you'll have to refresh your browser. We'll be back in a few minutes with Tania Saleh from Beirut, Lebanon. See you in about 3 or 4 minutes. Don't forget again, it's not a crisis when the live stream disappears for a few minutes. Just refresh your browser and we'll be right back. Thanks a lot, Aishi.
We are live.
Okay, we are live.
We're live.
We're live. Okay. Friends, we are live. I'm Vijay Prashad from Leftward Books. Just finished the session with Oishi Ghosh of the Student Federation of India and President of the Jawaharlal Nehru University Student Union. Now we're going to shift gears. It's my very great pleasure to have my friend Tanya Saleh join us from Beirut, Lebanon. Before I introduce her, I just want to say that Beirut, like the city I grew up in, Calcutta, Calcutta actually used to, in my childhood, Tanya, have what was known as load shedding or power cuts on a regular basis. And you had said just before we went on that generally the power goes off at a specific time, around 2 o'clock or so. Well, that's because Lebanon is more advanced. We never got any notice. The power used to just go off randomly. And I always say the reason I did so badly in exams was because of power cuts, not because of other things happening in my life. So if the power does go off in Beirut, well, we'll just wait and you'll come right back on eventually. I have in my hand the covers of a number of Tanya's albums. I think that when I first heard you sing in Beirut, I thought that I was entirely transported to music that I love in combination. It was a combination of the old Arabic language singers from Kulthum all the way to Fairuz, but also there was a lot of Nirvana, I felt, and rock and roll. And it was that combination that was just amazing and sublime. It's a music that I think people need to follow and be introduced to in India, around the world. Not only are you, of course, a singer and a performer, Tanya, but you also have decided to move in the direction of independently making music. I think that's very important. As I mentioned in the previous segment, this particular festival we're doing on International Workers' Day, May Day. This festival is not being held in our bookshop, which is normally what happens in Delhi. And one year you will have to come and sing in our bookshop. It's happening online, but it's not happening online at a corporate platform. You know, the Zooms and the Facebook Lives and the YouTubes. It's happening at a platform called live.leftward.com, which was built by the Free Software Movement of India, an independent political organization that's building independent platforms for people like you and I to do things in public rather than rely on the big corporates. So this is in your tradition, but also, and importantly, you're an artist, a very good artist, beautiful artist. And I would encourage people to go online and watch you go around the Arabic-speaking lands across North Africa and West Asia with your backpack on and your various, stencils, and stencil and draw in public. Very political and wondrous images, which are not graffiti. I think that's a terrible word. I've never liked that word. But which are ways to beautify the world. And so, Tanya Saleh, welcome to Leftward Books, to Mayday Bookstore, to live.leftward.com. Sorry.
Thank you for this very nice introduction, Vijay. I'm really honored to be with you, and I have a lot of respect for the Indian culture. I have been inspired forever from your music, from your philosophy, and many other things. So thank you for having me. I'm really happy. And joining me will be my friend Mark Ernest, the pianist, who is not listening yet because he has his headphones. Okay, so we're very happy to be here.
Well, before we have you sing a song, would you tell us a little bit about what's happening in Lebanon? Because one reads that in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was almost an uprising in the last couple of days.
Yeah, well, there's a big problem in Lebanon that's been going on for a long time, but we discovered it clearly in the recent in the past few months, because the economic situation have been degrading for the past 10 years without us really realizing, and maybe we were in denial, to be honest. The Lebanese people were probably in denial, because we always knew that there was something wrong about our system, about the way they rule us, this political system that's based on sectarianism, clientelism, all the corruption. We were just living with that for a long time. But then when the economic situation degraded so badly, and we realized that our economy is in shambles, we were put in a situation where we're not able to. There's a control on our assets in the banks. Even people who have a little money, they cannot withdraw as much as they want to. The dollar versus the Lebanese pound is horribly going. The rate to the Lebanese pound is becoming horrifically, high. I don't know how I can explain that, but $1 used to be worth 1,500 Lebanese pounds. Now it's worth 4,000 Lebanese pounds, and still going stronger. So the people who used to earn, let's say, in Lebanese pounds, the amount that is equal to $1,000, they are now earning $500, and it's going worse and worse. And the situation is really very dangerous. And the only solution that we have now is either to comply to the IMF, or to find a way to resolve this problem in the best way possible, which is impossible because you have to get rid of the people who are ruling you, who've been ruling us for the past 40 years with their corruption, and the warlords are actually the ones who are ruling Lebanon now. So it's very complicated situation, and it's very hard to get rid of that system in the coming year or two. It's going to take time. I'm sure we're on the right track, but it's going to take a lot of time to be able to get to a state where we all are equal, gender-wise, equal in terms of all the sects should have the same rights regardless of the religion. The personal laws should be worked out in a way that everyone is treated equally. It's going to take time. So the COVID-19, to come back to your question, the COVID-19 is the least of our worries, to be honest. Like there are there have been a few deaths, unfortunately. Maybe 20 to 25 people have passed away in Lebanon, and the rate is going up slowly. Until now, it's not. It's not uncontrollable. Hopefully, we're going to be able to control it if the people stay vigilant and comply to the, everybody knows how they can avoid getting affected by this virus. So this is not the problem. The problem is the economic situation. The problem is the corruption. The problem is the political system. This is our problem. Are you still there?
Yes. I'm digesting what you're saying, because everything you're saying, Tanya, is global. In fact, think of the Indian situation with a government that is largely incompetent and callous. It's the callousness of our governments, I think, that is most shocking. To me, that's the thing that's most disheartening. But one of the things that I enjoyed in living in Beirut was to meet the family of Mahdi Amel. Hassan Hamdan, the great Lebanese Marxist who was killed in '87, And I remember there's a line from Mahdi Amal that I found so reassuring, and I keep it in my head at all times. He wrote, "As long as we are resisting, we are not defeated." And I think there's something quite true about that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying I agree. By the way, my son asked me the other day, "Are you a communist, Mom?" I said, "Well, no, I don't think I am, because I don't want to belong to any kind of ideology." But he said, "All the people you like, all the philosophers you like, all the people you read, all the people, your friends are all kind and nice and sweet and humble, and most of them are communists." I said, "So maybe I am, maybe I am, and I'm in denial of that." But really, the philosophy is fantastic, but the way it was implemented was not properly implemented in many places. So that's maybe why I'm not so 100% sure that I am with the systems that are implemented. But the ideology and the philosophy is absolutely what I believe in. I mean, every human should be should think like that, because I mean, even Jesus Christ, I think, was somehow a communist, because if you think of human rights, whatever they are, if you think of people as humans and not as races or religions, then you'll be treating everyone equally, and giving everyone their proper rights. So if this is called socialism, then I'm fine with that.
Well, one of the things about people like us communists is that we don't see communism as a religion. It must always improve itself. So I'm always looking at the past and different experiments, and people who have a religious attitude towards the attempt to create communism or even communist ideas, I think are misguided. One has to have a very open and forward-looking approach. So certainly there are always problems, and I mean, humans have the great capacity, I hope, actually this is a hope rather than a statement, to learn from our errors. And we communists should be much more open to learning than to being religious about our ideas.
I agree totally. As I said to you before, when we first started our friendship, I said to you, it's better to be red than be blue. You remember that?
Yes, exactly. Okay, so are you going to sing us a song?
Yeah, I prepared something I would like to sing to you, since we are in Beirut, Shababik Beirut. So I'm going to have to remove my earphones. I'm not going to be hearing you when I sing, okay?
I'm going to mute myself because you don't want to hear me. This is one of my favorite songs from you, by the way, just to put it out there in public.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start. يسعد صباحك هالحلو، يل بنت للدنيا صباح. يسعد صباحك هالحلو، يل بنت للدنيا صباح. روس الجبال تكحلوا بالنور، وتربط جناح بلبل حلو،
يا مائل صابر على جنون الرياح عرم بريش البللو قطر الندي أرغل صاح عرم بريش البللو قطر الندي ترغل صاح يا قطعة سماء اسمك على شفافي صدى اسمك على شفافي صدى شبابيك بيروت عم توعى محلى وبيوت فوق بيوت شو ما عملت مرحلة عايشين فيها سوا كل مين عشباكو معنا كل العمر بزهور وشواكو شبابيك بيروت عم توعى محلى قصصنا منشورة حبال ومنسين لوحات ملونة عالسطوح المدين شبابيك شبابيك بيروت عم توعى محلى رالي بفنجانة اللي شو شايف لا والبحر رايح جاي لا بيتعب ولا بكن مهما صارت عتيقة وحدة عليها بحن شبابيك شبابيك شبابيك
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Mark is my friend, and he's a fantastic pianist from Lebanon. Mark Ernest.
Tell us a little bit about that song.
Well, I just improvised this song in the best way possible because I cannot sing it every time the same way. But anyway, this is part of an album that's called A Few Images. This song is about Beirut and how I see it. There's a weird relationship with this city. For me, and I think with each one of us, each Lebanese has a love and hate relationship with Beirut, because it's a place that is so beautiful and yet so crazy. And so this song is talking about this kind of hope that we all have, that it will someday awaken to a better place, and how the best relationship that this city has is with the sea, who doesn't tire from going back and forth to visit her. Because I'd like to think that Beirut is a woman who likes to stay beautiful no matter how old she gets. So this is a song about how I wish Beirut would be. And in the beginning, we tried to improvise with another song that is composed by one of the great musicians and singers of Lebanon. His name is Wadia Safi. This was a song written by a fantastic poet named Yunus al-Ibn. And it's a song that says how Lebanon is. It looks like part of the sky. It's so beautiful that there is no place like Lebanon, and that he's describing the beauty and the charm of this country. And at the same time, I used a poem from this great poet in my recent album Intersection. In the album that in the song that I used, he's saying the opposite. He's saying that Lebanon, although it's a beautiful place, the people in Lebanon have created 50 million gods that they believed in, and that they left nothing out of this beautiful place, and they destroyed it, even though it's they all love it in their own way.
Well,
so I'd like to send my peaceful thoughts to this great poet, Yunus al-Ibn. Tell me.
I very much like how you described your city, the city you love, a city that, unfortunately has come to be seen for not what it is, which is really a beautiful place, wonderful people. This happens to so many beautiful places. Yemen, for instance, just one of the most beautiful, sublime places in the middle of such a cruel war. Or Kashmir, gorgeous, beautiful place, wonderful history, and it's been under lockdown, Tanya, longer than this current lockdown. The internet cut, people basically imprisoned, horrible situation. It's a great tragedy, and it also, as you mentioned, this history of Lebanese poetry. Kashmir has a history of beautiful poetry that goes back to what I suppose we call the medieval period. Great literature, great poetry, a terrific tradition, but so badly suppressed. And could you tell us a little bit, for people who don't know, about this very rich cultural tradition of Lebanon that has so many different streams? People don't know. And so much of your own art is resurrecting, not only from Lebanon, but resurrecting the songbook of the Mediterranean. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, in my last album, I tried to have as many poets from the region as possible. I did a big research, and I discovered fantastic poets who not only wrote about love songs and love poetry about love, and this because in general that's what we know best. Like all the Arabs have great ability to describe their emotions. One emotion is love, but other emotions have been in time left out and undiscovered. So I tried to just shed some light on a few great poets. The thing is that some Lebanese think that Lebanon is not part of the Arab world. Lebanon is only Phoenicians. They regard Lebanon as only a Phoenician country that has no Arab roots at all. In my opinion, it's both, And the greatness of the Arab culture when it at its apogee has brought a lot of influences to Lebanon. And at the age where there was an upheaval of literature in Levant, and Lebanon was responsible for that upheaval, and they set the trend with fantastic poets from Lebanon mainly, all because they were the ones who tried to discover the richness of the Arabic language throughout poetry. And we also have the poetry of the people, which is called the Zajal, and also we have different kinds of poetry like Mijana and Ataba. Ataba is a very special kind of poetry where it's made of 3 verses and some kind of chorus, but in the 3 verses the rhyme is sounds the same but means 3 different things, so it's extremely interesting to dig into that. I think poetry is one of the best art forms that we have in our region, and I hope it will find a way to sustain itself, and maybe the new generation will come up with new styles of music that will make this stand out more and more.
I mean, I think that in much of the world, the one Arab poet that everybody from our political tradition knows is, of course, the great Palestinian voice of Mahmoud Darwish. But we don't really know enough about other poets, other traditions. One of the great things I've learned from the Mediterranean region is so many political people, let's name them, so many communists also happen to be poets, like Shokri Beled, who was assassinated in 2013, a leader of the Workers' Party in Tunisia, was a poet, and a working class leader and so on. Poetry is so essential. I wish we knew more about it.
Yes, Ahmad Fuad Nagm is also another example of he's an Egyptian, also a communist poet who spent his life in prison. Actually, he went out 2 days and then went in 2 years, and that's how he lived his life. So yeah, there's a. I mean, I think if you're connected to the human cause, then you must be communist in some way. I guess so.
And also, I mean, I hope our politics isn't just about ideas; it's also about emotions. And I think if you're not connecting emotionally to the human currents around you, I think it's not all about economic structures, is what I'm saying. The palette of emotions is so essential, because it touches people, it touches us all. If we're not capable of being touched, our souls have become hard.
It's true. It's true, and it's I think it was a good idea that you mentioned Yemen. Yemen, for example, even if you're, I mean, any human being looking at this country and what has gone through, I mean, for a very long time, can maybe understand a lot of things, because it's been tormented between the 2 systems of the world, the capitalist and the communist, for a long time, and it's still going through wars, and the human being is still mistreated. So it's I hope, like you said, I hope it's going to be a lesson for humanity to learn from. Maybe all the systems don't work anymore. Maybe we should find a new system that can cater for the humanity the way it has become now. Maybe we should rethink everything, rethink all the ideologies, and try to find a way to. Like Roger was saying, Roger Waters, in your interview, I heard it yesterday, that maybe we should find a way to help each other rather than kill each other, and find a way to stop the wars and find a common ground to this humanity in any way possible.
I mean, I think the problem is that most people agree with this view. We need to find a way. but there's a lot of hopelessness, an epidemic, global pandemic of hopelessness. I think people just don't feel like they can do anything or contribute in any way. And I find this terrible, and it breeds cynicism. People get cynical, they get distressed. Quite a sad. I find this to be really the worst thing, is cynicism and hopelessness.
Yes, I agree. But there's always hope in the new generation. Like I felt that when the revolution in Lebanon started on the 17th of October, I was also hopeless. I was also feeling what you're just describing. But then the young people showed me that, you know what? Stop nagging and stop lamenting. Let us take the lead. And this is, I think, is going to happen in the next generations, and those young people know many things that we don't know, and they can deal with problems in a different way. So we don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully that it's going to go in the right direction, right? Between brackets, we don't know what's right and what's wrong. As long as it works for them, then it's okay.
Yeah, we want to advance humanity. I think that's the main thing. So what are you going to sing for us next?
Okay, since we talked about Yemen, I want to sing a song from my latest album, Intersection. It's called In Other People's Land. It's describing how a person is lost in his identity. It's a poet from Yemen. His name is Abdallah al-Bardouni, and he's describing himself as a citizen of the world who is lost in he doesn't know what his identity is anymore, and he's feeling this patriotism, but at the same time he has no patrie, he has no country to feel this patriotism for. So it's called In Other People's Land. Shall we?
من أين أنا من يدري أوليست لي جنسية نسبي رايات حمر وفتوحات ذهبية فلماذا تستغربني هذه الزمر الخشبية من أين أنا من يدري أوليست لي جنسية نسبي رايات حمر وفتوحات ذهبية فلماذا تستغربني هذه الزمر الخشبية رياح بلادي خلفي ومعي مثلي منسية حتى أرضي يا أرضي كأهاليها منفية عربي لا تعرفني حتى الدنيا العربية وبلاد بلادي منفى ومتاهات أبدية من أين أنا مسؤول سوال دون هوية وبلا وطن لكني موهوم
الوطنية من أين أنا من يدري أوليست لي جنسية نسبي رايات حمر وفتوحات ذهبية فلماذا تستغربني هذه الصور الخشبية عربي لا تعرفني حتى الدنيا العربية عربي عربية عربي عربي.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Habibi.
That was just beautiful. I mean, tell us a little bit more about that song and that poem.
This is, like I said, it's a poem by a Yemeni poet called Abdallah al-Bardouni. He's describing himself as an Arab that is, you know, that all the Arabs are disregarding. He's saying that I have, you know, as an Arab, I have won wars and I had glory at some point in my life. Why am I not considered one of you? Why are you just casting me away? I feel like I'm an Arab that is not recognized as a whole citizen by the Arabic system. So I wanted to use this poem because it says a lot about us as Arabs. First, when we travel to the world, how we are treated by other you know, communities, that we are like not second generation, low, how do you call it? How can I describe that best? Low class citizens, or maybe a lower class human being, or you know, they don't treat you like a proper person just because you come from this part of the world. Just like they, you know, so this guy, this poet is describing this situation of him being an Arab, and how the rest of the world sees him. At the same time, how the Arabs see him. And not only the Western world is making him feel unimportant, but also the Arab world is making him feel unimportant. So he's feeling lost in both worlds, and he doesn't have an identity neither here nor there. So this was very important, a very important poem, because it's describing us all. I mean, maybe the Palestinian can feel the same, the Lebanese can feel the same, the Yemeni can feel the same, the Syrian can feel the same, now the Iraqi feels the same. So it's become like a pandemic in the Arab world, this feeling.
I mean,
of non-belonging.
It's a hard thing to talk about, because there's almost a million tragedies in the lands of Arabic-speaking peoples. I mean, whether it's, as you said just now, Palestine, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, you know, there's like a million tragedies. And you know, even though the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for a ceasefire, you know, he said it's a global pandemic, there should be a ceasefire, immediate suspension of arms trade and so on. And yet, you know, the gunfire is still on in Libya, and yet, you know, the situation of Palestinians is not going to be much improved in this. Could you talk a little bit about, from the perspective of Beirut, how the situation of the Palestinians, you know, a cause very close to the heart of people, you know, on the left in India and so on, how the situation of the Palestinians is viewed at this time?
It's, how can I express that best? You know, we have a lot of like maybe 500,000 Palestinians in camps in Lebanon. We don't treat them in a fair way either. We just put them in those camps. We refuse to give them jobs. We refuse to give them proper education. We just cast them away as if they are not a part of our society. I feel really helpless towards this particular situation, because to me this cause is extremely important, because I come from the south of Lebanon. Like I come from a village that is so close to Palestine. Like I can see Palestine from my village, and you know, after the Sykes-Picot agreement, how they dissected our lands and they gave us you know, each a piece of land, and thought that we as people would be you know, would be okay with this dissection of our lands. But in reality, we are all one people. We have the same traditions. We have the same kind of geography. We have the same, the air that we breathe is the same. So, and especially the people of the south of Lebanon who have lived the you know, the messy situation with the Israelis, the occupation for a long time. We are still living until today, every single day, the Israeli airplanes are looping non-stop on top of our heads every single day. And I want to tell you one anecdote. When I was a kid, when I was in school, I was maybe 6 when the Lebanese war started. And during that time, my school was next to a Palestinian camp. So every Wednesday on math class, I remember that very well, the planes came, the Israeli planes came and did some kind of, they call it, it means that it's not a real invasion, it's a semi invasion. They just do that to you know, to make the people fear, but it's not a real invasion. So for us little kids in school, hearing this airplane coming so close to the camp and living with that for a long time was tormenting, and it was not, you know, it gave me a feeling from the beginning, from an early childhood, that it's not, the problem in Lebanon was not only about the Lebanese, it was also about the Palestinian cause. So I have that in my system until now, and I still think that there won't be any justice in the whole region without justice to these people, because this is, I mean, it's, I don't know how, you know, even the Palestinians are now feeling helpless and feeling, like you were saying before, hopeless. Like sometimes I feel like I'm defending the cause much more than my Palestinian friends. Almost, I mean, most of them are just fed up with the situation and don't have any solution, because also their leadership is, you know, messed up, to be honest. Like they don't have a united leadership to talk in their name. So, which is the main problem, I think, which has started after the Oslo Agreement. So I don't know how these people will feel, you know, will have a normal life inside Lebanon or inside Jordan or inside Syria in camps, living in the way they are living. Because sometimes I think our governments, our Arab governments, are treating them as badly as the Israelis are treating them in their own land. So. Gladly, there are to be positive. There are many artists who have been able to express their feeling about the cause in art, like you mentioned, Mahmoud Darwish, or the singers and poets of our generation and the generation that's coming. The cinema, the films, the filmmakers, the Palestinian filmmakers, whether living in Palestine or abroad, all those people are helping slowly but surely to bring back this cause to the light, or maybe to phrase it better, to keep this cause in the light. And it's also because the Palestinian people, especially the young generation, are refusing to be erased from history.
Tanya, there's a slight echo in your sound, but I want to pick that up. You know, one of the interesting things about this
Is this
region,
better?
you know, Palestine, pardon?
Is the sound better now?
Infinitely better.
Okay.
You know, in the region, I remember visiting when you go to Palestine, everything is so small compared to a country like India, say. You know, you could drive from the Jordan River to the sea in a matter of no time. And I once met a taxi driver in Beirut, an elderly man, who said he used to drive from Beirut to Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Damascus, Damascus, Beirut in a day. That was his run. And now, of course, it's impossible because these are states that are garrisoned by borders that you can't cross. I don't think people have a good sense of how intimate the lives are, how small the land is. You know, it's an enormous tragedy because everything is like this. You know,
Yeah. I totally agree. Well, I cannot visit Palestine because, you know, and it's impossible for Lebanese to visit Palestine because we don't, you know, there are rules that are set, and I agree with that. Until there will be maybe a way in time that we can visit and see, and I can understand your point, but until now I can only you know, watch Palestine and films and read about it, and I cannot visit, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of the great tragedies that we have to even make the case that Palestine is occupied. You know, people deny the very fact of the occupation. That it's occupied is something we have to make going red in the face. You know, people will say, no, it's not occupied. Well, if it's not occupied, why is it so hard to have transit? And what is Palestine in the end? Now even shrunk by American complicity with the Netanyahu government to shrink even more. It's terrible. It's brutal.
Yeah,
we
but
have
I think, yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the Western world, quote unquote, is responsible for this this mess because they were the cause. It's complicated, but I'm going to say the things as they are. Like because they were responsible for the Holocaust, and they want to throw this problem out of the way. You know, they want to get rid of that problem, so they don't want to hear about it anymore. They thought that by giving the Israelis a land to live on, they would be, you know, they would live in peace without having them in Europe or in you know, in the places where they used to be living in Russia and in the rest of the world. And this is part of the problem. I mean, the part of the problem is because the Western world doesn't want to solve the problem properly. Like they just want to get rid of the Jews, and they don't want to solve the problem of other people. They just want to get that out of the way and that let them deal with it. And the United States, as you know, spends money on you know, on that. Like every year they spend money on that so that they don't have any problems from their side. Let them deal with it where they are.
It's very
I hope
important.
it was yeah, I hope it was clear what I mean. What I have in mind. Sometimes I cannot express it in a few words, but the main problem is because this the Balfour you know, promise has made you know, this promise to a people without regarding the importance of the of other humans who are living on this land. Like, it's not fair. It's still not fair. It will never be fair.
I think what you're saying is very clear, and it's important, particularly for India, where, you know, I don't know if you know, but the Indian government buys half of all the weapons that Israel exports. And to my mind, because India is such an enormous customer of Israeli weapons, India is essentially subsidizing the occupation of the Palestinians. And this is a great shame to us in India, because for decades, India was a defender of the Palestinian cause in the United Nations, in the non-aligned movement, and so on. And that road has been really destroyed, the road of solidarity with the Palestinian people and so on, by the governments we've had in the last several decades, which have really colluded with the Israeli government, against the Palestinians. And so your voice is very important for people to hear, to understand that there is wide international support for the Palestinian people. It's not an idiosyncratic thing, cranks like myself who keep talking about this over and over again. There's broad international support for, the suppression of the people, and, the price that Palestinians have paid for European racism. I think the point you make is a very important one. It's not at all misconstrued.
Well, I also have to pay for the fact that I say the things the way they are in a country where this is not acceptable from everyone, and in an industry where this is not acceptable, like being a musician, and especially in the Arab world, and saying the things that are so clear and so evident is not wanted, and it's putting obstacles in my way as a musician in this part of the world. But anyway, you cannot but say the things the way they are if you want to be honest to yourself as a human being.
I mean, look, there's a good reason, Tanya, why our festival this year begins with Amir Aziz, who says what he needs to say. He's a really wonderful young poet. It's a good reason that you are in the festival, and it's a good reason that we have Roger Waters in the festival, because the three of you and the others in the lineup say exactly what you feel. Your purpose in life as artists isn't to merely beautify the world. Of course, we want to bring beauty into the world, but beauty must also come with a sense of our reality, not against our reality.
Totally agree.
So in that regard, we have time for, I think, another song from you. What would you do for us?
Okay, now I'm going to sing a hopeful song, if Mark is still willing to help me do that. It's a song written by an Iraqi poet, a female Iraqi poet. Her name is Nazik al-Malaika, and it's a song about, she's asking, it's an invitation to a dream, and it's also taken from my latest album, Intersection. So this poet is expressing her wish to go back in time and not forward in time, to go back to the time where people were kinder, and where religion was about just a nice priest who is good and who has good heart and good sense of humanity. So yeah, it's called Sanahlum in Arabic.
If you see the room,
The room is a mess with wires, and I'm tangled up in wires, and because I wanted the light to be nice and also the sound to be good. So anyway, سنحلم. تعال لنحلم إن المساء الجميل دنا، وليل الدجى وخدود النجوم تنادي بنا. تعال لنحلم إن المساء الجميل دنا، وليل الدجى وخدود النجوم تنادي بنا. تعال نصيد الرؤى ونعد
خيوط السنا ونشهد منحدرات الرمال على حبنا سنمشي معا فوق سطر جزيرتنا السائدة ونبقي على الرمل آثار أقدامنا الشاردة ويأتي الصباح ويلقي بأندائه الباردة وينبت حيث حلمنا ولو وردة واحدة تعال لنحلم إن المساء الجميل دنا وليل الدجى وخدود النجوم تنادي بنا تعال لنحلم إن المساء الجميل دنا وليل الدجى وخدود النجوم تنادي بنا سنحلم سنحلم Thank you, Mark.
Lovely, really lovely. So we have just a few minutes to go. I wonder if we can have Mark come up so we can see his face to thank him
Yes,
for.
Mark, can you please come here so we can?
But how will he come through the wires?
This is Mark.
Yeah, I'm happy you didn't, fall with the wires all over the place. Mark is a fantastic pianist from Lebanon. I really admire him a lot. This guy is so talented. By the way, he was the pianist on, I think, almost all the work from the soundtracks of Najib Labaki's films. Were you not?
Yeah, yeah, it was a lovely experience back then, and yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and we became friends. And, yeah, it's good. This country offers some opportunities when it's played well. Let's say, we're a small community, so you just need to understand how the market works, and wait. Yeah, I don't know. It takes a lot of time because you have to prove yourself a lot and work a lot on yourself with no means, like not a lot of means. Plus, okay, you can add the whole political pressure, and also I think in the Lebanese case we don't have lots of resources, nor good schooling and music basically. So you do the job, you keep doing the job. Like I don't stop learning, and it's a constant work. Yeah, and I'm very happy to have met Tanya 8 years ago, and it's now we're performing much more, and yeah.
Yeah, we did some nice improvisations. Let me put this so that it doesn't echo.
We did some very nice improvisations on a few songs that we recorded on my phone. We posted them on SoundCloud because now with the situation of confinement, it's very hard to do things properly in studios and get the big band and so on. So we're trying to stay in shape by just performing every now and then together, so that we, you know, do some rehearsing and you know, stay alive somehow.
Well, it was super to have you. I want to show your album covers again because they're so lovely, and I very much hope that people will go and find Tanya Saleh's music. I very often write to your albums. I find I put it on. It's remarkable. I'm transported to a nightclub in Beirut with your band, and you're standing up there with your long gloves declaiming. You know, you put both your hands like that when you're saying. You're sort of making dramatic gestures, and I find it's very good, super writing music. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate you joining us today for our May Day festival, the Festival of Workers. And I hope you'll at some point come to Delhi and perform live at Studio Safdar, where you'll get the kind of intimate, serious audience that I think every artist likes. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vijay, and please thank all your technical team. They were wonderful people who, you know, assisted me into this journey with you. So thank you, and hopefully we will see each other soon.
I hope so.
Thank you, Mark, for joining.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Thanks, Tanya. We're going to switch live streams. So those of you who are at live.leftward.com, don't forget to refresh your browser. We'll be back in a minute with Comrade Prakash Karat, former General Secretary of the CPIM, a Politburo member, and he's going to talk to us about, well, where are we and where can we go? Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
We have been lost, we shall be on. standing saviors to rule us from the judgment hall. We workers ask not for their favors, let us consult for all, to make the sleepless watches booty, to free the spirit from your cell. We must ourselves decide our duty, we must decide and do it well. In the final conflict, let it stand in its place. The International Soviet shall be the human race. In the final conflict, let it stand in its place. The International Soviet shall be the human race.
Arise, ye workers, from your slumbers. Arise, ye prisoners of want. For reason and revolt now thunders, and at last ends the age of cant. Away with all your superstition, servile masses, arise, arise. We'll change henceforth the old tradition, we'll spurn the dust to win the prize. Ah, so comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. As a comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. No more deluded by reaction, on tyrants only will make war. The soldiers too will take strike action, they'll break ranks, they'll fight no more. And if those cannibals keep trying to sacrifice us to their pride, they soon shall hear the bullets flying. We'll shoot the generals on our own side. Ah, so comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. Ah, so comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human
majority is still in the private sector. But we have upgraded the public health system to the extent that people have started now coming back to the government hospitals. Similarly, in public education, schools are being closed because there are no students. Parents want to send their children to private schools because there's no worthwhile education in the public educational system. We have now, in 3 years, been able to reverse that also. We are finding a flow back into the public educational system in the government schools. So what I'm saying is that this is a political issue. If you follow the neoliberal paradigm, then the logic is private sector should be there in the health and education, and they should be the main providers of health and education. So this is a political question whether you want to the neoliberal philosophy, which is everything is to be put in the market, and then profits are the primary motive for developing the health and education sector. So I think it is a political issue, and I think that not only in India, I think worldwide, after this experience of this pandemic, this question is going to be posed very sharply about the public health system. Even in the United Kingdom, the National Health Service has been run down, has been diluted. Piecemeal privatization has taken place. That is why today, even then it's better, the health system is, public health system, better than many other countries, but even they are facing a serious problem in tackling the present health crisis. So I think health is an issue on which particularly the left in India must make this a major question in their future agenda.
I think this is quite right. The UN, in fact, about 3 years ago, published a high-level report on health workers. A very important report where they said that the commission was chaired by Gro Brundtland, who used to be the head of the World Health Organization. And in the report, they calculated that by 2030, there'll be a deficit globally of between 18 and 20 million healthcare workers. This in India, of course, comes down not only to doctors, nurses, and so on, but also the ASHA workers, the public health workers, and so on. Huge international deficit. This was 4 or 5 years ago. I'd like to come back in a little bit to Kerala, because I think that's an important area for us to spend some time. But let's come to what you said a second ago, which is that the government in India is unwilling to lift the ceiling on spending in this time of emergency, at a time when, let's say, the Financial Times, it's a good example of a reasonable, rational business, capitalist media, but reasonable and rational. The Financial Times and its main intellectual, Martin Wolf, have been banging on about the need to lift all the stops and spend like crazy to save capitalism. I mean, they are saying this from the centerpiece, intellectual heart of neoliberalism. Why aren't the people in India listening?
Here, the government has, in the first package announced, 1.7 crore package, 1 crore 70 lakhs package. You found that half the package is already provisioned for, funds already provided for in the budget. So you had hardly 0.5% of the GDP which was provided for additional funding or expenditure, about 90,000 crores of rupees. So here everybody, like the Financial Times, even the bourgeois economists, as they call them, or the section of corporate media has already said you can spend at least 5% of the GDP for additional, funding for all these activities. But the government has not budged. And neither are they letting the states, giving them any leeway. Forget about borrowing, they're not even paying them their arrears which they are owed. All the states are clamoring for it. Some are saying we are owed 5,000 crores because of GST collection, the compensation due. We are owed 3,000 crores as MNREGS dues, the wages, rural employment guarantee wages. So every state, including the BJP state governments, are clamoring for more funds, but the central government just refuses. Just take the latest case when they have said that migrant workers can now go back to their home states. But the state governments concerned must arrange the buses, spend the money, and take them back. Even that interstate transfer, central government will not take any responsibility. You see. And this is not a few thousands. This is going to be millions of people eventually who will have to move up and down. And Kerala has said where 3 lakh migrant workers are immediately ready to leave, we have said that we can't send them by buses. Neither can the government afford it, nor is it practical to send people thousands of kilometers away by buses. You arrange for special trains. We have raised this matter for the last 3 weeks, but so far the central government has not agreed. So the approach of the central government is completely neoliberal and conservative as far as additional funding is concerned.
You know, a reasonable person, with some sensitivity, looking at the behavior of the central government in India, has a few options to understand why is the government behaving like this. It's callous. That's one. Secondly, it's heartless. That's another. I mean, what are the other options? One of them is it's incompetent. It doesn't understand what's happening. It's cut off from reality. I mean, you see, because even from a neoliberal perspective, one would say spend money now, protect the supply chain, make sure agriculture isn't eroded and destroyed. Even from a neoliberal perspective, in a crisis, spend to protect the system. Seemingly, they are not even interested in that kind of thinking. How does one explain to a sensitive, inquisitive person the actions of the Indian government?
This is Hindutva economics. That's all I can say. We don't understand it.
It is difficult to understand. I mean, it's perplexing. The issue you raised with the states, I think, is a very important one, and it predates the pandemic, which is what in India is called federalism. The states having certain amount of power. And the finance minister of Kerala, in fact, had a book with Leftward on fiscal federalism. This argument that states need to have some more control over their budgetary processes, their monetary policy, fiscal policy, and so on. Could you talk a little bit about why the BJP central government in particular, I mean, I think it's unusual even amongst bourgeois governments in India, why the BJP central government has been so against federalism and trying to centralize certain things, but they are quite happy to federalize solutions to problems, as we see in the pandemic. States must deal with it.
I think it's a matter of degree. There has been, if you look at the long term, a trend towards centralization of power and resources in India. And it's only at particular junctures or periods when the central government was weak. It was a sort of coalition where the Congress party or the BJP did not have a majority and they had to adjust, that there was some scope, some space for the states. But otherwise, under successive Congress governments, the centralization has taken place. The BJP has carried it forward to a higher degree. Today also, on the matter of health, health is a state subject. Epidemics and diseases come under the center. But without the states dealing with this problem, health is under them, you can't really tackle the problem. But we are getting some guidelines from the center in the name of the Disaster Management Act that they have overriding powers, which really do not fit the necessities or needs of that state. You can't have one size fit all for a country like India. So this sort of centralization, which has now assumed its most acute form in the financial aspect, the fiscal centralization, whether it is the FRBM Act, whether it is the GST, which has taken away whatever limited powers of taxation the states had, and the way the Finance Commission terms of references are being set. The Finance Commission is a constitutional body which is supposed to divide up the resources between the center and states. The general trend is towards the centralization of all powers and resources in the hands of the center, and the states have been reduced to mendicants now. They have to go with a begging bowl before the center to get some funds. I think many of the state governments here are envious of the governors of the United States in the various states. They have much more power as governors to deal with this pandemic than any of the state governments.
It's quite, I mean, what you say is quite shocking that a country which is essentially a union of, union of states, that you'd imagine that is a constitutional right of states to determine certain things, as you say, health and so on. If you don't have control over your
I'm
finances,
sorry to say, it's a constitutional fiction. India as a union of states, it's a constitutional fiction.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, one says if you want to understand the morality of a government or a regime, don't look at the constitution, look at the budget. The budget is a much better reflection of the actual values of a government than the constitution it's supposed to live up to. So, yes, I want to actually spend a little time directly on Kerala because, Kerala is a state in the Indian Union. It's currently governed by the Left Democratic Front. I was quite amused actually to see the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, come on television and being asked, why isn't the central government, why isn't Mr. Modi listening to you or following your lead? Because the government of Kerala, like really the parallel is Vietnam, very quickly responded to news from Wuhan, very quickly developed a science-based approach to what was happening. Could you talk a little bit, about what you understand to be, how Kerala operated and why this is something that people should take very seriously?
Well, as I said, over decades, the efforts put in to build a public health care system in Kerala has paid off now. Though I still think that much more needs to be done to make this a better public health system. But the little bit that was done, and this was done, I'm not claiming only by this government, but there is a whole history of public action in Kerala, which has helped to create this consciousness that we need a good public health system and a good public educational system, a good public distribution system, ration system. Kerala has a good PDS system, by the way, also. So this has been achieved through decades of public action and also by governments, mainly the left-led governments, because as you know, in Kerala, there's always been this alternation between the left-led government and the Congress-led government. So, but we have been able, because we have been coming back to power every 5 years, we have resumed some of the work which was disrupted in the interregnum, and we have been able to carry it forward. So in Kerala, the public health system and other determinants, social and economic determinants, that is the public distribution system, the educational system, and decentralization of powers. That's very important. All the work being done now, the nitty-gritty of tackling the pandemic and the problems of the lockdown are being undertaken by the local bodies. Community kitchens are being run by all the panchayats. house to house surveillance, monitoring, all that is being done with the help of volunteers who have been enrolled. More than 330,000 volunteers. Army has been constituted, and they are the ones under the guidance of the local bodies doing this work. So it is not just the health system per se, but the whole setup, the social setup with all these collective bodies working, the Kudumbashri, the women's self-help groups. They are the ones doing the bulk of the food preparations which have to be supplied. Even some of the migrant camps, there are Kudumbashri groups doing it. So you have this whole network of institutions, cooperatives. This has been built up over decades, and through public action and also through left intervention, and of course other forces have been there. You'll find in Kerala the what is called civil society, even religious bodies. You'll find greater enlightened social consciousness among all the religious bodies there. All the religious, the churches, the mosques, the temple authorities have contributed to all this work. For example, much of the quarantining we're going to do now, lakhs of people are going to come back from the Gulf. Most of the religious institutions have made their establishments available for their rooms, guest rooms, etc., various things for this. So there is a social consciousness which has developed in Kerala, civic consciousness which has developed in Kerala, which I think is what has contributed to this limited success so far.
I think this is a real dividing line between a society which has allowed itself to be fragmented and atomized, and a sort of socialistic society where there are organizations, trade unions, women's groups, cooperatives, and so on. It's a real dividing line to, if you look at, say, Venezuela against maybe Colombia, you see this as well. In Venezuela, it's all public action, enormous amounts of public action. It's an erroneous idea that people have of socialism, that socialism is the state imposing its policies. It's public action that's the heart of it. I want to actually switch gears a little bit. One of the things, again, that comes up in a situation like this is we look, admirably at Cuba sending its doctors abroad. Now, China sending medical personnel to Iran, to Italy, to Venezuela, and so on. At the same time, the United States government is continuing to intensify pressure against Iran. In fact, has sent a fleet of ships to blockade Venezuela. Yesterday, Donald Trump signed a decree asking for the National Guard to be called out, essentially to prosecute hostilities against Venezuela on the counter narcotics thing. I mean, it seems a clear-cut difference. Some parts of the world want to send doctors abroad, others want to overthrow governments. Tell us a little bit about this thing that, we call imperialism.
Well, the pandemic is being utilized in this way to try for imperialism to maintain its hegemony or to prevent any challenge to its hegemony. This is what is happening. You mentioned all the hostile moves against Iran and Venezuela and Cuba. One more thing was there. It looks like a very small thing, but it shows the attitude of the American government. Cuba was going to receive a consignment of medical supplies from Jack Ma, the Jack Ma Foundation. He's got a big foundation. He is already, I think, sent supplies free to about 120 countries. The consignment to Cuba was stopped because the company which was taking the consignment recently has changed hands. American have taken over that company. So they said, no, nothing can be taken to Cuba. And the consignment was aborted. So Cuba was not given even medical supplies. We have seen this happening. Iran cannot get IMF loan. Venezuela cannot get an IMF loan. They've been denied IMF loan. So under this pandemic, the United States of America is in its desperation because it knows it has made a hash of the whole issue domestically, but still, on one hand, it tries to throw the whole blame on China and whip up anti-China sentiment, which it hopes Trump will use it for these elections also coming in November. And secondly, it is actually becoming more aggressive against its so-called adversaries or who they think are its enemies. They're going all out to use this critical time to suppress these countries and their governments. This is the, I mean, you cannot believe this can happen, but this shows the real inhuman and predatory nature of uh, an imperialist power like the United States of America.
I mean, it's what's also shocking is that for the last 25 odd years, people have been saying things like, well, there's no imperialism anymore. Now you sort of have to deal rationally in an interstate system and, blah, blah, blah. And then this happens. You have the UN Secretary General saying, everybody, let's have a global ceasefire. Let's concentrate our energies on the pandemic. And you have this situation where the United States, rather than loosening its attempt to strangle these countries, is tightening it. I mean, one hopes that this is going to clarify for people that this thing that we call imperialism is not anachronistic. I mean, it's real, and I want to bring the discussion back to India on this, because it seems that within India, this anti-China thing is picking up. And,
yes.
Could you talk a little bit about this? Because it's another way for India. One way you had mentioned was you divert attention by saying, well, it's Muslims who are to communalize the pandemic. The other way, as you had mentioned earlier, is to blame China for it. Talk a little bit about this attempt by even forces in India to shift the burden of responsibility from this government to China.
You see, Mike Pompeo has recently stated that he's had a number of conversations with our foreign minister, our Indian foreign minister. And he said that we talked about our joint fight against the COVID pandemic, what measures we have to do, etc. But he said also the bigger issues about a free Indo-Pacific, the challenge of China, and supply chains. The Americans are now telling India, just like Japan has now tried to withdraw some of its investments in China. You curtail economic ties with China. You must take over the place of China as far as some of the supply chains are concerned. Some of the companies which are there operating in China, why don't you get them over? And right on cue, all the Indian ministers in the cabinet are today talking about attracting those companies and investments from China into India. And unlike Bolsonaro or Trump, Modi does not directly say anything against China as far as the pandemic is concerned. But if you look at the social media, all the Hindutva walas, what are they saying? What are they campaigning? Internally, Muslims are to blame for the COVID virus. Externally, China is to blame for the COVID virus. So this is the ideological framework of the right-wing Hindutva forces that blame Muslims internally and blame China externally. So you have this, India is very much in the camp of America's allies like Brazil or Israel or Japan, who will go along with America's anti-China campaign. So we have to wait and see how exactly this will pan out, because I think there are a lot of other countervailing factors. For if India tries to go on this path, it's going to really be harmful for India. When we are in such deep crisis, when we are facing such a total breakdown of our economy, to try to make this into an anti-China thing which will translate in terms of economic relations, I think will be cutting our nose, spite our face. Yeah.
And it's also irrational. I mean, just to say that Wuhan or Hubei province was a center of high-tech manufacturing, as it turns out, and a lot of German companies were based in Wuhan and so on. And the advantages of China was that the workforce was healthy. It didn't suffer chronic malnutrition. It had high literacy rates. It was, basically a disciplined workforce, able to work, without falling ill. The constant illnesses in the Indian workforce are a result of malnutrition, lack of care, lack of public health, as you said. You can't just shift the supply chain to India. I mean, India would have to up the public health spending. India would have to up the nutritional rate for the workers and so on. The very things we've just talked about the government not doing, you would have to do if you want to attract the value chain. It's not so easy.
No, it's not at all. Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned the other thing we have about 10 minutes or so, but I want you to tell us a little bit, because it's not much talked about. You mentioned the Indo-Pacific strategy. This includes Australia, Japan, so on. Could you talk a little bit about this Indo-Pacific strategy? Because I think it's part of this conversation of India's role in the world.
Well, I'm old-fashioned, so I still talk about it as the Asia-Pacific strategy. That is what America used to talk about, the Asia-Pacific strategy. And now this ploy to make it Indo-Pacific is basically to draw India fully into the geopolitical game of the United States in Asia. And it is succeeding. I don't want to go into the details. The military collaboration has reached a stage where we have sent a liaison officer to the Pacific Command. We sent one to the Central Command. And for the Trump administration, India is a key factor in the containment of China, or the countervailing factor which they want to utilize or exploit fully. But that is not our strategic priority or interest. It's their strategic priority or interest which we are now playing into. So the Indo-Pacific is primarily a strategic and military program in which India is immersed in now without having any benefit for itself. So this is one aspect. The other is that you've seen in this pandemic also how America has behaved with India. Trump demanded that you send the hydroxychloroquine tablets to the United States, and he threatened, otherwise there will be consequences, you see. And India quickly complied. The issue is not whether India should help any country with medical supplies, medicines when it is required. It is on a threat issued that you are forced to comply. So this is a very unequal relationship. I'd call this India a subordinate ally of the United States at the time of the nuclear deal. And that situation prevails. India is a subordinate ally. And given this asymmetry in the relationship, whatever we do today, it gets distorted. Our economic priorities, our social priorities, our strategic priorities, all get distorted because of this strategic relationship with the United States of America. But that's another matter. I don't think we can go into it at length now.
No, that's true. But I was actually, as you were speaking, I was thinking about the book of your articles that Leftward produced called Subordinate Ally. And then you mentioned the phrase. I think when you used that phrase in the middle of the nuclear deal debate, it clarified, I think it was a very clarifying phrase, because it showed that the alliance that was being built was totally unequal. And the word you use now is asymmetries. And this has an impact on India's ability to have an independent, not only foreign policy, but also economic policy. The very fact that the Secretary of State in the US is calling up the foreign secretary and saying, listen, you can become part of the supply chain. I mean, if India starts to put money to develop things without developing the population, as it were, it's just crazy. You have to start with what's good for the country. It seems to me
you can't buy oil from Iran or Venezuela for that matter. We stopped it long ago now because Americans said you can't do it. It's totally against our interest to stop buying oil from Iran, which is much cheaper and quicker source. The transportation is also much easier, but we have completely now made it zero purchases from Iran. So anyway, this is one area which will, the coming days, the post-COVID days, we'll have to see how this marriage between Hindutva, authoritarianism and imperialism plays out.
Quite right. I think that, and you've provided us, with the concepts to understand that, to keep these things front and center, because there's a temptation, I think, to just look inward at the domestic politics without understanding this, the collusion of the Hindutva government with imperialism and so on. I think that context, it's not just a boutique, international relations. It's actually fundamental to the space enabled by the government in India to make policy. I think that's how many times does the Indian government tell the American government, we don't permit you to do this? I've never heard that before. Well, we've run out of time. It's always a pleasure to have Comrade Prakash Karat, former General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, Politburo member. As I said, I highly recommend Revolution, Lenin in 1917, a book he edited. Very soon after the lockdown, in the next few months, we'll have from him the edition of Lenin's What is to be Done, with a new introduction. Fundamental book for organization building in our time. I think that people really need to go back and look at that book. And more than anything, Comrade Prakash, we always learn from you. So I'm going to tell people that they must go and look at peoplesdemocracy.in. Yes, it's a very important newspaper. In the current issue, the lead editorial is about the pandemic. It's about India, China. It's about the way that one shouldn't look at this pandemic and must have a different, I think, a people-centered approach rather than an imperialism-centered approach. Thank you very much for joining us at what we are cheekily calling communism, not corona. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll come back with the live stream. You'll, again, as I mentioned earlier, find that there'll be a little break between segments. Coming up next is a very special treat. We're going to have Janatya Manch, People's Theatre Group, joining us and give them about a few minutes before they come to the live stream. But again, just to remind you, the stream will cut. Don't panic. Just refresh your browser and you'll get a song, and then Janatya Manch will join us immediately. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes.
Bangunlah rakyat yang tertindas, bangun rakyat yang diperas. Nyalakan api perjuangan, menjulang kebenaran. Hancurkan segala penindasan, ayo kita bangun, bangun. Dunia baru kita dirikan, pasti jadi kenyataan. Perjuangan penghabisan, bersatulah melawan. Dan internasionale pastikan berjaya. Perjuangan penghabisan, bersatulah melawan. Dan internasionale pastikan berjaya. Tiada raja atau penguasa, peluru atau penjara yang dapat menghalangi kita menjadi rakyat merdeka. Selagi nyawa dalam diri, perjuangan takkan henti. Tiada darah membasah bumi, menyeratakan sekali. Perjuangan penghabisan, bersatulah melawan. Dan internasionale pastikan berjaya. Perjuangan penghabisan, bersatulah melawan. Dan internasionale pastikan berjaya. Dan internasionale pastikan berjaya.
ഉണരൂ നീ പട്ടിണി തടവുകാരെ, ഉയരൂ ഭൂമി തൻ ഹതഭാഗ്യരെ. മുഴങ്ങിയിടും നീതിബോധമിന്നിയാഴിയിൽ, ഇതു പഞ്ഞകാലമന്ത്യമാകും സ്ഫോടനം. പോയ കാല ചിന്തകൾ മറന്നീടുനി, ഉണർന്നിടൂ ഉയർന്നിടൂ കീഴാളരെ. അഖില ലോകമിന്നുലഞ്ഞിടും അടിത്തറയാലെ, ഇന്നിവിടെ നമ്മൾ തുച്ഛമിനിയെല്ലാമായിടും. ഇന്നിതാ അന്ത്യപോരാട്ടം വരവായി, ഉറച്ചു നീടാം സ്വസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ. വരു സാർവദേശീയ ഗാനമിത, ഒരുമിക്കും മനുജകുലം. ഇന്നിതാ അന്ത്യപോരാട്ടം വരവായി, ഉറച്ചു നീടാം സ്വസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ. വരു സാർവദേശീയ ഗാനമിത, ഒരുമിക്കും മനുജകുലം. വരു സാർവദേശീയ ഗാനമിതാ ഒരുമിക്കും മനുജകുലം. Bene das musikkemotir Skanna ketengana garkot Jorbe o jore asora Kego talur kunven kuyot Kego talur huyot losin fetin Zadroten kemotir Uvete jiven shadla usare Vikuinas anven kuyimi
तुम लोग काम पर क्यों नहीं जा रहे? सवेरे से 3-3 बार हूटर बज चुका है। देर से जाओगे तो दिहाड़ी कटेगी कम वक्तो।
आज पूरे शिकागो शहर में कोई मजदूर काम पर नहीं जाएगा। हड़ताल है, हड़ताल।
सारा काम ठप रहेगा आज। हमने शिकागो का चक्का जाम कर दिया है।
इतने दिनों से हड़ताल की बात तो मैं भी सुन रहा हूं, पर यकीन नहीं आता। क्या वाकई पूरी हड़ताल हो जाएगी?
देखते रहो चाचा, आज एक भी चिमनी से धुआं नहीं निकलेगा।
आज की ताजा खबर, आज की ताजा खबर, शिकागो में, शिकागो में, शिकागो में।
लो आ गया दोपहर का अखबार। देखें जरा बाकी शहरों का क्या।
अरे एलिस, जरा अखबार इधर तो ला।
क्यों? आज तुम्हें अखबार की क्या जरूरत पड़ गई?
अरे आज तो हम ही खबर बना रहे हैं। ला दिखा तो।
पढ़ तो सही, क्या लिखा है? जरा देखें क्या हाल है अमेरिका का।
अरे वाह,
क्या लिखा है? अरे बता तो सही, जोर से पढ़।
हाँ, 3,40,000 मजदूरों ने जुलूस निकाले।
वाह,
2 लाख पूरी हड़ताल पर। शिकागो में 80,000 ने हड़ताल की।
अखबार का मालिक बहुत जला भुना लगता है।
अच्छा, क्या लिखा है?
लिखता है, शिकागो में 2 शैतान बेलगाम घूम रहे हैं। शरीफ नजर आने वाले ये दोनों बदमाश 1 मई को गड़बड़ी फैलाने की कोशिश करेंगे।
किसके बारे में लिखा है?
अरे और किसके बारे में लिखेंगे? कॉमरेड पार्सन्स और कॉमरेड स्पाइस के बारे में लिखा है।
हरामजादा, इसकी ये मजाल कि मजदूर नेताओं को इस तरह बदनाम करे। मजदूर एकता जिंदाबाद।
पात्र बाहर जाते हैं, पूंजीपति मास्क पहने और बंदूकधारी आते हैं।
मे डे की स्ट्राइक से वर्कर्स की हिम्मत बहुत बढ़ गई है। इन्हें लाइन पे लाना होगा।
सर, 3 मई मैकमेर की हार्वेस्टर वर्क्स में मजदूरों की एक मीटिंग है।
तुम अपने सिपाहियों को लेकर वहां पहुंचो। मैं पिंकर्टन एजेंसी से गार्ड्स को बुलवाता हूं। उन्हें ऐसा सबक सिखाएंगे फिर कभी सर ना उठा सके।
हम भूख से मरने वाले, क्या मौत से डरने वाले। हम भूख से मरने वाले, क्या मौत से डरने वाले।
फायर!
पुलिस वाले गोली चलाते हैं, मजदूर गिरते हैं, पुलिस और पूंजीपति बाहर जाते हैं।
पुलिस और किराए के गुंडों की गोलियों से 6 मजदूर मारे गए और सैकड़ों घायल हुए। ये थे मई दिवस आंदोलन के पहले शहीद।
मई दिवस के शहीदों को लाल सलाम।
अगले दिन 4 मई को शिकागो के मजदूरों ने हे मार्केट स्क्वायर में एक आम सभा की।
रात 10 बजे तक शिकागो के हे मार्केट चौक की वो ऐतिहासिक सभा शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से चलती रही। तभी अचानक भीड़ के बीचों बीच एक धमाका हुआ।
पुलिस और पिंकर्टन एजेंसी के गुंडों को इसी का इंतजार था। लाठी और बंदूक से लैस हैवानों की फौज मजदूरों पर टूट पड़ी।
अनगिनत मजदूर घायल हुए और 4 पुलिस की गोलियों का शिकार।
सुना तुमने? इस भगदड़ में एक पुलिस वाला भी मारा गया है।
कैसे?
अरे कैसे क्या, मैं बताता हूं। मालिकों के गुंडों ने मारा पुलिस वाले को। ये हमारे आंदोलन के तोड़ने की साजिश है। हमारे नेताओं को गिरफ्तार करने की चाल है। इसीलिए सरमाएदारों के अखबारों ने आसमान सर पर उठा रखा है। जानते हो शिकागो ट्रिब्यून अखबार ने क्या लिखा है?
अखबार का मुखौटा लगाए एक पात्र आता है।
इंसाफ की मांग है कि मजदूर नेताओं को गिरफ्तार किया जाए और उन पर हत्या के आरोप में मुकदमा चलाकर फांसी की सजा दी जाए।
4 पात्र खड़े होते हैं, कटघरे की रचना होती है। कॉमरेड पार्सन्स और कॉमरेड स्पाइस के अलावा भी कई मजदूर नेता गिरफ्तार किए गए। माइकल स्क्वायर और जॉर्ज एंजल, एडोल्फ फिशर, लुई लिंग और मॉस्कर। मजदूर आंदोलन के इन बहादुर योद्धाओं पर मुकदमा चलाया गया और जज ने कहा, पार्सन्स, स्पाइस, एंजल एंड फिशर, तुम्हें अपने जुर्म के बारे में क्या कहना है?
मैं हामी हूं गरीबों का, गुलामी सह नहीं सकता कि इस झूठी अदालत में कभी चुप रह नहीं सकता। मैं डंके की चोट पर कहता हूं और 1000 बार कहूंगा कि मैंने 16-16, 18-18 घंटे की गुलामी की मुखालफत की है और 8 घंटे काम की मांग की है। मजदूरों का खून चूसने वालों की इस अदालत की नजर में मैं एक खतरनाक अपराधी हूं और मैं जानता हूं कि जज साहब मुझे फांसी की सजा सुनाएंगे। सुनाओ सजाए मौत, लेकिन मैं फिर भी कहूंगा 8 घंटे से ज्यादा काम नहीं करेंगे, नहीं करेंगे।
मेरी उम्र कुल 18 साल है, लेकिन अदालत मुझे एक भयानक मुजरिम बताती है। क्या है मेरा जुर्म? यही ना कि एक 2 कौड़ी का मजदूर होते हुए भी मैंने खुद को इंसान समझने की जुर्रत की। 24 घंटों में से कुछ घंटे अपनी बूढ़ी और अपाहिज मां की देखभाल करने के लिए मैंने मांगे, लेकिन नहीं, मेरी इस मांग से मालिकों के मुनाफे में कमी आने का खतरा पैदा हो गया। इसलिए ये मुकदमे का नाटक किया जा रहा है ताकि मेरे जैसे अपराधियों को खत्म कर दिया जाए। लेकिन मैं अदालत को चुनौती देता हूं कि चढ़ा दो मुझे फांसी पर, कर दो मेरे बदन के टुकड़े टुकड़े। मेरे खून की हर बूंद से मेरे ही जैसे सैकड़ों मजदूर पैदा होंगे जो ललकार कर कहेंगे कि हम इंसान हैं और अपने अधिकार लेकर रहेंगे।
मैंने बेकरी में काम करने वाले मजदूरों को संगठित किया, उन्हें समझाया कि उनसे 14-14 घंटे काम करवाना अपने आप में एक घृणा अपराध है। मैंने होटलों, दुकानों, भट्ट तो फिर करूंगा। अगर ये अपराध है तो चढ़ा दो मुझे फांसी पर। मैं मजदूर हूं, मौत से डरना मैंने नहीं सीखा।
अगर तुम समझते हो कि हमें फांसी पर लटकाकर मजदूर आंदोलन को खत्म कर दोगे तो देर मत करो, अभी चढ़ा दो हमें फांसी पर। तुम जिस चिंगारी को अपने पैरों तले रौंदने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, वही चिंगारी एक धधकती आग बनकर तुम्हें राख कर देगी। आज नहीं तो कल। बुलाओ, बुलाओ अपने जिल्लादों को, हम उनके लिए तैयार हैं।
जॉन पार्सन्स, ऑगस्ट स्पाइस, एडोल्फ फिशर और जॉर्ज एंजल, तुम्हें सजाए मौत दी जाती है। तुम तब तक फांसी पर लटकोगे जब तक तुम मर न गए।
मजदूर एकता जिंदाबाद।
मई दिवस के शहीदों को लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम। लेकिन इन शहीदों की कुर्बानी बेकार नहीं गई। संघर्ष जारी रहा और जारी रहेगा। ये था हमारा नाटक मई दिवस की कहानी का एक हिस्सा।
थैंक यू। मुझे लगता है ब्रिजेश जो है वो अंत में शायद उनका इंटरनेट जो है वो खराब हो गया, एंड आई थिंक ही जस्ट लॉग्ड ऑफ। सो आई मीन वी Brijesh, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Brijesh is, I think,
I
not
can
in
hear
time.
Okay, you'll probably will have to switch on your camera again.
I think वो कैमरा आने वाला नहीं है अब दोबारा से, so I am just listening to you people.
Okay, okay. We have a lot of time actually, so maybe if actors want to say something more about this play, because what happens on normal days that every 1st of May we go to the rally, workers rally, every year in the evening, and this year it couldn't couldn't. I mean, we couldn't go. So yeah, so that's why we all of us are here. Uh, so if anybody wants to say something from Janam,
Yeah, I want to say something. Actually, today, while it's true that there couldn't have been any rally because of this pandemic, but at every office of trade unions of the trade union itself and various other offices wherever there were employees and workers, and even in areas, people just stood with physical distancing, holding up placards of, of protecting the 8-hour working day, and fighting for workers' rights, and of support to the migrant workers. So that happened everywhere. I've been seeing photographs from the morning, except that none of them were big, but it was all over. I assume also elsewhere in the country.
एक्चुअली ये भी है कि पिछले मैनी इयर्स से मेरे ख्याल है आज का दिन हमने रामलीला ग्राउंड से लेकर के टाउन हॉल तक जर्नी वहां की और वहां पे परफॉर्मेंस करना वो होता रहा। आज पहली बार इस तरीके की एक नया एक्सपीरियंस लेना, ये भी अपने आप में एक जो कि एक हमारी जो ऑडियंस वर्चुअल परफॉर्मेंस के साथ है, उसको देख करके उसका एक न्यू एक्सपीरियंस।
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting to also be able to reach out to a completely new set of audiences through this platform. This is a platform which is developed by also through the free software movement. Our Congress who have been working in the so yeah. So basically, I think it has been an interesting experience to be part of May Day on a virtual platform. So once again, thank you very much. And I think we can wind up right now because I don't see any questions or anything from the audience right now. Just for the audience, that once we finish this session, we will take some time. We will take few seconds to go on to the live stream again. You need to refresh. Our next program will begin at 7:30 as planned. The next performer is from Venezuela, Jose Delgado. So please do join us, and we'll be signing off from this live stream, but we'll be streaming and we'll take a few seconds so you can refresh your browsers. And with these words, Nalsalam.
within the party, from his friends outside the party, and all of that. So Safdar as a product of his times, Safdar as a product of a movement, of a living movement. And so I've been very pleased at the way the book has been received, because across the board, not just in the published reviews, but even in sort of personal communication that people have gotten back to me, they've all appreciated the fact that Safdar does not come across in the book as this lone solitary hero, you know.
I mean, the question you're putting forward, it has a much broader implication about, you know, you said something. You said that when you're in touch with a vital movement, there is a spurt for the left artist, not for other artists. For the left artist, when you're in touch with a vital movement, that's the spur for your creativity. In other words, you know, creativity, it's hard to imagine a left artist, although there are very good examples of left artists who work in a solitary fashion. It's not impossible. I don't want to sound like I'm saying it's impossible, but there is something about that vitality. And, you know, in the tradition of the left, when you go back and you look at the period of the revolution against the Tsar, the overthrow of the Tsar in October 1917, well, in February, and then the overthrow of the Kerensky government in October 1917, in those years when the Soviet Republic was being created, I mean, there was extraordinary art produced, not the least of which, of course, was theater and the theatrical traditions that developed out of the out of the revolutionary energy. What I found most interesting, of course, is I'm very interested in poetry. So what I've found, when you go back and look at revolutionary movements, whether it's, you know, the Russian Revolution or the October Revolution, the Mexican Revolution 1911, the Chinese Revolution 1949, the amount of the volumes of working class proletarian poetry that emerged, it's extraordinary. And there's something about poetry, theater, and song, you know, these three, which are much easier than writing a novel, writing a short story. You know, those require a certain kind of educational level, that you write down a novel or whatever it is. But poetry, song, and theater was, at least in this revolutionary period, you had a working class upsurge of creativity. And it's something I don't think we pay sufficient attention to. You know, sadly, in the left is often asked this ridiculous question about, you know, politics and culture or art. You know, is it art for art's sake or art for the sake of politics or whatever? I mean, you can't have art for anything but something else's sake. You know, there's no way to have art for art's sake. You live in the world. You don't live in a vacuum. I never understood what that phrase means. You know, you write art for art's sake. How? You live in the world. You write art because you're moved by things. You know, you're influenced by things, but mainly you're moved by things. Well, when the energy level of your class is so much higher, when the sense of suppression has been lifted off you, the artistic upsurge is incredible.
Yeah, and that's also true of India. For instance, if you look at the art that emerges from the anti-colonial movement, the rise of the Communist Party, and these very massive movements led by the Communist Party in Bombay, in Telangana, in Bengal, and so on. There are so many artists. Now, whether they are technically working class proletariat origin or not, right? But even, I mean, there are so many artists, of course, who come from that background. But there are also artists who come from a very low middle class, very ordinary background. And they throw in their lot with the working class. They identify with the working class. They live that. They dedicate themselves to the struggle across the board. And you're absolutely right. I think in poetry, in drama, and also in painting. There are many artists who rise to prominence. And what also happens is that when they come and in poetry you see this very clearly. When a poet like, for instance, Anna Bhausate, or when a poet like Narayan Surve, when these poets emerge, they come not just with a new with a new subject that they are writing about, not just the fact that they are writing about working class lives, but they actually reinvent a language. It's a new kind of language that is now entering into literary discourse, which is not language that that is considered sophisticated or literary up to that point. The same thing happens, for instance, with the Dalit movement. Now, it's interesting to me that in Maharashtra and in other parts of the country, you could not have Dalit movement except through literature. The Dalit Panther in Maharashtra, a very significant political initiative of the 1970s, was set up by 5 writers. All of them were actual serious writers, poets, and so on. So now they feel the need to do that because they need to create a new language. Unless there's a new language, they cannot convey the new experiences, right? And I have also been always very fascinated with this. When a poet like Namdev Dhasar emerged in the 1960s, nobody knew how to write about him, because the critical vocabulary had not yet been created in which you could assess work like that, right? The same is true, for instance, of the early Soviet period. How did people learn to appreciate the poetry of Mayakovsky or Akhmatova or Pasternak and so on? But also these slightly outlier writers like Daniel Kharms. They're very difficult to write about because they're doing things with language, with form, with content that's totally out of the box completely. And that's what revolution does. It forces everybody to rethink. And it almost appears as if there's no other way to think through the revolution except with new vocabulary. Unless you have new vocabulary, you will not be able to think through the revolution. It seems like that to me.
Well, I mean, some of it is intuitive. We know that exploitation, oppression in particular. See, exploitation has an impact on the body, the human body, because you're denied, a certain amount of the social surplus. It's stolen from you, the surplus value. It's put up into the accumulated by the capitalists and so on. So actually, exploitation denies you the ability to sustain your body. Generally, working class will be unhealthier, weaker physically, not necessarily weaker in terms of strength, but in terms of the ability to withstand against disease and so on, because you're not eating enough, caloric intake is lowered. But then oppression has a certain other impact on the body, on the shoulders hunched, the eyes not allowed to look up at the class that dominates you physically and so on. And in the revolutions in Russia, in Mexico, even in the Indian struggle against the British, in these periods, there was a physical change when you see that you're winning or that you're struggling. People stood more upright, they spoke louder. The struggle gave you the confidence to speak louder, and this plays a huge impact in art and poetry, particularly because now you declaim with confidence. That changes the grammar, the syntax of what you write. You're not writing, to God, or you're not writing to plead. You're writing as a demand. And this revolutionary change, it has an impact on the body. It has an impact on demeanor. It has an impact on sentence structure. Then you can say no more, using words like aap. Why should I use the word aap in a hierarchical way? Or in French, vous. All these languages have hierarchical connotations. Why should we allow anybody to use the word tu? Again, at the other end, demeaning. Can we create a language which doesn't have hierarchies of speech? Why do you need hierarchies of speech to denote class respect? And then poets show the way. The poets come in there, they smash language literally, and they produce an egalitarian language. And I mean, I feel like we don't look at art enough in terms of its revolutionary impact to democratize how we interact with each other.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Premchand actually in the 1936 address to the PWA, the Progressive Writers Association, at the inaugural conference of the PWA in 1936, he says something quite simply, which is that he says that, what should writers do? Now, writers have to light a torch and lead the way. In other words, the idea that there is darkness out there that we don't know yet what we are seeing, that we have to find the path, that something new has to be forged. There's a way in which we don't know the way forward, and that writers, and he's talking about writers because it's a writers' conference, but artists on the whole have to somehow find the path, forge a new path. Now, I often think about it. What does that mean? It doesn't mean, obviously, that you give direction to the political movement. Right? That's not your job as an artist. Right? So then what does that mean? To me, it means that the job of the artist is to forge a new imagination. That there are new social relationships, that there are new forms in which we can associate with each other that are possible, and make those forms visible through our art. Of course, our art is also to smash the old world. To give people the confidence, to give the struggling people the confidence that they can win, that the present structure is immoral, is inhuman, is degrading, and so on. So therefore, it needs to be smashed. It's not something that you can tinker with and improve in some way. So it's that, of course. But then what comes after? What comes after you smash it? And it seems to me that the role of art, amongst the many roles of art, can also be that that art has a way in which it shows you that new ways of relating with each other, new ways of coming together, new ways of socially organizing ourselves is possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to have to wind this up. Just show those covers of your book again. The book we were dancing around is Halla Bol by Sudhanwa. A superb book, available both in English and Hindi, and of course soon in other languages, including translated by Mangai, the very great theatre wala from Tamil Nadu, and so on. There'll be many different editions in other languages.
She's been watching us, by the way, Vijay.
Huh?
She's been watching us.
Okay, well, so there it is. We're going to now switch gears. Don't forget, this will interrupt the live stream just for a second. Refresh your browser, and we'll come back with Jose Delgado from Venezuela, a comrade, a singer, a voice from Venezuela, a country experiencing the brunt of an imperialist attack. So it's, I think, very important for for us at the Leftward May Day celebration to have somebody, a voice from Venezuela, joining us in this celebration of International Workers' Day. Again, we'll sign off from us here within a minute. If you refresh your browser, Sudhanva will be introducing Jose Delgado, and we'll continue our work. We'll continue our festival, Communism, Not Corona. See you in a minute.
A ideia chama já consome a crosta bruta que assoterra. Cortai o mal pelo fundo, de pé de pé, não mais, senhores. Se nada somos em tal mundo, sejamos logo produtores. Bem unidos, façamos nesta luta final uma terra sem amor, a internacional. Senhores, patrões, chefes supremos, nada esperamos de nenhum. Sejamos nós que conquistamos a terra livre comum, para não ter protestos vãos, para sair deste antro estreito. Façamos nós com nossas mãos tudo que a nós nos diz respeito. Reunidos façamos dessa luta final uma terra sem amor, a internacional. O crime do rico alheio cobre, o Estado esmaga o oprimido. Não há direito para o pobre, ao rico tudo é permitido. A opressão não mais sujeito, somos iguais todos os seres. Não mais deveres sem direitos, não mais direitos sem deveres. Bem unidos façamos nesta luta final uma terra sem ambos, a internacional. Abomináveis da grandeza, os reis da meme e da fornalha edificaram a riqueza sobre o suor de quem trabalha. Todo o produto de quem sua agora já não recolheu, querendo que não restitua. O povo quer só o que é seu. Bem unidos façamos nesta luta final uma terra sem amor, a internacional. Nós fomos de fumo embriagados, mas entre nós guerra aos senhores. Façamos greve de soldados, somos irmãos trabalhadores. Se a raça viu cheia de gala, nos quer a força canibais. Logo verás que as nossas balas são para os nossos generais. Bem unidos façamos nesta luta somos do povo ativo, trabalhador forte e fecundo. Pertence a terra aos produtivos, o parasita deixa o mundo. Ó parasita que te nutres do nosso sangue a gotejar. Se nos faltarem os abutres, não deixe o sol te fulgurar. Bem unidos passamos nesta luta final. Uma terra sem amor, a internacional.
Causa de internacional. Raui juntos grafansi perfeita, alincanata harkata. Igrasio pachata sapimanta, abacata urmayatispa. Japanti sunyu na kuju, tukukuyati panaiti, ataruchu jastakuna. Naraiku, Japanti sunyu na kuju, tukukuyati panaiti, atarichu jastakuna chaniwang. Internacional Raiku. Paita puncha y ay parespa, yajanillo pachacacán. Usipau cagalpa picapoca, una cunapa. Carta Cacho, Guanajuato, Japanti sonho na coso, Kukuyate panaiti, Taricho Jastakuna, Internacional Raiku, Japanti sonho na coso, Tukukuyate panaiti, Atari jumlah sakuna chaniwang internasional Raiku.
administration refuses to lift the sanctions even in this time, which is at the time of the pandemic, which is the time when, you know, all hostilities should cease actually, whether it's hostilities of war or war by another means, which is really what the sanctions are. So could he give us a sense of what the situation right now in Venezuela is?
Bueno, un gusto saludarte, Sudamba, una alegría infinita, y a todo el equipo. Gracias por invitarme al Mayday 2020. Bueno, me preguntas dos cosas. ¿Cuáles son las condiciones ahora en Venezuela? Sabemos que ha sufrido las sanciones criminales del gobierno de Estados Unidos. Sí, bueno, nuestro pueblo desde hace 20 años, tal vez un poco más, ha decidido su camino, el camino de la transformación permanente, el camino de la emancipación, y por supuesto eso va a tener resistencia. Tú vas a traducir, Ana, ¿qué hago?
José, sigue, haz toda la introducción y yo luego, cuando tú termines tu intervención, voy a hacer la interpretación, no te preocupes.
Ok. Perdón. Bueno, hace ya más de 20 años decidió su camino de la emancipación, camino de la incursión en la política tradicional moderna que nos impusieron por muchos años sin llevar a cabo los preceptos iniciales de la misma política, ¿no? ¿Quiénes votaban? ¿A quiénes elegían? ¿Quiénes eran los referentes políticos? ¿Cuáles eran las alternativas? ¿Cómo eran tratados los disidentes? ¿Cómo eran tratados aquellos, los revolucionarios? Muchos asesinados y desaparecidos, ¿no? Esas políticas no han cambiado para nada. Ha cambiado tal vez la forma. Tal vez vemos hoy día que el enemigo es virtual, cada vez más son personas detrás de una computadora, haciendo y escribiendo y dándole enter, y al darle enter, al tocar el botón, dañan a pueblos enteros, ¿no? Eso, bueno, nuestro pueblo lo tiene claro, y desde hace 7 años que ha arreciado muchísimo más el modelo injerencista, debido a la desaparición física de nuestro comandante Chávez, ¿no? Y la llegada al poder de nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro. Ellos han apostado a que Maduro fracase, y el sol de hoy no ha sido así. Más bien hay muchas estructuras que se han afianzado. Estamos en una crisis, y de hecho nos llega la pandemia, nos llega, lamentablemente le llega al mundo entero esta situación, ¿no? Llega a mi país, y digamos hay ya de alguna manera algún aprendizaje en cuanto a soportar las crisis, entender que día tras día van cambiando vertiginosamente las condiciones, y cómo mantenerse siendo pueblo creativo, pueblo creador, con todo lo complejo que puede ser, porque vivimos cosas muy complejas a nivel por las sanciones del gobierno de los Estados Unidos, que es un brazo ejecutor del supremacismo blanco. Las sanciones no cesan, no paran, y no hay que pensar que van a parar, porque no hay ninguna tregua en esta guerra. Es la guerra prácticamente a muerte, y ellos tienen un poder, el poder de la moneda, el poder del dólar, el poder del capitalismo, de las empresas capitalistas, y a mi manera de ver no van a parar, más bien van a buscar cómo cómo quebrar, ¿no? A los pueblos y a los colectivos que piensen distinto a lo establecido.
So you're asking me about the conditions in Venezuela, and the truth is we have been suffering these criminal sanctions from the US. Our people has 20 years or more already decidedly on a path of permanent transformation, on a path of emancipation. And this, of course, has caused a lot of resistance. And initially it was through the traditional ways of politics, and it had to do with trying to have an influence or an impact in those who voted, who were the alternatives, who could be elected, and also assassinating and disappearing anyone who opposed, anyone who fought for this transformation, and anyone who opposed the people who were trying to control us. Now, this policy of the US hasn't changed, only the form has changed. We see that the enemy is more and more a virtual enemy, people behind keyboards writing and just pushing enter and damaging whole populations in this way. Our people, however, they have a lot of clarity. They have been on this path for a while, and already the 7 years that have passed, however, this has become much harder. The influence of the US, their attempt to have an influence on us has become much harder due to the physical disappearance, due to the passing away of Fernando Chavez and Nicolas Maduro becoming our president now. They have bet on his failure, but to this day, this has not happened. On the other hand, a lot of the structures on our country have become stronger. Now we are facing a crisis. We are in the middle of a pandemic that the entire world is also facing the same situation. And of course, this has also affected Venezuela. But we have learned and we know how to withstand a crisis, and we know how to work day by day, trying to change the conditions of our people, trying to stay as a people who are creative, as a people who create and improve, despite that there are, of course, a lot of complexities. We live under very difficult situations because we live under these sanctions. They are the executioners of white supremacy. They do not cease, they do not stop, and we do not need to think they will not stop. There will be no kind of pause on this war that we are in. It's a war to the death, and they have the power. They have the power of currency, of transnational companies, and they will not stop. They will try to find a way to change and to break the peoples and the collectives that think differently than they do.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I wish I knew sign language. I was just saying that for us on the left, all over the world, and certainly in India, Venezuela continues to be a source of great inspiration, because it's quite extraordinary that people can fight and fight back with such determination and courage for so many years. And so therefore we look at Venezuela and the Venezuelan revolution, the Bolivarian revolution, with a great deal of admiration. Now, before we go on to other things, can I ask you, what is the first song that you're going to sing for us?
La canción que cantaré, bueno, para nosotros también es una gran inspiración la revolución bolivariana. Para nosotros los venezolanos mismos también una gran inspiración. Y es algo que permanentemente se tiene que estar transformando y adaptándose a las distintas necesidades de los distintos colectivos, los venezolanos y de cara al mundo entero. No es nada más una cosa interna, porque como bien sabemos, trabajamos por el internacionalismo también, y ahí cada localidad juega un papel muy importante en hablar y en decir justamente cómo trabajan, cómo ven el mundo desde su cosmogonía, desde que está asignada por su ancestralidad. Voy a cantar, a propósito del Día del Trabajador, una canción que se llama Compañero. Es una canción de un grupo maravilloso de una parroquia combativa, como es la parroquia San Agustín, una zona, un barrio de Caracas. Ahí nació el grupo Madera, y ellos compusieron esta canción que se llama Compañero. Vas a hablar, Ana, ¿verdad? Antes de yo cantar.
Gracias. First, just to say that the Bolivarian Revolution is an inspiration also for us, the Venezuelan people. We know that it needs to keep on transforming and adapting to the different needs of each particular population and each collective. And it is something that we also dedicate and devote ourselves to work on for the entire world, because we live under the ideal of internationalism. We know it's not something for ourselves. We are working for it to reach every corner of the country, and every single location, every city, every neighborhood plays an important role in this, in terms of speaking and saying how they see the world, how they want the world to be according to their own ancestral traditions. As for the song that I will play first, it's because it's Labor Day. I will be singing a song called Comrade, Compañero. It's a song that was created by a group from the parish San Agustin. Parish is a way to denominate a particular type of area within Venezuela. And the band, the group that wrote the song, is called Madera, which means wood. So the song is called Compañero, Comrade.
Compañeros de cantos y labores, compañeros de la libertad, en el campo donde dejas tu vida y tu presente y tu futuro está. Compañeros de cantos y labores, compañeros de la libertad, en el campo donde dejas tu vida y tu presente y tu futuro está. Tu presente es la tierra que cultivas, tu futuro será tu bienestar. No abandones la tierra, compañero, que la historia te lo agradecerá. Tu machete y tu dignidad bajo el yugo nunca estarán, si tu lucha es por pan, trabajo y tierra. Tu machete y tu dignidad bajo el yugo nunca estarán, si tu lucha es por pan, trabajo y tierra. Tu presente es la tierra que cultivas, tu futuro será tu bienestar. Si no abandones la tierra, compañero, que la historia te lo agradecerá. Tu machete y tu dignidad bajo el yugo nunca estarán, si tu lucha es por pan, trabajo y tierra. Tu machete y tu dignidad bajo el yugo nunca estarán, si tu lucha es por pan, trabajo y tierra. Ay, 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 trabajo y tierra, vamos a juntar a los trabajadores, hoy tierra, para que se acabe la guerra. Trabajo y tierra, no, la guerra, trabajo y tierra. Vamos a matar ese virus, trabajo y tierra, vamos a acabar con ese virus, trabajo y tierra. Este virus, yo te lo digo así mismo, hoy tierra, que el virus que no es otro sino el capitalismo, trabajo y tierra.
Ay, no me venga con chachara, trabajo y tierra, no me venga con tu lengua rara. Trabajo y tierra, qué bonito te lo canto, aquí sudan para trabajo y tierra. Es de la parroquia de San Agustín, trabajo y tierra, de la barriada San Agustín, trabajo y tierra. Tu machete y tu dignidad bajo el yugo nunca estarán, si tú luchas por pan, trabajo y tierra.
That was just marvelous, absolutely marvelous. And the last part of the song was all improvised, right?
Sí, la última parte fue improvisación. Que se hace el coro que dice trabajo y tierra. Y, dentro de cada coro vas improvisando. Se dice que hay que matar el virus, te lo digo a sí mismo, porque el virus no es otro, sino el capitalismo. Entonces por ahí se va. Yo no soy muy buen improvisador, igual, no soy muy buen improvisador.
Yes, the last part of the song was an improvisation. It actually is based on the chorus of the song. So you take the chorus and you add a bit of improvised text in it. But I'm not very good at improvising, that's Jose. But in this case, it had to do with the virus. So it says, work on land, we have to kill the virus, we have to kill this virus, which is nothing other than capitalism itself.
And that the virus is nothing other than capitalism itself, right? That capitalism is the virus.
Sí, I think that.
That was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. So what's the next song? Tell us a little bit about the next song.
La próxima canción es una canción que a ti te gustó, que se llama Coffee and Tea. Coffee and Tea.
Oh, Coffee and Tea. This is, I have to say, this is my absolute all-time favorite song. I've heard Jose sing it, and we made him sing it many, many, many times. We loved the song. I promise you, this is just the most marvelous song. But what does it mean? Could you give us a sense of what the song is about?
Claro, les puedo contar. Y creo que te puedo poner la letra también incluso ahí. Vamos a ver. Bueno, te voy contando. Esa canción es un poco una ironía, un juego, un poco haciendo como una ironía, un sarcasmo al tema de las religiones y los falsos religiosos y tanto charlatán que hay por ahí que ponen a la gente loca con ideas de que de la religión, de los fanáticos, ¿no? de la fanaticada, del fanatismo de las religiones.
This song is sí, todo lo que quieras y después lo traduzco, no tiene problema.
Ok. Entonces, coffee and tea, bueno, café y té. Pero si uno lo habla rápido, en español muy rápido, puede sonar coffee and tea, que quiere decir, es un juego de palabras, que quiere decir confía en ti. Confía en ti.
Okay. So this song has a lot of irony actually in it and sarcasm, and it's about religions and false religions actually. It's about charlatans who go after people trying to convince them of their insane ideas and just promoting a type of fanatism. And the song itself, the title, which is Coffee and Tea, is actually a play of words in Spanish, because if you say them in Spanish very, very quickly, coffee and tea, it sounds like confía en ti, which means trust in yourself.
Entonces dice así. cansada de morderte la cola, gata. La mantis que reza plegarias al cielo. Tras la carnada el anzuelo, pez, otra vez. El queso que esconde el veneno, rata, garrapata. ¡Hueva! Si eres real o imaginario, canario, tranquilo que eso no tiene importancia. Si crees que un ente superior te ha elaborado y te ha hecho a su imagen y semejanza, danza, oh, oh, oh. Confía en ti, confía en ti, confía en ti. Si el huracán arrastra tu cara ajada y con tu bigote limpia el suelo, pañuelo. Si crees que ignorándola no existe la desgracia, que no sentirás dolor ni desconsuelo. Oh, oh, oh. Confía en ti, confía en ti, confía en ti, oh, no, confía en ti, confía en ti, oh, confía en ti. Concéntrate, nadie se percatará. Cierra los ojos y toma la magia. Piensa que eres piedra, piedra serás. Eso no duele, eso no te dolerá. Toma el sombrero y agita la vara. Piensa en fuego y serás un volcán. Serás un volcán. Serás un volcán. Confia en ti. Se você está triste, não compreende porque isso está passando na sua vida. Você tem que tocar um ato sagrado, irmão. Toque um ato sagrado para de sofrer. Confia em ti. Confia en ti, confia en ti.
Well, audiences now can understand why we were tripping on this song so much. This is just absolutely wonderful. Ah.
Thank you.
So, Jose, I had a question for you, which is that I know that in Venezuela, in particular, there's been a lot of work in the favelas, in the shanty towns, in the with music, of getting kids from poor neighborhoods to come to music and to embrace music and to become musicians. There's been a lot of work on in that area. Could you speak a little bit about what these efforts have been? In India, we know a little bit about the work with classical music that's happened in Venezuela, but we don't know so much about the work that's happened with popular music in the shanty towns, in the favelas, and so on. Could you speak a little bit about that?
Bueno, mira, el pueblo venezolano siempre ha sido un pueblo muy musical. Esa es una de las principales artes que ha estado arraigada, mira, bueno, desde siempre, ¿no? La música en Venezuela es muy variada, cambia mucho porque, con decirte que Venezuela tiene como 4 climas diferentes. Venezuela tiene toda la costa afro-caribe, ¿verdad? Que es todo el mar nuestro, el mar es el mar Caribe. Y esos pueblos tal vez tienen mucha más relación con la cultural, más relación culturalmente, como una raíz cultural, tienen tal vez más relación con las Antillas, con el Caribe, que
los pueblos del occidente, los pueblos andinos, que tenemos Andes en Venezuela también. En Venezuela también tenemos, comienza o se finaliza la cordillera andina, no sabemos si es la cola o la cabeza, pero no importa igual. Y tenemos también hacia el sur, llegaron asentamientos afro que venían desde las islas, desde las Antillas, para la explotación minera, la explotación principalmente del oro. Entonces se anclaron ahí, se asentaron ahí y fueron creando ahí cultura, música. Entonces el calipso en el sur de Venezuela, el calipso antillano, en el sur de Venezuela se arraigó y ya es una manifestación tradicional. Más lo solamente afro, que son un montón de maneras de tocar tambor que están en toda la costa, más las creaciones o que fueron mutando, digamos, que traían los españoles con las arpas, que en realidad vienen del mundo árabe. Los canarios trajeron las mandolinas, las bandurrias, y todo eso acá se mezcló con lo indígena y se mezcló con lo afro, y entonces se da todo ese compendio rico que es la cultura venezolana. Entonces, partiendo de eso, bueno, ha habido experiencias maravillosas desde el punto de vista organizativo, digamos. Cada localidad ha tenido como su propia manera también, a partir de las mismas músicas, de sus mismas necesidades, de crear sus plataformas, ¿no? Tal vez una de las cosas más visibles en ese aspecto hacia afuera, que me parece que no ha sido justo el tratamiento, pero bueno, ya eso es otra discusión, el tema de la formación para las orquestas sinfónicas, que ha habido ahí una cantidad de núcleos que se abrieron a nivel nacional, ¿verdad?, para enseñar esta música. Bueno, que a mi manera de ver, yo tengo muchas diferencias. Preferiría que salieran los niños tocando su tambor a que siguieran perpetuando el repertorio hermoso, ¿verdad?, repertorio europeo, pero desde Europa. Nosotros tenemos nuestro repertorio, y además un repertorio también de música clásica basada en nuestras expresiones tradicionales que no se conoce del todo, porque es más fácil llevar a Europa lo que ellos conocen, tener unos niños. Entonces ahí el tema de lo exótico también es muy, como unos niños exóticos con caras de indígenas, con caras de negritos, van y tocan la música europea al mismo nivel, lo mejor que los europeos. Es como todo un discurso, bueno, interesante. Ha tenido alguna calada en algún espacio, pero yo en mi caso defiendo mucho las culturas locales y creo que no deben ser transgredidas en nombre de ninguna cultura es más que otra. Todas son maravillosas, pero si tú me preguntas qué defiendo yo, defiendo la mía, la que canta la gente en mi calle, en mi barrio, con la que crecí escuchando. Esa formó mi corazón, formó mi mente y es la que me hace resistir.
So, as you know, the people of Venezuela are very, very musical, very heavily influenced by music. It's a form of art that is very deeply entrenched in our culture. It's also very varied, very different. It changes a lot. We have 4 different types of weather in Venezuela, and each one has their own characteristics. We have, for example, on the coast, a very heavily Afro-Caribbean influenced culture. We have, of course, the sea for us is the Caribbean, which is culturally closer to the Antilles. And we also have the populations from the Andes, so the Andean area, where the mountain chain of the Andes either begins or ends, we don't know, but it also doesn't matter. And on the south, we have the areas where there were a lot of African settlements due to the mining production, mainly due to gold, and they started creating an entire musical culture. There is a musical style called calypso in the south of Venezuela, which is already, it took on in our country, and it became a traditional manifestation for us, for ourselves, which is very heavily about different types and styles of drum playing all along the coastline also. And there are a lot of different types of creations which have been transformed from the influence of the Spanish, also a very heavily Arabic influence, with different types of instruments that came here and started coming into contact with the native population, with the African population. And from all of this very rich mixture, we have what is today the Venezuelan culture. Now, we have, that is the basis of our musical culture, and we have made some wonderful experiences at the organizational level in each different location, each city, each neighborhood. They have had their own way of expressing themselves through music and through also being able to express their own needs and creating their own platforms. So perhaps one of the most visible things in this regard, looking from outside of Venezuela, and it may not have been very fairly treated, that's a different issue, but we're talking about symphony orchestra, so forming symphony orchestra from small neighborhoods and different areas all through the nation. We have, in this case, in this issue, I have some differences. I would rather have kids playing their drums, playing our own national repertoire instead of the European repertoire. There's also something to analyze in terms of having these children with their faces that are very clearly indigenous faces or black faces playing a European repertoire, and of course that sells and that reaches Europe, reaches different places, but we have our own tradition and we have our own cultural wealth that could also be expressed. So in my case, I'm a very strong defender of our culture, our local cultures, and I don't believe we need to transfer them into or transform them in anything that looks more to something more European. This is the music, our music, the music that I grew up with, that I heard my whole life, that makes my heart beat and that makes me stand strong in the struggle and in resistance.
I've just posted the link on the public on the live streaming platform, the link that Jose has shared with us here. This, as far as I can tell, is about, it's a YouTube video about work with local instruments, local musical traditions in Venezuela. Is that correct, Anna? Have I got that correct?
Yes, you can see that children who are playing and dancing to the drum beats that are particular of Venezuela.
Right. Well, there are people in the audience who are watching today. Some of them want to know, as well as some of us want to know, if Bella Ciao can be part of this evening. Do you sing that song in Venezuela?
La conozco, la he escuchado, la he acompañado, pero no me la sé. La verdad, chao. Podría cantarte un tema de Lee que es uno de nuestros referentes más importantes de la canción de autor combativa, de la canción de autor política. Te la cambio por esa. A ver si nos aprendemos igual que Bella Ciao en el mundo entero.
I can propose here a small exchange. I know the song, I know of the song, I have played together with other musicians, but I wouldn't say I'm prepared to play it now. But in exchange for Bella Ciao, I can play a song by Ali Primera, who is a very, very traditional, very famous singer-songwriter from Venezuela. And then we can start getting ready for Bella Ciao to be played in the whole world as well.
Rhetoric.
esta canción, a propósito de quienes salvan las economías, quienes prefieren salvar la economía, a quienes prefieren salvar a la humanidad, a los seres humanos. La canción de Ali I, muy pertinente en estos momentos y en todos los tiempos de revolución y en todos los tiempos, esté impuesta o no, el pueblo haya impuesto o no una revolución, siempre Ali I es muy importante.
So this song is about those who prefer to save economy rather than save humanity and human beings. So it's actually very, very relevant to our times, but also to every time, every different era, every time of revolution. Even for those peoples who haven't undergone a revolution or who aren't in a revolution right now, Ali Primera is always very relevant. He always has something to share with us.
Un tropel de caballo, la historia dormida y se despertó. Y estirando los brazos, abrió su boca de siglo y nos preguntó. ¿Cuál es la lucha de los hombres para lograr la paz? ¿Y cuál paz si quieren dejar al mundo como está? Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. El que soñaba con aves, soñaba con flores, también despertó y vio un rocío rojo. Aves de guerra son, flores de sangre son, tal y como está el mundo de hoy. Y él también habló. ¿Cuál es la lucha de los hombres para lograr la paz? ¿Y cuál paz si quieren dejar al mundo como está? Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Nosotros hagamos la historia, que otros las escriban en un mundo mejor. Buscar la lucha dentro por transformar al mundo significa amor. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Nosotros hagamos la historia, que otros las escriban en un mundo mejor. Buscar la lucha adentro por transformar al mundo significa amor. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad.
Superb, superb, superb. This was beautiful, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I should tell our that Anna has been absolutely fantastic with doing very, very fast translations of the songs that you're singing and posting them on the chat here, and then I'm copying and pasting it on the public chat so that our spectators, our audiences can also follow it.
Sí, Ana, bravo, Ana, gracias, sí.
Yeah, she's amazing, absolutely amazing. So thank you, Anna. That was just amazing how you do it and how you do it so fast. It's fantastic. Let me just very quickly go to the public chat, and if there are any, since this is a rare occasion that we are getting Jose with us, if there are any comments or any questions that you have, there's not much time that we have, but if there's anything that you want to convey to Jose, please do put it in the chat here, and I will convey it to him. But in the meanwhile, let me also just say that that we are absolutely with us, Jose. Normally, this event happens on ground in a bookstore, right? And we never have live streaming, etc. All that doesn't happen at that event. But this time, because of the lockdown, we had this. We had a question: how do we do this event? And so that's why we chose. We decided to do it online. And that enabled us. Actually, it was a fantastic. It was a gift, I would say, that we had the opportunity of getting people from all over the world to come and join us. And I would never imagine that a comrade, a friend, an artist from Venezuela would get to perform at a May Day bookstore event in New Delhi. But that has come to pass, and now what we have to work towards is getting Jose to come to India and do live shows in India, all India. We would love to have you in India.
Sí, tengo que ir, claro. Hay que organizarlo y que se vaya el virus.
Of course, I have to be there. We have to organize that and hope for this virus to finally be over.
Absolutely. So with that, do you have one last song that you can do for us?
Claro que sí.
He's asking him to do one last song, but I don't know whether he'll sing or not.
¿Cuál canción podría ser para finalizar? Voy a bajar un poco el registro. Esta canción que les voy a hacer se llama En una gota de agua. Voy a buscar la letra acá muy rápidamente.
The song I'm going to play now is called En una gota de agua, which means in a drop of water. And I'm just looking for the lyrics right now to copy them to you.
En una gota de agua es una de las canciones más recientes que yo he escrito. Y si aparece, la canto. Si no, canto otra cosa. Habla de un poco de cómo en las pequeñas cosas se manifiestan también las grandes, ¿no? Las grandes creaciones y también las cosas más pequeñas. No me encuentro por acá.
This is one of the last songs I wrote, and it's actually about how the great things are expressed and manifest through the smaller things. So greatest creations are in small, tiny details.
Bueno, voy a ver cómo me recuerdo. Encontré la letra por acá. Acá la tengo. Si me das 2 segundos, la tengo acá al teléfono. 2 segundos nada más. Y bueno, me despido con esta canción agradeciéndote nuevamente, Sudamba, y a todo el equipo organizador del May Day Espero pronto que poder estar por allá, que puedan venir acá y que sigamos también esta modalidad de encuentros a través de estas plataformas. Nosotros acá, como ustedes leyeron ahí en todas las mentiras esas que yo les mandé de biografía, hay un proyecto el que me tiene concentrado desde hace ya 3 años, que se llama Ciudad Canción. Un proyecto que es un laboratorio creativo en el que invitamos, a partir de una idea, de una temática, invitamos a distintos artistas de distintas disciplinas. Invitamos a poetas, músicos, invitamos a diseñadores, para que juntos creen un repertorio, ¿verdad?, en base a esa temática y poder mostrarla en el espacio público abierto al público, de manera de irrupción en el espacio público. Tú sabes muy bien de eso, porque vienes del teatro político. El teatro político busca justamente irse a los espacios donde el pueblo transita, en los autobuses, en todos estos espacios, para activar ahí, cambiar la manera de pensar, insertarse en la cotidianidad, ¿no? Sobre todo para estas personas que no tienen dentro de su estructura, dentro de su cotidianidad semanal, la idea burguesa de ir a consumir las artes en un teatro, a ir a consumir las artes en una galería, sino que ellos tienen su galería en el metro, en los autobuses. Y bueno, de esa manera nosotros hacemos Ciudad Canción, y ya llevamos 24 ediciones, y les invito a que nos sigan en Instagram. Les escribo por acá, Ciudad Canción en Instagram. Que nos acompañen ahí, nos sigan y podamos vincular también desde ahí. Ahora mismo estamos preparando una modalidad que se llama Madrigueras, Ciudad Canción Madrigueras, con la idea de, bueno, de asumir esta situación de la, ¿cómo se llama?, de la pandemia, de la cuarentena, de una manera creativa también. Entonces, estamos haciendo esa Ciudad Canción madrigueras. Las madrigueras son los huecos o las casas que los roedores, muchos roedores hacen dentro de la tierra para resguardarse. Y la raíz de la palabra tiene que ver con el refugio, la madre que resguarda. Y entonces un poco lo que estamos haciendo, cómo resguardar nosotros nuestro corazón, cómo ver hacia adentro de nuestras relaciones también, por supuesto, mirando desde la ventana hacia afuera también, todo eso que tenemos que transformar. Y aquí mientras hablaba conseguí la canción, que la voy a cantar.
So first, I'd like to say, before I finish with this last song, I wanted to thank you, Sudamba, thank also the entire team organizing Labor Day, organizing this event, and hopefully we may meet. I would love to go see you, and also for you to come here. We can also continue having this modality of meetings, finding ourselves through virtually through the internet, but it would be lovely to also have the presence of everyone here in Caracas. So as I also shared before in my short bio description, which is full of lies, one of the things I mentioned is a project that's very dear and near to me, something we've been working on for the last 3 years called Ciudad Canción. It means Song City, which is a creative laboratory where different types of artists, we have musicians, poets, and different disciplines come together and create on the basis of one common theme, to then show it on a public arena, in the public space, as a way of bursting into the everyday life of people who may not have this bourgeois costume of the habit of once a week going to a gallery or a museum to consume art or culture or theater. So it's about playing on the subway, playing on the buses, being part of the city. And we have worked already in 24 different editions. I will share with you the social media for you to follow us on Instagram so that we may also connect there. We are currently working on a particular mode of, well, because of the quarantine, because of the lockdown, a modality called burrows or dens, which is about taking on this lockdown with creativity. So burrows are the holes of rodents, the holes they make in the earth in order to keep safe. And the root of the word in Spanish has to do with the mother that keeps us safe. So this is a time where we need to look inwards, look to our hearts, without ever losing sight of what's out there, without losing sight of the world beyond our windows.
Y agradecido contigo, Ana. Muchísimas gracias. Y con todas las personas que se conectan a este May Day, 1 de mayo. No olvidemos todas las personas que aún en estas condiciones de pandemia tienen que salir a trabajar. Son nuestros hermanos, les acompañamos, les comprendemos. Y vamos a trabajar también porque esas realidades cambien. Que pensemos primero en las personas, en la humanidad, antes que en las empresas. Ojalá eso se acabe. Y si bien tenemos muchas expectativas, ¿verdad? Yo no sé si el mundo verdaderamente va a cambiar después de esto. A lo mejor somos como muy optimistas. Pero lo que sí yo creo que puede suceder es que cambiemos nosotros, que tomemos la decisión nosotros de cambiar. Sabemos que el mundo ya no se puede soportar como viene. Pero esto puede recrudecer de alguna manera la arremetida capitalista, pero nosotros sí podemos cambiar. Sabemos cómo no queremos ser y hace falta pues tomar con responsabilidad cada uno de los cambios. Es difícil, es complejo, muchas veces es doloroso, pero hay que hacerlo.
I also would like to say thank you for everyone who has logged on, everyone who has connected to be here, particularly to the people who have to work regardless of the day and regardless of the lockdown. We know this is a reality and we are there with you as well. We hope that this reality can change, that we can start thinking about people before we think about companies and being more considerate to humans than we are to economy. This needs to stop. We have, of course, expectations, but I don't know if the world will change after this. We can be optimistic, but it could happen that the capitalism just becomes starker, stronger, and more vile after this experience. It is us that needs to take the decision to change. We know the world cannot continue as it is, but we also know it can be much harder after this. Hopefully we can change, and we know what we don't want to be, and we need to be responsible to take on the challenge of transforming and improving and changing. As I said, it's difficult, but it's what we need to do for the world to be better.
Hopefully, sure. Yeah.
Perdón. ¿Ya?
Yeah.
¿Yo? Ojalá sea así, ¿verdad? Sí, lo que tú dices. En una gota de agua vive el mar, el desierto en el grano de arena. La hoguera está en la llama de una vela y en la semilla está el cacaotal. Lleva a su casa encima el caracol, el mundo por sombrero el avestruz. Sol y luna reflejan la luz que arroja tu mirada al arrebol, poniendo el corazón en lo pequeño, ejercitando el pulso en cada cosa. Ama la flor, ama la mariposa, amor que pone color a los sueños. Amarlo todo a través de ti, desde tu mano, desde tu pasión.
porque aunque el brote irrumpe con dolor, su fruto anuncia desde la raíz. Girar, andar, amar en espiral, amarse juntos y amar en soledad, mientras se espera, amar mientras se va, porque amanece, amar, porque el amar, amar sin entender, sin explicar, por accidente, amar para soltar, del mismo modo con la misma verdad, hacen sus nidos Samuro y Turbial, los cuerpos danzan en su fundición, para el conjuro del original, que nos remonta al tiempo inmemorial, en el que fuimos polvo y plantación, el brillo y la oscurana en unidad, con duda, duelo, certeza y valor, será juntar el vértigo con el amor, para encender la posibilidad. Y de esta manera me despido.
Lovely,
Gracias a todos.
lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Jose. It was just wonderful. Sudhanva's internet just went off at the end, so I had to jump in. And thank you very much once again. We are really, really glad that you were able to, and we were able to hear your songs. Thank you, Anna, once again for interpreting the whole thing. And I just want to tell our viewers that our next group of performers from Brazil, they are ready to come on the live streaming. There will be a shift in the stream while we are streaming to the other room. So it will take a few seconds. So you just need to refresh. And that's all for this session. Thank you once again, Jose and Anna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
also from Latin America. We really hope that all of you that are here participating together with us enjoy the music. We're going to do it separately because also of internet. We'll start with some songs, just from Brazilian, very famous singer, Chico Buarque, also very generous and give us the rights of some of his musics to this movement. So Diego, Cio da Terra, and then Settlement.
La la ya la ya la la ya la ya la ya la ya la ya la ya la la ya la la ya la ya la ya. Debulhar o trigo, recolher cada bago do trigo, forjar do trigo, milagre do pão, esse papa de pão. Descer para a cana, recolher a garapa da cana, roubar da cana, doçura do mel, se lambuzar de mel. Apagar a terra, conhecer os desejos da terra, cio da terra, propícia a estação de fecundar o chão. Alaia, laia, la, laia, 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 la, laia, la, laia, 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 laia. Debulhar o trigo, recolher cada bago do trigo, forjar do trigo, milagre do pão, e se fartar de pão. Descer para a cana, recolher a garapa da cana, roubar da cana, doçura do mel, se lambuzar de mel. Apagar a terra, conhecer os desejos da terra, cio da terra, propícia a estação de fecundar o chão.
Bravo.
So this next one is settlement, assentamento, just like Anna just said, it's from Chico Buarque to the landless rural workers movement.
afora, a cidade não mora mais em mim. Francisco Serafim, vamos embora. Ver o caqui, ver o baobá, vamos ver a campina quando fora, Piracema, rios contra vim, vinho, bel, biaquim, vamos embora. Quando eu morrer cansada de guerra, morro de bem com a minha terra. Cana, caquinha, minha baborá, onde só vento se semeava outrora, amplidão, nação, sertão sem fim, vinho, bel, biaquim, vamos embora. Quando eu morrer, que me enterre na beira do chapadão, contente com minha terra, cansada de tanta guerra, crescida de coração. Zanza daqui, zanza pra colar, fim de feira, periferia fora, a cidade não mora mais em mim. Francisco Serafim, vamos embora. Ver o capim, ver o baobá, vamos ver a campina quando flora, Piracema, rios, vinho, bel, biaquim, vamos embora. Quando eu morrer cansada de guerra, morro de bem com a minha terra. Cana, caquinha, minha baborá, onde só vento se semeava outrora, amplidão, nação, sertão sem fim. Manuel, Miguelim, vamos embora. Quando eu morrer, que me enterre na beira do chapadão, contente com minha terra, cansada de tanta guerra, crescida de coração.
Thank you, Dave. This song, which is called Settlement, talks about everything we can produce in a free land. We can produce healthy food, but we can also produce humanity. And that's on what we are doing now. It's keeping producing food in our settlements, but also growing our humanity through solidarity, class solidarity. So MST is now just distributing food, producing the settlements in the cities to the poorest people, illegal immigrants in the city. But also we are distributing books because we fully believe that we need to raise consciousness, we need to, people need to be close to knowledge. So this song is very symbolic to us. And also because with the rights of the song that Chico Buarque gave us, we were able to start building our national school, a school for political education. Was a project which is called Land, with the text of Saramago, José Saramago, a Portuguese writer, the photos of Sebastião Salgado, and the songs of Chico Buarque. So it's very, very symbolic to us. And now Marcia, she'll also play a pair of songs that are part of our playlist, and says a lot to us about being on struggle, and also make an homage to all that have been killed in struggle. So, Marcia? É uma canção de vida, eu sabe em teu corpo tem sanar, e a vida em nosso coração. E fica assim, a quem nos quer abraçar, mas vou pra não sei a própria quem nos quer acolher, diga sim a quem nos quer acolher, mas se for pra nos prender, diga Obrigada, Marcinha. Thank you, Marcinha. Vai de panela ao
Bravo.
Thank you so much, Marcia. Marcia, it's now in Argentina. She went to do a study practice and she was not able to come back to Brazil. She's really trying to come home, but it's really difficult in a certain way because Argentina had made several measures to protect the citizens of COVID-19. So that's the good part of the story, but the bad one is that she's there alone. So we really hope that she can come back to Brazil in the next days. And of course, it's much worse than in Argentina. We have passed already the number of 1,000 deaths by the way. It's the official numbers, which we truly believe notification, because we are now living the situation of have to fight this virus, this coronavirus, but also this genocidal president that we have that really don't cares nothing for human lives. But we are on struggle doing everything that we can. As I was saying, producing food. We are also continue our process of political education, doing group studies and distributing readings for people, and the solidarity, the class solidarity that we really believe that it's one of the most important initiatives that we are building now together with other social movements of Brazil and of other parts of the world. And so now I will play a song that was written in the dictatorship time, and we really hope that those times don't come back to Brazil. But it's a very strong music in terms of need to do this confront with the bourgeoisie. Que iluminou toda a terra e mar, que iluminou toda a terra e mar. Eu vi Fortaleza balar, eu vi Fortaleza balar. Agora que eu quero ver esse carro de gente é pra queimar. Agora que eu quero ver esse coro de gente é pra queimar. Vou pedir pra São João, Cosme Damião, pra nos ajudar. Vou pedir pra São João, Cosme Damião, pra nos ajudar. Quero um atitude cheio de flores, chamando pra trabalhar. Quero uma atitude cheio de flores, chamando pra trabalhar. E alumiou e alumiou toda a terra. Eu vi Fortaleza balar, Fortaleza chefe pra queimar. Agora que eu quero ver esse caruji de chefe pra queimar. Agora que eu quero ver esse caruji de chefe pra queimar. Agora que eu quero ver esse caruji de chefe pra queimar. The name is Engenho de Flores. Okay. And now, a Latin song that is very present also in our meetings and in our spirit of building international unity of the class. I'm not very good with guitar, but I will do this effort. Usually it's Jade and Marcia who plays it, but let's do it for the first time in live. Hermano, dame tu mano, vamos juntos a buscar una cosa pequeñita que se llama libertad. Esa es la hora primera, ese es el justo lugar. Que afuera la tierra no aguanta más. Mira adelante, mano, tierra la que espera, sin distancias ni fronteras. Un salto en la mano, sin distancias ni fronteras. Pero la que espera, que es la hora que no levanten pronto. No, así penas. La marcha, meta el tambor, métale que traigo en mi voz. La marcha, métale al tambor, métale que traigo un pueblo en mi voz. Hermano, dame tu sangre, dame tu frío y tu pan, dame tu mano y tu puño, que no necesito más. Esa es la hora primera, ese es el justo lugar, con tu mano y con mi mano, empecemos ya. Mira adelante, hermano, en tu tierra la que espera, sin distancias ni fronteras. Es algo en la mano, sin distancias ni fronteras. Es tu tierra la que espera, que por América no le baje pronto, se queda fuera. Métale a la marcha, métale que traigo un métale a la marcha, métale al tambor, métale que traigo un pueblo en mi voz. Métale a la marcha, métale al tambor, métale que viene la revolución.
Yeah.
This was Dame tu mano, which was by Mercedes Sosa, and it says, my brother, give me your hand, or comrade, give me your hand. And it's a call for unity and of people against the bourgeoisie, against the now I will in this perspective of internationalizing struggle, internationalizing hope, that is the slogan of Via Campesina. Perform, we shall overcome.
Nice.
Do you hear me, guys? Can you hear me, guys? Yeah? We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Well, I deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Well, I deep in my heart, I do believe we shall live in peace someday. Truth will make us free again. Truth will make us free. Truth will make us free someday. Well, I deep in my heart, I do believe truth will make us free someday. We walk hand in hand. We walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Well, I deep in my heart, I do believe we'll walk hand in hand someday. We shall overcome.
That was lovely. Before I let you go, I wanted to ask you about a meeting held a month ago in Brasilia of the women of the MST movement gathered there. It's a very significant event. And I wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit about that. That's one thing that I thought people should hear about. But the other is the concept of mystica, which I think is a mysterious concept, which I think radicals in India and other places may want to hear you talk a little bit about that. So could either of you talk about the concept of mystica?
You want to go, Jay?
Anna, can you start? You want me to start? I may speak about the women meeting. Okay. Yes, a month ago. Well, more than a month ago, we're in quarantine, so we're kind of losing the illusion of real time. Time goes in another rhythm, I guess. But 40 something days ago, we were able to hold a meeting with more than 3,000 women from the landless rural workers movement, from all the states where the movement is present, has been organized in this past 35 years. And this was the result of a process of organizing from the grassroots, the women collectives, either collectives that had the intention to promote the autonomy of women in the production of the seeds, of the agriculture, and well, the production collectives themselves, but also to promote the political education necessary to qualificate the participation and promote the gender equity that we have been working on this issue since the very beginning of the movement. So nowadays we have, of course, not the ideal of equity, but we have women in all positions of the decision-making spaces of all kinds of collectives, from communication to culture, health, and production, and organizing from the grassroots. And so it was a very important process, and especially focused the past 2 years to promote this, to intensify this organizing women from the grassroots in the States. So we had those delegations that came from the States, and all these women gather around in the capital to promote debates on the very urgent issues, political issues that we have been facing in Brazil, but also to hold each other's hands and see the limits and all the challenges that we still have inside our organization, in the left as a whole, and in society. So it was very, very, I don't know the name in English, very intense and very, very productive meeting. And it ended up with a march with urban movements, feminist movements, and LGBT people movements in the capital, and denouncing all the threatening of this federal government has been doing in this past and this period since Bolsonaro is in the presidency. So it was very beautiful, and also we had a very good experience, especially in bringing other women aside from the Cantadeiros group that today we are achieving our 10th year of
Congratulations.
together. Yeah, and but we had presentations of poetry and music and theater in all languages, all artistic languages, with groups made exclusively of women on stage, and you know, all these expressions. It was very great, and I was very grateful to be possible to be there and be part of it. So if anyone wants to compliment and talk about the Mystica.
Yeah, I will say, well, here in Brazil, we will say that it was a very, very mystical meeting. In the sense that it was a meeting that really fed our energy, our strength to be in struggle. And Mystica, for us, it's very difficult to express by words. And we know that, especially in India, it has even another meaning, the word. So I thought that maybe it could be something like kritika or something similar. But it really is the way how to feed, how to build also our subjectivity to be on struggle. It's not easy to be part of a social movement. It's not easy to join the class struggle. It's needs more than a rational decision to be there struggling for social justice. So we really believe there's something that some people call energy, some call subjectivity, others call our being, and we do practice that through many forms, especially artistic forms like music, like playing, and it's the rehearsal of our life, of our struggle, connecting our past from where we came from to our present, but also looking to our future and what we want to build, looking for a socialist society, looking for a more equally society, looking for feminism. It's that very difficult to express, but we can talk more. We really want to know also how you practice your mystica in India and in other parts of the world. It's a very interesting debate.
I mean, there's so much that Brazil and India have in common. We are both governed currently by lunatic. We both have very strong socialist movements. We both have, traditions of great commitment to social struggle. And I mean, every time I've interacted with people of the MST and the wider left in Brazil, I feel utterly at home because it's so much like the struggles in India and the kind of commitment of the Indian left, of people in the Indian left. So intuitively, it's easy to understand what you mean. It's really a challenge in these really barbaric times to live a life of commitment to our struggles. Today is May Day. It's the day when we, in a sense, recommit ourselves to taking a stand in the class struggle. And I mean, I know I've heard you sing before, and it lifts my heart to hear and to interact with people like yourselves who are entirely committed to our position in the class struggle. The other side is very well organized, and they are very committed to their side of the class struggle. Our side, it's nice to strengthen each other. So I want to really thank you for joining us today from the depth of our heart at Leftward Books. You play such an important role in driving an agenda in Brazil. And I think it's quite lovely for me that the last time we met was in the Espresso Popular office in Sao Paulo, which is deepening its relationship with Leftward Books. And today is a day when we are releasing on the Tricontinental website a booklet about Red Books Day, where across the world tens of thousands of people joined together to read the Communist Manifesto in their own language. And your celebration in Sao Paulo is a big part of that booklet. When Espresso Popular, the MST, all of you joined together in your MST store in Sao Paulo to hold a celebration of the Communist Manifesto. So we're very happy to have you here. You're part of our broader left family, and we hope that we are part of your left family. So thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it.
We thank you so much. And yes, we are at the same side. We are struggling together. For us, it's very important to be here and to strengthen also Expressão Popular publisher, which is
silverware in the tub. Alabanza. Praise the dish dog, the dishwasher who worked that morning because another dishwasher could not stop coughing, or because he needed overtime to pile the sacks of rice and beans for a family floating away on some Caribbean island plagued by frogs. Alabanza. Praise the waitress who heard the radio in the kitchen and sang to herself about a man gone. Alabanza. Out to the thunder, wilder than thunder. Out to the shudder deep in the glass of the great windows, after the radio stopped singing like a tree full of terrified frogs, after night burst the dam of day and flooded the kitchen. For a time, the stoves glowed in darkness like the lighthouse in Fajardo, like a cook's soul. Soul, I say, even if the dead cannot tell us about the bristles of God's beard, because God has no face. Soul, I say, to name the smoke beings flung in constellations across the night sky of this city and cities to come. Alabanza, I say, even if God has no face. Alabanza. When the war began, from Manhattan and Kabul, two constellations of smoke rose and drifted to each other, mingling in icy air, and one said with an Afghan tongue, "Teach me to dance. We have no music here." And the other said with a Spanish tongue, "I will teach you. Music is all we have." So we begin with alabanza, we begin with praise. And we move on to a man named Jorge. This next poem is based on a worker I knew from Honduras. He was a janitor in a church in Harvard Square, Cambridge, Massachusetts, at so-called bastion of liberalism. I present in this poem the dilemma of the thinking janitor. What if you have a mind, and that mind works perfectly well, but you're only seen for what your hands can do? Part of the invisible army of essential workers today. I had many jobs like this. And so here I speak in his voice. The poem is called Jorge the Church Janitor Finally Quits. No one asks where I am from. I must be from the country of janitors. I have always mopped this floor. Honduras, you are a squatter's camp outside the city of their understanding. No one can speak my name. I host a fiesta of the bathroom, stirring the toilet like a punch bowl. The Spanish music of my name is lost when the guests complain about toilet paper. What they say must be true. I am smart, but bad attitude. No one knows that I quit tonight. Maybe the mop will push on without me, sniffing along the floor like a crazy squid with stringy gray tentacles. They will call it Jorge. Some poems begin life as an argument. This next poem began life as an argument. It started with a photograph. Millions of people around the world have seen this photograph. The photograph of two migrants from the country of El Salvador, father and a daughter, last summer, who drowned crossing the Rio Grande River. They came to be known as Oscar and Valeria. And you may know about the I'm 1015 Border Patrol Facebook group with almost 10,000 members, where some said that photograph was faked, was staged. They engaged in trutherism. And they used a common Border Patrol term for drowned migrants that gives my next poem its name, Floaters. Epigraph. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ask, have y'all ever seen floaters this clean? I'm not trying to be an ass, but I have never seen floaters like this. Could this be another edited photo? We've all seen the Dems and liberal parties do some pretty sick things. Anonymous post, I'm 1015, Border Patrol Facebook group. Like a beer bottle thrown into the river by a boy too drunk to cry. Like the shard of a styrofoam cup named coffee, brown as the river. Like the plank of a fishing boat broken in half by the river, the dead float. And the dead have a name. Floaters, say the men of the Border Patrol, keeping watch all night by the river, hearts pumping coffee as they say the word floaters, soft as a bubble, hard as a shoe as it nudges the body to see if it breathes, to see if it moans, to see if it sits up and speaks. And the dead have names. A feast day parade of names, names that dress all in red, names that twirl skirts, names that blow whistles, names that shake rattles, names that sing in praise of the saints. Say, Oscar Alberto Martinez Ramirez. Say, Angie Valeria Martinez Avalos. See how they rise off the tongue. The calling of bird to bird somewhere in the trees above our heads, trilling in the dark heart of the leaves. Say what we know of them, now they are dead. Oscar slapped dough for pizza with swore to return with a mother in hand, turning his back as fathers do, who later say, I turned around and she was gone. In the time from branch to branch, Valeria father. Maybe he called out her name as he swept her up from the river. Maybe the river drowned out his voice as the water swept him away. Tanya cages covered with blankets would never hear their pleas for asylum. Watch had ever seen floaters so clean. Oscar's black shirt yanked up to the armpits, Valeria's arms slung around her father's neck, even after the light left her eyes, both face down in the weeds back on the Mexican side of the river. Another edited photo. See how her head disappears in his shirt, the waterlogged diaper bunched in her pants, the blue of the blue cans. The radio warned us about the crisis actors we see, one school shooting after another. The man called Oscar will breathe, sit up, speak, tug the black shirt over his head, shower off the mud, and shake hands with the photographer. Yet, the floaters did not float down the Rio Grande like Olympians showing off the backstroke, nor did their souls float up to Dallas, land of rumored jobs and a president shot in the head as he waved from his motorcade. No bubbles rose from their breath in the mud, light as the iridescent circles of soap that would fascinate a 2-year-old. And the dead still have names. Names that sing in praise of the saints, names that flower in blossoms of white, a cortege of names dressed all in black, trailing the coffins to the cemetery. Carve their names in headlines and gravestones they would never know in the kitchens of this cacophonous world. Enter their names in the book of names. Say Oscar Alberto Martinez Ramirez. Say Angie Valeria Martinez Avalos. Bury them in a corner of the cemetery named for the sainted Archbishop of the Poor, shot in the head saying Mass, bullets bought by the taxes I paid when I worked as a bouncer and fractured my hand 40 years ago, and bumper stickers read, El Salvador is Spanish for Vietnam. When the last bubble of breath escapes the body, may the men who speak of floaters, who have never seen floaters this clean, float through the clouds to the heavens, where they paddle the air as they wait for the saint who flips through the keys in his ring like a drowsy janitor till he fingers the key that turns the lock and shuts the gate on their babble-tongued faces, and they plunge back to earth, a shower of hailstones pelting the river. The Mexican side of the river. Wow. So that's what I have to say about that. And there's something else I have to say about that too. This is nothing new. The treatment of immigrants in this country has always been thus. In 1920, a payroll robbery took place at a shoe factory in South Braintree, Massachusetts. A paymaster and a payroll guard were killed. 2 Italian immigrant anarchists, Nicola Sacco, a shoemaker, and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, a fish peddler, were tried and convicted in an atmosphere of anti-immigrant bigotry and political hysteria. An international movement arose to free them. The judge, Webster Thayer, referred to the defendants as anarchist bastards and denied repeated motions for a new trial. They were finally executed in 1927. The former site of Charlestown State Prison in Boston, Massachusetts, where Sacco and Vanzetti were executed, is now the home of a school, Bunker Hill Community College. The school with a large immigrant population where I have often visited and read. And here's a poem this May Day about Sacco and Vanzetti. I now pronounce you dead, for Sacco and Vanzetti, executed August the 23rd, 1927. On the night of his execution, Bartolomeo Vanzetti, immigrant from Italia, fishmonger, anarchist, shook the hand of Warden Hendry and thanked him for everything. I wish to forgive some people for what they are now doing to me, said Vanzetti, blindfolded, strapped down to the chair that would shoot 2,000 volts through his body. The warden's eyes were wet. The warden's mouth was dry. The warden heard his own voice croak, under the law, I now pronounce you dead. No one could hear him. With the same hand that shook the hand of Bartolomeo Vanzetti, Warden Hendry of Charlestown Prison waved at the executioner, who gripped the switch to yank it down. The walls of Charlestown Prison are gone, to ruin to dust to mist. Where the prison stood, there is a school. In the hallways, tongues speak the Spanish of the Dominican, the Portuguese of Cabo Verde, the Creole of Haiti. No one can hear the last words of Vanzetti or the howl of thousands on Boston Common when they knew. After midnight, at the hour of the execution, Warden Henry sits in the cafeteria, his hand shaking as if shocked, rice flying off his fork, so he cannot eat no matter how the hunger feeds on him, muttering the words that only he can hear. I now pronounce you dead. And for this May Day, I have a poem about my own work. I was a practicing tenant lawyer in Boston, and I went to Northeastern University Law School there. But many years before, I worked at a printing plant, making yellow legal pads by hand. And 10 years later, there I was. I found myself in law school, surrounded by a sea of legal pads and surrounded by people who had no idea how they got made. So this short poem is about the labor and the laborers we take for granted. It's called Who Burns for the Perfection of Paper? At 16, I worked after high school hours at a printing plant that manufactured legal pads. Yellow paper stacked 7 feet high and leaning as I slipped cardboard between the pages, then brushed red glue up and down the stack. No gloves. Fingertips required for the perfection of paper, smoothing the exact rectangle. Sluggish by 9 p.m., the hands will slide along suddenly sharp paper and gather slits thinner than the crevices of the skin, hidden. Then the glue would sting, hands oozing till both palms burned the punch clock. 10 years later, in law school, I knew that every legal pad was glued with the sing of hidden cuts, that every open law book was a pair of hands, upturned and burning. And I will read one more poem this evening. And once again, I'd like to thank VJ and Leftward and all of you out there watching and listening. This is my first collaboration with Leftward, and I hope it is not the last. This last poem has something to do with the pandemic and President Donald Trump. According to the New York Times, and these numbers change every day, of course, 63,000 people have now died in 8 weeks in the United States from COVID-19, surpassing the total American military dead in the Vietnam War. But Donald Trump is proud of the job he's done. Now, his negligence, his arrogance, his racism, his refusal to apologize or take responsibility, his interest in nothing but profit and power, very familiar to Puerto Ricans like me. Why? Well, Donald Trump is now doing to the mainland United States exactly what he did to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria in the fall of 2017. At least 3,000 people died on that tiny island, a colony of the United States since 1898. My father, Frank Espada, was born in a mountain town called Utuado, Puerto Rico, in 1930. My grandmother was born in Utuado. My great-grandfather was the mayor of the same town, Utuado. John Lee Anderson, writing about Hurricane Maria in the New Yorker, said, "The municipality of Utuado has become a byword for the island's devastation. It was destroyed." I wrote this last poem, Letter to My Father, in the fall of 2017, and yet, strangely enough, my father had died 3 years earlier. The poem evolved from the practice of talking to my father's ashes in a box. Frank Espada, my father, was an organizer. Frank Espada, my father, was a hellraiser. On May Day, let us not forget the organizers. Let us not forget the hellraisers. Let us not forget the people they lived and died to liberate. And so I present my final poem, Letter to My Father, October 2017. You once said, "My reward for this life will be 1,000 pounds of dirt shoveled in my face." You were wrong. You are 7 pounds of ashes in a box, a Puerto Rican flag wrapped around you next to a red brick from the house in Utuado where you were born, all crammed together on my bookshelf. You taught me there is no God, no life after this life. So I know you are not watching me type this letter over my shoulder. I was a boy. You were God. I watched from the 7th floor of the projects as you walked down into the street to stop a public execution. A big man caught a small man stealing his car, and everyone in Brooklyn heard the car alarm wail of the condemned, "He's killing me!" At a word from you, the executioner's hand slipped from the hair of the thief. "The kid was high," was all you said when you came back to us. When I was a boy, and you were God, we flew to Puerto Rico. You said, "My grandfather was the mayor of Utuado. His name was Buenaventura. That means good fortune." I believed in your grandfather's name. I heard the tree frogs chanting to each other all night. I saw banana leaf and elephant palm sprouting from the mountain's belly. I gnawed the mango's pit, and the sweet yellow hair stuck between my teeth. I said to you, "You came from another planet. How'd you do it?" You said, "Every morning, just before I woke up, I saw the mountains." Every morning, I see the mountains. And Utuado, 3 sisters, all in their 70s, all bedridden, all Pentecostales who only left the house for church, lay sleeping on mattresses spread across the floor when the hurricane gutted the mountain the way a butcher slices open a dangled pig, and a rolling wall of mud buried them, leaving the 4th sister to stagger into the streets screaming like an unheeded prophet about the end of the world. In Utuado, a man who cultivated a garden of aguacate and carambola, feeding the avocado and star fruit to his nieces from New York, saw the trees in his garden beheaded all at once like the soldiers of a beaten army, and so hanged himself. In Utuado, a welder and a handyman rigged a pulley with a shopping cart to ferry rice and beans across the river where the bridge collapsed, witnessed the cart swaying above so many hands that raised a sign that told the helicopters, "Campamento los olvidados," Camp of the Forgotten. Los olvidados wait 7 hours in line for a government meal of Skittles and Vienna sausage, or a tarp to cover the bones of a house with no roof as the fungus grows on their skin from sleeping on mattresses drenched with spit of the hurricane. They drink the brown water, waiting for microscopic monsters in their bellies to visit plagues upon them. A nurse says, "These people are going to have an epidemic. These people are going to die." The president flips rolls of paper towels to a crowd at a church in Guaynabo, Zeus lobbing thunderbolts on the locked ward of his delusions. Down the block, cousin Ricardo, Bernice's boy, says that somebody stole his can of diesel. I heard somebody ask you once, Puerto Rico needed to be free, and you said, 3 pulgadas de sangre en la calle, 3 inches of blood in the street. Now, 3 inches of mud flow through the streets of Utuado, and troops patrol the town, as if guarding the vein of copper in the ground, as if shovel digging graves in the backyard might strike the ore below, as if La Brigada swinging machetes to clear the road might remember the last uprising. I know you are not God. I have the proof. 7 pounds of ashes in a box on my bookshelf. Gods do not die, and yet I want you to be God again. Stride from the crowd to seize the president's arm before another roll of paper towels sails away. Thunder Spanish obscenities in his face, banish him to a ruthless rainstorm in Utuado, so he unravels one soaked sheet after another till there is nothing left but his cardboard heart. I promised myself I would stop talking to you, white box of gray grit. You were deaf even before you died. Hear my promise now. I will take you to the mountains where houses lost like ships at sea rise blue and yellow from the mud. I will open my hands. I will scatter your ashes in Utuado. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
You're not going anywhere yet. Thank you so much for that. That was beautiful. I wanted to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind, Martin. The first time I read your poetry, and I first want to talk to you about your poetry and then about perhaps a little bit about politics.
Okay.
The first time I read your poetry, I was struck by the storytelling. This is the cycle of poems of Patterson. And, one of the great penalties that we face as sensitive people of the left is that our history is taken away from us. We are unable to tell people our own history. We are being told lies about the past. And you have been able to excavate the radical history of the Americas and distill it into a different form, and give it back to people who may not know about a strike in Patterson or indeed, even more contemporary history, Hurricane Maria. Tell us a little bit about your relationship to excavating memory.
Well, I think that is absolutely an essential role of the poet, to excavate history, to make the invisible visible. I am a narrative poet. I have found a form in which to tell my stories, but I am not first. And I have been influenced by others who told stories and they weren't necessarily poets. Think, for example, of the great historian from Uruguay, Eduardo Galeano, and his trilogy on the history of Latin America, Memory of Fire. I learned so much from Galeano. I learned from my father, who was not only a raconteur, a storyteller, as you can tell from that last poem. All those quotes are actually literally his. He was a photographer. My father was the creator of something called the Puerto Rican Diaspora Documentary Project, the photo documentary of the Puerto Rican migration. And so he was excavating history. He is the untold history. Because in this country, we keep better track of migratory birds than migratory people.
Wow.
And so I had a great influence right there in the household. And the notion that one's art could be turned to these ends was something that I was ingrained with growing up. As a matter of fact, it's just by sheer coincidence, my laptop is being held up by a copy of The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. And Howard was a very dear friend of mine, and I actually wrote 2 poems for him, one of which I delivered at his memorial service. And so, yeah, so happens Howard's here with us too. He's just underneath the laptop.
I mean, that's beautiful, Martin. That's it's nice to remember people like that who have played those sorts of roles. You know, obviously today is May Day, and May Day as an event is a uniquely American event. It takes place in Chicago in the Haymarket Square. But it's an event. It's a tradition that gets taken outside the United States. You know, we grew up with it in India. It becomes something that the Soviets made a big deal of. It seems not to be a part of the fabric of America until immigration and immigrant rights people took it back, which is an interesting part of the story of American radicalism. So much of American radicalism is wrapped up in the immigrant story. I wonder if you could talk a little about that. It's already there in your Sacco and Vanzetti poem, but if you could just talk about the immigrant experience and American radicalism.
Well, the immigrant experience is absolutely necessary to the history of American radicalism. There would be no American radicalism without immigrants. And we can look at a very clear line that begins in the 19th century and comes right through to the present day. But I think of those immigrant silk workers who walked out in Patterson and struck there. I think of the Great Bread and Roses strike, likewise in Lawrence, Massachusetts, in 1912. Those were immigrants, and you know, we take for granted in this country certainly the accomplishments of those immigrants and those strikers, even if those strikes happen to fail in the immediate moment. The Patterson Silk Strike was defeated, but a few years later, people were already implementing what was the major demand of those strikers, the 8-hour day. We wouldn't have it without waves and waves of strikes that were led by immigrants. And it continues into the present. Think about one of the great labor movements of the 20th century in any country, but particularly in the United States, Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers, and what that movement did in the 1960s and 1970s, not only to move forward the cause of farm workers, but to move the cause for many of us. And those were, of course, Mexican workers. In the Puerto Rican community, we often talk about the tradition of radicalism there, which has been papered over, because so many of those radicals were independentistas. They were in favor of or advocated the independence of the Puerto Rico from the United States. And so they were repressed, they were jailed, they were killed, on and on and on. My father was an independentista. He believed in the independence of Puerto Rico. And yet there was this radical community at the heart of the Puerto Rican nation in New York City and beyond in the United States. We hear in this country often about the so-called greatest generation, which usually refers to the white men who fought in the Second World War. Well, the Puerto Rican community had its own greatest generation, and that was the generation of my father, who was born in 1930, and many other activists like him who were born in that decade and came of age in the 1950s and the 1960s and changed the Puerto Rican community, and so changed New York City, and so changed the United States for the better.
You know, I love this word you use, hellraiser. You know, some of our words we use like militant or comrade and so on. They, in the presence of a word like hellraiser, they seem a little bloodless. Could you tell us a little about the term hellraiser? Is that a uniquely American term, or what is the story of that really delicious word?
It may very well be an Americanism. Hellraiser is just the first term that comes to mind when I think of my father. My father was not only a political organizer and an activist, he was a hellraiser. He filled up the room when he walked into it. He had that kind of presence. He had that kind of charisma. He was loud. He was funny. He was angry. He was angry a lot. And yet he channeled that anger into his art. He channeled that anger into his politics, and he made a great deal of difference. There are different styles of activism. I mean, some of the most effective organizers I've ever met are very soft-spoken. I once interviewed Cesar Chavez. He's a very soft-spoken man. But I love the hellraisers. I love the ones who make a lot of noise. And who sometimes make other people very uneasy, very uncomfortable. I think we have to do that sometimes. I think we have to, especially those in power, we have to make them uneasy, make them uncomfortable. The other term that I've heard applied to me, aside from hellraiser, is rabble rouser. I don't know if that's an Americanism or not, but I did a reading once with a famous poet, and he had to follow me, and afterwards he got up and he said, "I want to say something about Martina Espada," and he said, "I mean this as a compliment. Martina Espada is a rabble rouser." I guess I am.
By the way, I've seen you read in public, and I think that's not a bad, you know, especially I've seen you read Alabanza in public, and boy, the way you say Alabanza in public fills the room. And the way you read it now was filled with passion. So it's not a bad expression. I think both those expressions, hellraiser and rabble rouser, they connote the ability to develop confidence in people, especially rabble rouser. You're developing confidence in people. And one of the things about the world that we live in is that people's confidence is eroded by the structure of life, everyday life, by the structure of, you know, maybe the fraying of social bonds and so on. The role of the organizer so frequently, or the militant, is to build confidence of people. And these expressions seem to suggest that rabble rouser, the one who rouses you, you know, raises your confidence. And perhaps poets are also in that sense rabble rousers, regardless of how loudly they read.
Yes, I agree. Well, it does depend on the poetry, doesn't it? But I would agree that that is part of my purpose. Certainly, is to raise awareness. And when we raise awareness, we are not only raising awareness of the issues that we bring to the table, we're raising awareness in the potentiality that people have inside themselves. And that's the confidence factor that you spoke of. And yes, we are now enduring a great crisis of faith. And it's a faith in governments, it's a faith in humanity, it's a faith in activism, all have been shaken. And yet they will survive these forms of faith. And it will begin with the confidence that we instill in ourselves and in each other to organize, to advocate, to push and to push hard for the world to which we're entitled. It is not a given that we're going to come out of this and things have to be the way they were. I mean, this is a cataclysm, but is a cataclysm from which may emerge something better in the long run. And it's our responsibility to be vigilant about that.
You know, last year there were major protests in Chile, and I know that Chile is important to you because you wrote very movingly about Neruda and his refuge up there. But there was during the middle of these protests, there was a slogan that I particularly liked, which said, "We don't want to return to normal because normal was the problem." And I feel like in the middle of this pandemic, that should be our slogan. We don't want to return to normal. Normal was the problem.
Absolutely. Normal was the problem. Normal is what got us into this problem in the first place. Whether it's the normal in the United States, the normal in India, it's the normal is what got us here. The fact that the system was broken, and being broken could not absorb what is happening now. And we are paying the price. We are seeing the consequence. But absolutely, we can insist on doing something new and doing something better. And we can call upon that earlier tradition of struggle to do it. You mentioned the fact that there were demonstrations in the streets of Chile against the regime now in power. One of the striking things I found about those demonstrations is that they were singing the songs of Victor Jara. Victor Jara, who along with Salvador Allende, they were the two most celebrated victims of the coup. September 11, 1973, the first 9/11, as I have to constantly remind people in this country. And the fact that these demonstrators were in the street singing the songs of Victor Jara tells you everything you need to know. They can resurrect the spirit of this slain communist singer-songwriter who left us such a beautiful legacy, and parenthetically, whose murder has finally now been solved. Then I believe anything is possible, whether it's the streets of Chile or even here in the intransigent United States of America.
You know, Martin, in about an hour from now, we'll be joined by Roger Waters, who in early March